The BET2BALL European Cricket League supported by Keeper Inu. Well, it's been a giant week. I've got the giant coin in my hand right now. But Group E, the group of excitement. Finals Friday is here again. Only one of these four teams remaining in this group will make it to Monday and Championship week. So settle in. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome back to another big day in European cricket. Well, here we are, it's Friday, you know that means finals and it's going to be Group E on show today. They've been battling hard all week. Four teams have made it to finals Friday, but only one will have that coveted final spot in Championship week. They will join the champions of England, Ireland, Italy and Sweden in Championship week, which starts on Monday. And we're starting with a big clash. It is 1 versus 2, the top two seeds going toe-to-toe. First game this morning, Pakistan Badalona from Spain taking on the Punjab Lions Nicosia from Cyprus. The winner of this game goes straight through to the final later on today, and the loser, well, they'll have to play again if they are going to make it to the final later on. So potentially the first of a couple of clashes between these teams depending on how the results work out. Well, a giant game means a giant coin, and I am going to hand it over to tournament referee Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains for the giant coin toss.
Your call. BET2BALL.
We're gonna ball first.
BET2BALL was the call, but Kiba was the fall, and that means that Pakistan Badalona, they've won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. Well, it was a pretty definite motion, wasn't it, from Shiraz Ahmed, the captain, and that means we're likely to see Mohamed Kamran unleashed first over of the day, which will be very exciting, I'm sure, for everybody. But look, you know, we've talked a lot about Mohamed Kamran, but what about some of the other bowlers? They have a lot of options. They have a really well-balanced attack, I think, Pakistan Badalona, and that's why they're sitting top of the tree. 7 out of 7. Can they make it 8 in a row? Yeah, because Mohamed Baba, he's been bowling really well. He's been picking up wickets as well early. They've got some good spin options in Shafkat Skandarali and also Atif Mohammed and even Mochim came into the side the other day. They've got 6 or 7 or even 8 bowlers that can really do a good job. They're T10 specialists, but geez, they do it well, and their batting, well, that is also a threat. I think that's why Pakistan, they're undefeated at this stage, and they will be favourites, no doubt, to qualify. Still, the most important matches are ahead of them today. But Punjab Lions Nicosia, I think that they've been pretty impressive as well. They've been a bit of a surprise pack, and I think that their coach, Richard Cox, has done a great job with them, particularly the bowling and their fielding pressure. I think the question for them, where do they bat their guns? And Gurpratap Singh, the captain, Tejswinder Singh, we've seen them sometimes struggling with the batting just technically in the power play. So I think that'll be a really interesting riddle to solve, as they will have to bat first this morning. So weather conditions today, we're expecting a maximum temperature of 19. Currently it's about 12, so a little bit chilly, not too much dew around. I think this surface has held up really well, and look, there's been plenty of runs in it, hasn't there? But also something for the bowlers if they are prepared to bend their back. We have seen some movement, and we have seen the ball swinging around. Perhaps there's a chance of a shower later on as well. Now, hopefully that doesn't affect things, but what I will say, if the final was to be abandoned later on, well, the winner of this match, they will be the Group E qualifier. So it's all to play for. It's a great time to go up to the commentary box where Rico Full is waiting. And Rico, the news from the toss here in qualifier 1 is Pakistan Badalona, the Spanish champions. They won the toss. It's time for some fireworks because they're going to be bowling first.
Thank you. And are you ready? Are you ready for the excitement to begin? And we knew that this Group E was all about being explosive and entertaining. And that's exactly what we've got. And one man who's very explosive is Mohamed Kamran. He's going to be opening the bowling. All eyes are on him. Everybody wants to see him bowl. Everybody wants to see what he's going to bring to the party this time. And there's changing the batting lineup. It is Tiwari to open, but he's got Sudan Chamal with him. Here we go. First ball. In comes Kamran. And he's placed this down the leg side. Not for the first time. A couple of times these first deliveries been a wide. And the umpire's out there. Good morning to our men in black. Aaron Peters and Nasad. Nasad Ali. Good morning to everybody. Cricket lovers around the world tuning in, no doubt, for this. Well, it's Group E finals day. Which team will be joining Tunbridge Wells Brigade, Brussia and Albazami next week in finals week. Cameron once more. And he's taken him, knocks them over. Chuck the Fatte style, and Mohammed Cameron, well, he's in no mood to be messing around. He fires one down the leg side, then he gets one right on the money. Tiwari has to go, and well, he'll go first ball because the wide won't count in the statistics. And well, they do change it up slightly, but it makes no difference. Tiwari makes his way back, and well, he doesn't look like he's in the mood to play around. And what a delivery. Look, we always say that Mohammed Cameron is super dangerous, but up until now, he hasn't got the swing that we're used to seeing, but he's got it here now, and that is an absolute beauty. And the swing on this delivery was lethal, and these are worrying signs for any batter that's going in, because not only is he quick, but he's getting that late movement as well. So the team that's unbeaten, here we go. Have a look at this. That's a bit of a boomerang about this. That's an absolute beat. And look at the batter. The batter has no idea how that has gone on to hit the stumps, and that's that late movement that he gets. Cameron, well, living up to his name at the moment, the hitman. Supersonic bowling. New batter comes in, and they've gone for the batter stroke wicketkeeper, Roman Mazumdar. And they're all going up for this one. And the umpire says, nope, leg byes. Well, let's have a look at this. Maybe it's... He does move across, but yeah, that's going to go on to miss leg. That's probably when he doesn't want that swing to come into play. So Mazumdar is quite happy to get to the other end and says to Sanan, good luck, buddy. Over to you. So they haven't gone for Guri up the order. They obviously want to keep back some of the big hitters for once Mohammed Cameron has completed his spell and done the damage, if you like. Good morning to you, Rika Full here. And one man who's going to be very excited in this group of excitement coming up into the commentary box now is Vinny's handy, Mr. Maximo.
Always happy to get up here to watch Mohammed Cameron do his thing. He's already taken out the first hit of the day. Sadun faces the music. It's a spicy delivery. Well, half an appeal from behind. Muhammad Isan, well, he's leading the league in appeals. 30 plus yesterday that we counted in one innings. Cameron still struggling a little bit with his footing. That's the one first up. It just gets Jamal thinking, all right, there might be one that can take out my upstairs region. And he'll slip in that Yorker. Again, that first one certainly swung. Sprint thought Muniro Tawari wasn't able to get anything near it. Nice looking shot this time. And the other thing he does, Rico, is he just makes it so hard to score. So it's one thing to survive, but essentially, if you're playing him to survive, you're burning 2 overs. That's 20% of your innings.
Yeah, he's a very, very difficult character to deal with, because the other thing is, comes to you so quick, you don't know what it's going to be. He's not quite ready there, and he's not the sort of bowler that has a really long run up as well. I mean, he generates a lot of pace from, well, you see that, and it's just a few steps, because he sort of literally starts off with a bit of a walk, then he comes in. It's all in that arm action, that shoulder arm action.
It's whippy. Tyrone Peters umpiring, best seat in the house. Nice looking shot, and this will be 4. Counterpunch from Sarun. Nice as class batting. This wasn't quite the Yorker. It wasn't quite a half volley either, but some very good batting from Jamal Sadun. He gets the first boundary of Finals Friday. Yeah, this is a nice shot, and you certainly would give him some confidence. Plays it beautifully. Good effort there from the fielder. Cautious, get deeper, chokka lag gaya. First boundary of the innings. This will be quicker. This is what we know is, I think I mentioned, I've heard Dennis Lilly talking about fast bowling. They move the cover in the fine leg for some reason I'm not quite sure about. But he said it's one thing to have a slower ball, but if you've got a quicker ball, that is even more effective. If you have one that's just a bit quicker, Cameron certainly does. He's at the last ball of his first over.
pushed off the back foot. It's pretty well played by Sadun, to be fair. Got a spice one first up. But did pick up a boundary. It's the end of the first over of the day. And Punjab Lions, Nicosia, they are 6 for 1.
Yeah. And he's got something about Cameron today. You can see he's not got that smile on his face. We just have a look at this bet versus Wall. What do you think of this then, Vinny?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can see if they post 89, do you think it's enough? Probably not, the way Paco Care are batting. But we would say sometimes Paco Care, they're a bit brittle. They can lose wickets in clumps because of the way they approach it, but just look at all those W's under Paco Care Badalona. They're hoping to be the first team to go through undefeated through the group stage. They'll have to win 2 games today to do that. For Punjab Lions Nicosia, they're 4 and 3, so a bit more of a mixed time. But, here's a man that's taken plenty of wickets as well this week, Mohamed Babar. And I think part of that, not that he hasn't bowled well because he has, but I think batters feel they need to attack him because they know, well, this is the only power play over that will not be bowled by Kamran. So here he is bowling to Roman Mazumdar.
Plays it cautiously. Yeah, that's a very good point there, Vinny. I mean, I think you can think of many an opening attack where you've got one bowler who really is causing all sorts of trouble. And then once he's bowled his 6 balls, you think, yeah, we can relax a little. And that allows that other bowler, in this case Babar, to come up and pick up a few wickets. He just bowls a good tidy line, wicket to wicket.
Goes after this, not quite a wide. I saw Richard Cox there a second ago, coaching the Cyprus champions, Punjab Lions Nicosia. And yeah, the main move is they have kept Gurpratap Singh back. They have not opened with their captain. Mufasa, normally see him at the top of the order, but I think they're keeping him and Tejwinder back out of the power play because they don't want him to expose them to the opening bowlers. And, yeah, there's a bit of evidence behind that, isn't there? Because Guri has gone twice for a duck in the first over, and he's a big loss if he goes that early. I wonder, will they bowl Cameron out now, or will they keep him back just in case, once the captain comes out, maybe to try and take care of him?
Yeah, I mean, he's always bowled out, hasn't he? And I get the feeling that he'll want to bowl out.
Yeah, but into the gap, and this is going to be 4. Good batting by Mazumdar, and he's away with his first boundary. Easy to get hold of Mohamed Babar. Not many have in this series. And that was a nice on drive. Slightly uppish, but there was no mid-on in the circle, and it found its way to the boundary.
Good shot. Nicely played. He was disappointed and he missed out on the one that was wide outside off stump, but he's made amends just a little bit short of this one from Babar, and allows the batter the time to negotiate that past the field. 4 runs.
I have a feeling they might not bowl him next. Just got a feeling. Partly because he got hit for a boundary. I think they might just want to keep Cameron up their sleeve. Too high.
It sounded like there was a bit of bat on it, but looking at the umpire, leg by's been signalled. Certainly was a noise, but yeah, it would have been too high.
Yeah, I mean, when we've seen him at domestic level, he doesn't always bowl his 2 out. I think it depends how the first one goes as well. I think lately they've all been amazing first ones. Yeah. So, I mean, this one today, it wasn't a bad over. Cleaned up the opening batter of the opposition. But I just think tactically it might be smart to not bowl him, just so that you just know that Gurpratap Singh and Tejwinder, they don't really want to face Cameron because it just doesn't suit their style of batting. Anyway, let's see what happens after this ball. Pushes, runs. It's a pretty good call from Sadun in the end. He knew that he had enough to get it past the bowler. So he'll retain the strike, the left-hander. And the score at the end of 2 is 12 for 1.
Yeah, that's a good single. And you know that Sadun is saying, look, it's my call. I know it's safe. You just got to go with me. And you can see that he's Mazumdar saying, yeah, you're right.
Let's have a look at finals Friday here in Group E. These two, the top 2 seeds, Pakai Care versus Punjab Lions. And then we'll have the eliminator coming up next. It'll be Hambias Kreinhout of the Netherlands taking on Farmers of Jersey. The loser will be out of the tournament. The winner will play the loser of this game in the following match, 3rd one of the day. Then we'll have the final later on. Remember, the winner of this game, they go straight to that final. They're fast-tracked to the final. And the other thing is, if their final is affected by weather, we don't get the minimum 3 overs in, then they, in fact, will be the qualifier. So this is actually quite an important match you're watching right now. So they have decided to go back to Cameron. And Sadun will have to deal with it.
Nicely played.
Edgy stroke, but still a good one. I think it's smart coaching as well from the management and Richard Cox to kind of put a couple more technically adept batters at the top of the order, I think, to handle it, because they've tried just swinging away like they normally do. It just hasn't worked so far. So just trying to keep their resources safe early, and then I want to unleash an assault in the middle overs. But that's the hard thing with Pakai Care. Once you go through those first two bowlers, there's still plenty of good bowling options that they have available. A couple of good spinners. Bowlers like Teef Mohammed, for example, with his left arm pace. Gully comes in now. To the left of the screen there. Goes after this and gets 4. So this is good batting by Mazumdar. And that's the spark. Cyprus, they are enjoying what they're seeing. Mazumdar moves to 8, 2 boundaries.
Yeah, this is a beautiful shot. You take nothing away from it. It gets a bit of width. Ball not swinging in from Cameron. Doesn't look as sharp, I have to say, as he has the last few times. I know that yesterday he was saying that he was getting a bit of a twinge in his back. And whether that's playing on his mind, but he will come back strong with this one for sure.
It's a long week. Yeah. So just lets this one go. And he gets applauded from the bench. Just, they know that's one more ball of Cameron they don't have to deal with. Yeah, the other thing is, first game of the day, and it's not super dewy this morning, but it certainly is a bit more slippery at the bowling crease. We've seen Pakai Care do this before. They still like to bowl first. They have bowled first in the early morning. So, saw it yesterday, in fact, because these two teams did play 24 hours ago in the first game of Super Thursday, playing the opener of Finals Friday as well. So it's their conscious decision to do that, knowing that probably it's easier for him to land if they were to bowl in an hour or so. Push and run. Aja, come. Here's the call from Mazumdar as he gets through for a single.
Yeah, this is good from the Punjab Lions, and you can see the champions of Cyprus. They know they've got to negotiate these overs from Mohammed Cameron. But at the same time, the point that you made, not only does Mohammed Cameron take wickets, but he doesn't allow you to get too many runs. So at the moment, they're dealing with him quite well. If he goes wide, they're playing the shots. If it's a good delivery, they take the single as they did there. Just applying a bit of pressure, which maybe other teams haven't done so up until now.
So just getting a couple of runs off Cameron. And if he took 1 for 12, you know, for him at the start, they'd be very happy. Hey, special day, very special day, Rico. I know Martin's in our crew. It's his birthday, so happy birthday to Martins.
Happy birthday, Martins. Feliz cumpleaños.
Hope you're well. There's also another very special man with respect to European cricket. It's his birthday today, and I'm sure he's watching. Avid viewer of European cricket. Tell you who that is in a second. This one is not going to carry to Isan, and so it'll be Cameron that'll end up going 1 for 13. It's the end of the over. The score is 20 for 1. And well, European cricket wouldn't be possible without the vision of its founder, Daniel Weston. Oh, here's a little happy birthday to you, Daniel.
Well, it's a big day today because it's ECN founder Daniel Weston's birthday. Let's hear it, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Feliz cumpleaños to Daniel Weston.
Yes, Daniel. Hope you're having a very happy birthday with your family. To Manuela and Casper as well. Hope you're looking after Dan. I'm sure he's been well taken care of. 4th overtime.
Last in the question. Oh, and he's given it. Well, he goes. And Babar, once again, is keeping that line, keeping that ball full and straight. And he's rewarded with a wicket. They needed this one because, well, they were just starting to apply themselves, these two batters. So LBW in front.
Saw it live. Pretty good shout. I mean, it was leg stump-ish. Does come back a bit, I think. See, just it's the movement. If we go back to where that bounces, you see, when it bounces, it kind of comes left to right. It's umpire's call, probably. We'll never know where it would have gone after it hit the pad of Roman Mazumdar. My instinct was, it was a tight one. That if the umpire feels that's more likely to hit than not, then they have to raise the finger. And that will be the end of Roman Mazumdar. But I think he did his job pretty well. He ends up with 10, and he's weathered the storm of Kamran. So guess who? It's Guru Pratap Singh that comes in an unfamiliar position at number 4. But, that's why I don't think you really want to lose a wicket, but I think this is probably the time in the game where they probably did want Guru Pratap coming to the crease.
Yeah, Captain Guri comes in, and that's his little signature, gives his bat a little kiss. Hope it performs for him.
Wraps his bat around a cut shot first up, just for one. Well, Tim Oram saying that the timing of the singing was about the same as some of the batting this week. Yeah, well, something you didn't realise when you get how many, over 100 people singing happy birthday at once over such a big distance. It seemed like we were singing it in a round. But anyway, happy birthday nonetheless, Daniel. That's just something we recorded yesterday when we had all the teams together for a team photo. It always looks brilliant, doesn't it, when they're in their kits?
Yeah.
And all our crew as well. So, yeah. Super happy birthday to Martins and Daniel Weston and anybody else that might be having a birthday today or this week. And Kevin saying he loves the love that comes with the game. There's a lot of love here, but also a lot of competition. So tries to run where there isn't a run. Just a dot. Yeah, so let us know what you're doing in the live chat. I always love the fact that we get this opportunity to interact live with our viewers that come from all around the world. I know that Kevin's watching from Colorado in the USA. Probably there. Just a wild guess. It's probably around the middle of the night. Maybe around midnight or so. And I've got viewers coming from New Zealand. So all sorts of things. Of course, plenty in Europe as well. Plenty throughout the subcontinent as well, watching on Fan Code. Babar, 1 for 6. He's been quite an achiever here. Well, they run, and there isn't a run here at all, and now they're going to get away with it. Oh, wow.
This is crazy cricket, and it's one of the things that Pakake Badalona have done. It's one of the things I was talking about yesterday to Andrew Ryan. Though they're exceptional in 2 areas, one area they're not is in the fielding. Like, this is just crazy. I mean, what is the fielder thinking here? You've got to be looking. He's gone for the stumps. The batter's not even in the picture. A little underarm throw to the wicketkeeper here, yeah. and it's curtains.
That's one where he just has to actually forget where the stumps are and throw it to the keeper. And he just set Isan a bit more of a task. Maybe he didn't realise how much of a mess up it was between the 2 batters. He could have almost run in and taken the stumps himself. Let off for Guri. And now he's bowled the very next ball. He's hit this onto his pad. It's rolled back onto the stumps. And, well, I would have thought a second ago it could have been Sadun that was run out. But then because of that mistake, they essentially got an overthrow, which got the captain back on strike. And that's a big blow. Babar, he is able to remove Guri Singh from the equation, 22 for 3.
Yeah, Guri just needed to be a little bit patient. This wasn't the ball to be playing his shot to. And you can see he's quite disappointed. Gets an inside edge onto the side of his leg, and the ball falls onto the stumps.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky. Make your own luck, I guess. But that's one that's hit the inside edge. It's gone back onto the leg and just could have gone anywhere, but it rolls back, dislodges the bail. So disappointing for Guru Pratap. He's only faced a maximum of 2 balls now in 3 matches against Pakai Care. This time he goes for a single. And the score 22 for 3. But one big hitter replaces another. Tejvinder Singh coming to the crease. And didn't he play well last night?
He played brilliantly. He scored a fantastic 37 not out of 17 deliveries. Helped his team to a crucial victory of a Harvey Yas Crown hoop. And now, well, he's got to do it again. And that the plan sort of worked, didn't it, by keeping Guri back. But Guri wasn't able to play his part in it.
Yeah. Tejvinder normally likes to be aggressive from ball 1. No exception. Hit the ground here. It's hit the ground, I think. So, told you, he's the beneficiary, I think, of the batters getting really aggressive against him. This one, there was a sound, but my feeling was it was It was bat hitting ground. Bang. You can even see a little flick up of some of the moisture around the pitch area. At the end of 4 overs, the score is 22 for 3. Hope you're well today. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me. Rico Fulton looking fantastic today in your lime, electric green and orange. Now, it is Peacock Friday, so a few comments. I've got the flamingo shirt on. They're not quite peacocks. We'll see if Corey remembers when we see him later on.
Oh, yeah.
And we have to be nice to
probably, yeah, go on.
We have to be nice to Corey today because it's his last day. This is Corey's last day. He's going to have to go back, so he can't join us for Championship Week, but he will be back in ECS. He'll be covering you for a couple of weeks in Portugal. So hello to all of you out there, and I hope you're having a great day. This is a pretty great shot because it finds the gap, and well, it's going to find the boundary as well. Sadun, he picked the gap perfectly. It was a long chase for Sikandar Ali. Atif Mohammed comes on for over number 5 and is greeted with a cut shot for 4.
बहुत अच्छा शॉट था, short ball, nicely cut. Sikandar Ali ने काफी कोशिश की थी, dive मारी पर लग गया चौका, and this is a time where really they need to look to accelerate now. You know, you've got both the opening bowlers out the equation. These next 6 overs are key now for the Punjab Lions.
Goes for it, and does he have enough? He sure does. Maximo Sadun, he goes up a gear, and he takes on the outfielder and wins 6 runs to the Punjab Lions Nicosia as they pass 30.
Yeah, good signs this for the champions from Cyprus. This is the time to press the turbo button. And well, Sudan has done it straight away, a 4 and then a 6. So a little bit of pressure for the young bowler from Atif Mohammed. And the lefty starting to go big.
Comeback ball. This is the cut shot this time. This cut sometimes when it's quite close to him. Atif Mohammed, he's a guy that sometimes you only see him get 1 over just because they've got so many good bowlers at their disposal. He's coming a bit earlier than we've seen him in the series, so basically it's one left armer replacing another.
Yeah, I mean, they've done what they've done sometimes is get Sikandar Ali in to bowl the 4th, just change it up a bit. And that sort of worked for them, so I'm a little bit surprised.
Goes for it this time, and he might have found the 3rd man, and he has. So Sadun, he was cutting with wanton abandon. Eventually, he couldn't control this one. Flew down to Mohammed Mochim, who is into the side again. He's bowled well when he's had opportunities. This time he catches well, and he catches the opener. Sadun, but not before. Sadun made a pretty spirited 18. I think he did his job as well. And he departs with the score at 32 for 4.
Yeah, nice catch for Muchim, and you can see just gritting his teeth there is Sadam because he's just played some nice shots. I mean, 10 of 2 balls, and he's thinking he's on his way. I think that was the right shot to play. You can't take that away from him. He's going to be a little bit unfortunate and a little bit unlucky, really, to find the fielder. But that's what they've got to do here now. And this partnership worked well for them yesterday, as we see Scott Austin coming in. These two batted really well in that crucial match against the champions of Netherlands. And they put a good partnership together, didn't they? Tadwinder, we know, scored 37, not out of 17. And Scott Austin, 23 of 13. I personally still believe I'd like to see this young man bat a little bit higher. But in this situation, there's plenty of time there, still half the innings left. These two, if they can get in, they can get that score to that sort of 90 to 100 mark. They'll be very satisfied with what they've put on the board. But they've got to deal with Atif Mohammed here first. And there's 1 or 2 others that will also be a challenge for them. Here we go.
Yeah, stone cold Scott Austin comes to the crease. He gets a little uppercut away. I think he was pretty conscious not to hit it too hard.
Yeah.
It might fall the same way as Sadun does. Yeah, that cut shot, it's an interesting one. Oh, no ball called. Might have just had, may not have had enough people in the circle. I think that would have been what it was for. So, yep, no ball called. So he could have gone for it, Scotty Austin, after all. That's it.
I think he did have his heart in his mouth when he plays this. He thinks he's hit it too well, but wouldn't have mattered in the end. He didn't know this at the time. So free hit, I tell you what a way this could be for Tadwinder to get off the mark. He's got the license to go big.
Normally swings at 46 swing units. I think we could see something in the triple digits. He's going to go for this.
I tell you what, Rhino could not believe the power of this man yesterday. I mean, he hit some big uns.
All right, buckle up. Yeah, he hits it, but not that well. Goes high. It's all about keeping it in the boundary, and he can't do it. It's got all the way. Maximal. It was more the lob wedge from Tejvinder, but just as effective. Still 6 runs. And Punjab Lions, they have lost 4 wickets, but they still have specialist batters at the crease. They are trying to build a competitive total in this crucial qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, that is an enormous hit. That is just all power. That's all that is. There's no timing, there's no footwork. That's just all upper body power.
Nice quicker from Atif Mohammed. It's just late on this pull shot. Didn't really time either of those last 2 strokes. Anyway, that's the end of the over. It's quite an action-packed one. It was 1 for 18 for Atif Mohammed. The score now at the halfway point, it's 40 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's he does pick up a wicket and finishes with a dot. That is good. Still 18 from it. So you have a look at that scorecard. Jamal Sudan, I think he's still feeling a bit unfortunate that he's been caught there by Mohammed Hashim on the boundary. And he made a valuable 18. Now it's down to these two, though, Tejvinder and Austin. Still got, like you say, Vinny batters to come, and Mitaranjit can give the ball a good whack as well. I mean, that's one thing you'll always get from the Punjab Lions and Nicosia. They're aggressive players of the ball. So they'll still be looking here to get another, well, definitely another 50 on the board to take it to 90, and a couple of big overs. Well, you never know, 110 could be on the board. Second rally it is now, coming in a little bit later than he would normally.
Clever spinner, isn't he? Austin has a look at this one. Pats it to cover. Baba does the fielding, so still need to attack here. I mean, halfway point. Get 2 a ball from here, you get 100. I think you're bowling and fielding. That's the way you think you can win this match. Goes leg side, doesn't quite get it, and it's going to be dropped. That was a pretty good effort from Atif Mohammed, but he did get there in the end. Just struggled, I think, with the landing at the same time as he kind of went down to his knees. He got his hands on it, but couldn't hold on.
Yeah. Austin gets alive.
Swing called wide.
It's tight call. The umpires are always been very consistent with these. Let's have a look where this lands. And yeah, good call.
There he loads up on this one. It's Adios Pelota. Flies over the giant ice cube. I'll tell you what, we haven't seen too many balls landing up that hill. But Tejvinder, he does it for fun. Maximal for him. He moves to a dozen.
Yeah, I mean, he does. And he's not one of those toys. You sort of wind him up and he goes boom. And that's exactly what he does there. Winds up, smashes this. And, well, it doesn't quite go up the hill, but almost does. And this is what they need here. The champions in Cyprus, they need Tejvinder to go ballistic. 2 sixes for him so far.
Just uncoiled himself on that one, didn't he? Change of angle and gone. So Skandar Ali, he's a clever bowler. He probably won't mind getting hit for A6 if it meant that the next ball he picks up the wicket of Tejvinder. He just plays all around. This gets the timing wrong. I think it's just slight variation in speed that does the batter here. So Punjab Lions, Nicosia, now they are in a bit of wicket trouble. 48 for 5.
Yeah, it's the wrong shot to play. It's a full delivery. It is a bit of a full stop, and look where he's standing. Doesn't get his body into play at all. So, clever ball. Comes from quite wide, drifts it in, and Tejvinder also, his head was nowhere as well. That's unfortunate, and you probably saw that one coming, thinking, yeah, I'll have this as well. I'll maybe get another 6 on the ball for myself, but misses it.
Again, the importance of having a good spinner. You know, they've got a couple of good ones. They've got the deal Shavkat as well. So 5 wickets down in the 6th over. Just want to say a few hellos. Michael Buckland is watching from Perth. It's my hometown. So let us know which part of Perth. I'll be interested to see that. Some good chatting going on. Tim Oram, I think, is watching from New Zealand. Metu Sudhir is watching from New Jersey, USA. So hello to you and everybody else.
Good morning to everybody, yeah.
Helix watching from Australia. A few people liking the outfits. We'll see what Corey's got. It's his last Peacock Friday, so expecting something big. Sakanda. Taranjit comes in. There's one T-Sing replacing another. It's, well, they like to hit sixes no matter who they are. And the Lions score a maximal to bring up their 50. Good first ball from Taranjit Singh.
Yeah, Taranjit nicely played, and that was better, wasn't it? I mean, that's what Tajwinder needed to be doing, but he didn't get his feet in the right place, and he lost his shape.
This one sneaks across him. I think that'll be a legal delivery. It's the end of the over. 54 for 5. So they're on 90 pace at the moment.
Yeah.
If these two can stick around and build a partnership, they still might have visions of that 100. And it's 4 overs down. Yeah, that 2 a ball will still get them there. 48 off the next 4, so 102.
Yeah, and don't forget what these teams are playing for here. Just to remind you, the winner of this match goes automatically into the final later today. That's going to be the reward here. The loser, well, they've still got another chance, but it's not going to be easy because they'll play the winners of HPS Crying Out versus Farmers. Edge should be gone and is gone, and Austin, he's totally disappointed with himself. He knows he doesn't have to play at this. He knows his role is to be there and support Taranjit, but he offers a straightforward catch there to the fielder, and no mistakes from Abbas.
Yeah, it's a simple catch, and Scotty Austin, it wasn't really a reckless shot. I mean, I think he just drives at it, and first ball from Shiraz Ahmed just deceive him a little bit. He's got some good variations. The Pakai Care skipper.
Yeah.
And Stone Cold Scott Austin has to make the cold walk back to the pavilion. Becomes the 6th wicket to fall. 54 for 6. More chatting going on. Metu is just wondering when we'll see Danny Hudacek in the box. Probably when we get to Prague a bit later this year. So thanks for your question there. And I think it was some chat about that hat-trick yesterday. Now, it wasn't the first hat-trick. Some people asking was the first hat-trick. We've had 3 hat-tricks now, I think.
Yep.
We had Adil Diwan Ali, and then we had Amir Zaib earlier this week, actually. And, yeah, but that hat-trick, the 2 catches in there were incredible. So you see, it's good running. Sushil Kumar.
He's out.
He's going to be gone.
He's out. You're saying good running. It's good running from one of the batters, but not so good for the batter who's on strike because he's on his back foot. And, well, I think Kuma's going to be run out here. I reckon the bat is in the air. He's not impressed. He's not impressed at all.
I think the reason I said it's good running is because the non-striker calls him through. But what happened was that Sushil Kumar just spent too long looking for the ball. And you'll see that's why he's out here. He's just out. And if we go back to that again, you'll see what you need to do when you're not sure where the ball is look at your partner. Don't go looking for the ball because your partner will know where the ball's gone. That's why I actually thought it was good running first up. But I think the main error there is Sushil Kumar. He was searching for it, which I suppose you can understand. You don't want to go back on the stumps or something like that. But that is the reason. He's not short by a lot, but still he was short. And that's another wicket that's fallen now, 54 for 7.
Yeah, that's not good, and he's going to be very disappointed, Kumar. It's all about listening to your partner and going off straight away. And Kumar, he was trying to find the ball. Look, he said, "Kitte gaye, you can ball na dekh, nata, on the iba." And he wasn't able to get there quick enough. You see here, if he wasn't searching for it and listening to his partner, he would have got there. Chal mere bhai, nahi chal liya, वापस चल गया. Disappointment. So now, when you got 2, I'm still going to say this, even though I keep losing these wickets, you see this one, played out for a single. You've still got 2 good batters out there. I mean, Kumar goes, and Anwar comes in, and we know what Anwar can do. He can give it a good crack as well, but now they've got to do that. I mean, we keep talking about what these batters can do, but they're not showing it. They've got to start to show it here.
Yeah, true. Wickets are a concern now. Getting bowled out is a concern as well, but still these 2, they only know one way to play. The ball taps the stumps. Involved in the live chat. And certainly like what Metu is saying. He says he's got an exam tomorrow, but he's kind of addicted to watching cricket on the European Cricket Network. So he won't complete his day without listening to us. That's very nice, but also concentrate on your studies, of course. That's important.
Yeah, look, I'll give him a tip. I'll give him a tip. See this one. Oh, wow. This is big. This is flying over us, Vinny. Balle, balle, kinna sona. Shakalaka.
No one's having lunch down there. The production crew often sit there and have lunch. And if that was later in the day, it would have had an uninvited visitor. Look at this one. It lands down. And, there's the squares Marzi. We have Diana in there and Mark Simpson Parker. They had a very good view of that one. Last ball of the over coming up.
Never.
Yeah, still attacking. I think you have to do that. 7 overs down. And the score is 63 for 7. There's no point kind of just run a balling it here to 80. I think you have to roll the dice and try and get a few more, even if it makes your innings fall in a heap. Hey, great chance for us to talk about the teams that have already qualified for Championship Week. Tunbridge Wells, the English champions, and then the All-Ireland Champions Brigade, as well as Brescia CC from Italy and Albi Zami from Sweden. They will be joined by one of these 4 teams that you see today, and that will be our lineup. It's a 5-team lineup in Championship Week.
Yeah.
It starts on Monday. Can't believe it's almost here, Rico. We're into game. This is game 121.
Unbelievable stuff. What a
Sorry,
start.
game 116. Third time lucky. Game 100, 117. This is game 117.
Yeah. Look, my tip, you got exams, watch this match, watch the next, and then there's going to be a couple of breaks today, isn't there? I mean, mate,
Oh, yeah, true.
do your revision in the breaks.
That's true. I think in New Jersey it's the middle of the night, so probably need to sleep at some point as well. Here's Shafkat with some spin. And Taranjit Singh has to knock this out of the ground, gets a little bottom edge, gets 1. A few people talking about where they're from and have I visited. And got Tuva Rakan, he's watching from Sri Lanka, and that's one place I've never been, but I've had teammates they've toured there. They said it's absolutely beautiful, so it's certainly on my to-do list. Good leg spinner. It's more of a top spinner, Shafkat.
Yeah, that's it. He's brave, isn't he? He flights it up. He knows the hitting power of these batters.
Yeah. You got to deceive them, you know. You can't just rock and bowl in medium pace. You got to vary your pace. Yeah, and that's working at the moment. 2-dot balls.
Yeah, I mean, this next one either is going to disappear and it's going to be big, or it's going to be sliced up in the air. Let's see which one's it going to be.
That's the quick one. Let's push through. Again, not quite getting hold of it. Good fielding by Mochim. This guy we haven't seen bowl yet. He's a pretty talented bowler. Saw that the other night. He got a player of the match.
Yeah.
National man watching from Normandy. I know he's a big Drua supporter. He remembers when Drua in Group A talk about the English team, Tunbridge Wells. Out. And he's found the fielder. Taranjit Singh gets one. That's a little bit short, a little bit wider. It did spin away from him, but he didn't get it out of the middle of the bat. It kind of flies off a thick outside edge. The catch is taken. I think that's the captain, Shahraz Ahmed, that takes it. So that's 8 wickets down now. Punjab Lions had some tactical changes today, and I think the reasoning has been sound, but they've just lost wickets at key moments, and key batters have departed, and there's another one gone. Taranjit has to go for 15, is 65 for 8.
Yeah, it's clever captaincy. You know, we talk about a lot of the stars in this stellar lineup of the Pakai Care Barcelona side. You know, the Mohammed Camerons, the Babars, but we don't talk enough about Shahraz Ahmed, the captain. He is class, and you know, there'll be a time when those stars don't perform, and he's the one who will. He's a class act with the ball, and also he's an awesome batter. So just watch out for him.
Harvinder Singh. Number 10 comes out. There's a misses in this one. So Shafkat, what an over that is. 1 for 2. Just putting the brakes on and removing another Cyprus batter. The score after 8 is 65 for 8. I'm really loving everybody in the chat telling us where you're watching from. Got Taranjit Singh who's watching from Romania. He just seems to have a knack of getting the other Taranjit Singh out when he's watching. And we've got the Undertaker watching from Uganda, so some African viewers as well. I just did a great interview with a station from Cape Town, and they're watching as well. And Helix asked me, have I ever visited Australia? Interesting you say that. Down the ground, so just be one. Well, it's not easy to visit at the moment, is it, Helix? But yeah, of course, it's where I grew up and learned my cricket and played my cricket, and through my whole playing career, in fact, pretty much exclusively played there. But I'm very excited to be here, fronting European cricket coverage. See one laid away. I think Kazim Anwar here, rocking a hard place. I still think he has to go for his shots. I don't think it's worth just kind of nerdling your way to mid-70s. And obviously it's going to look bad if he gets out and they get bowled out. But maybe fortune will favour the brave. He goes for it, and this one will go all the way. Maximal! Anwar gets half a dozen, and they're trying to piece together a total. Not easy, they're running out of resources. He gets a length delivery here. He's not an easy bowler to go after, Shiraz Ahmed, because he has some clever variations. He has that leg cutting, slower ball. And this one, it's not quite full power from Anwar, but still gets out of the ground. Back to live action. And this one hits the pad, and well, it would have been run out by a long way. I think Kazim Anwar just takes off, and Harvinder had no choice. He found himself in trouble if that hits, but Isan misses the target.
It's a superb stop though, isn't it? I mean, it's an excellent piece of wicket keeping. The only thing was his release. He actually had a lot more time, but of course he doesn't know that.
Yeah, it's instinctive to throw it. Harvinder probably didn't consent to that run. And now we got trouble, because this will be a simple catch, and it's taken. So, well, they scramble the single, but it does expose Harvinder to the strike, and then he just slices one straight up in the air. Isan takes the catch. Now, Punjab Lions on their last legs, 74 for 9.
Yeah, and it's all about, are they going to survive here? It's going to be number 11, and it's going to be on strike as well. Yeah, Harvinder there decided that he wants a bit of his glory as well. And okay, just once again showing their strength when they're there in the field. I mean, I'm just trying to think at the top of my mind what's the most any team scored against them when they batted first. I don't. Has anybody posted more than 100?
Yeah, I'll go back to my notes. I'll check that out for you. But
yeah, I don't think they have. I think it's been the 90s, maybe 92. Just
yeah,
trying out. Then nobody's really posted too many runs against them.
Read him out this ball. This is Verma, comes out number 11, but he will take the strike. So taking everyone they can at the moment. 75 for 9 after 9. Well, you got Marlowe that made 33 in game 2. Then you got the Lions made 78 in game 4. Farmers made 88 in game number 8. His RBS did make 108, but that was batting second, right?
Yeah.
Because that was the one time Pakaka decided to bat first.
And made 142, yeah.
Yeah, and then Yek made 95 yesterday, again batting second. So, yeah, Punjab Lions 81 yesterday, and RBS 92. So you're right, no one's cracked the 100. And you can see why, because they've got a lot of options they can go to. Spin and pace options, left armers, right armers. They seem to be a perfectly balanced T10 team, really. Last over. They can't afford to lose a wicket, or it'll be curtains for the Lions. And he goes for it, and this one could be it, and it's dropped. So they just get one here. So that could have been it. Remember that, the score?
They got to. Oh.
90, no, he can't run.
But Awan wants to be. He can run. But Awan is saying, I want it. Well, the thing is, I think he's got to. All right, you could be all out with a couple of balls to go, but I think he's got to take every ball on. He's got to go for the big boundary. Yeah. If he can get the team up into the 80s, well, you never know. A couple of big blows could even get them to 90.
Hello to Raja watching from Denver. I'll try and get through everybody. Hopefully he's not bowled out this ball. That's not going to be out. That's going to be out of balls, because this one's gone miles over the trees. Maximo. What a shot by Anwar.
¡Qué grande eso es genial! 6 carreras, manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6. Well, you give 6 for that. But maybe you need to change another law in cricket. That should be 12. That is huge.
Didn't even bother seeing where that landed. That was out of sight, literally. And he wants to go again, and he will go again. So the counter punch is on. It's brave batting from Anwar, but I think it's necessary as the Lions hit 88.
Yeah, I mean, this is good. And I said, a couple of big hits, and maybe they'll get to the 90. Well, he's looking to do that. This will have to be the quicker delivery, surely.
Let's say hello to Brumberger from Wollongong, who is in New South Wales, in a lovely part of the world, in Australia. Is he going again here? quicker one. And this is smashed high. It's going to fly into the sky. And, well, it comes out in the jungle. Maximal, 3 on the trot. Well, it's not the prettiest innings you've ever seen, but they do hit the 90s. And, well, with one more of those, they could hit the 100.
Well, look, Winder there in the camp. He's absolutely loving it. Well, this is what they can do. They haven't done enough of it. I mean, you've got to give it. There he is. Look, Winder there saying, yeah, I'm loving it. Can there be another? Can it be 4 out of 4?
You're trying. He's after it. And they'll probably get a run here. Or a run out, or nothing in the end, because there's no point. They don't try it.
Anticlimax, but still they get into the 90s, Vinny.
Yeah, it's a really good finish. And that is a textbook example of using all your batting resources. In the end, it's 19 off the over from Shafkat, because those 3 sixes, there was a single and just a couple of dots. So they will finish on 94. Yeah, thanks again. Keep everyone in the chat, please. Let us know where you're watching from, and I'll try and get back to you. If not on the air, I'll get back to you in the chat, because we're loving the interaction. I think a lot of people are excited to see how this day goes. And Punjab Lions, well, they changed their batting order around a little bit, didn't they? They used other players in different positions.
Yeah.
But I think it was clever, and even though they didn't really get the production from their biggest names or the biggest name hitters, I think it was still a decent innings. Well, it was time to strap on the gear and get ready for action. And the hitman, well, he had an early hit, didn't he? His first victim was Tiwari. He didn't know too much about that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful delivery. But then it was Sudan who started to place a nice shot. Among Sudan, the left-hander. And both those batters after that early wicket, and that was a nice shot from Mazumdar as well, just started to get things going. They got the score up to around about the 20 mark. But, well, then there was this one. And it was LBW, just played the wrong shot there. And Babar, well, making the most of getting the ball right up into the block home. That was a big wicket, because that was the one of Guri. Guri did come lower down the order, but wasn't able to be explosive like he would have liked to be. And that man, well, Sadani, he's really disappointed. He played some nice shots. He took 10 off 2 deliveries and went for another boundary. But it was a nice catch taken there. He had to depart. Austin didn't come in, and he got a life as Atif Mohammed put him down. But it wasn't to last too long, and nor was Tajwinder. So when he went, all eyes were on Austin, but Austin also, he went as well. And somebody new, somebody different had to try to get them to a score. Well, Taranjeet, you know what he's going to do. Comes out, hits the first one for a big 6. Yeah. And then he slices this one, and that was a good catch taken by Abbas.
I was really impressed with how Cyprus stuck to the task. Okay, it can't be easy going for your shots when you're under wicket pressure. I mean, this was just a good bit of fielding that runs out. Sushil Kumar is a bit slow to respond to his partner's call. That one wanted an early lunch down to the lunch table. And I don't know what we were seeing out there. But yeah, even though they kept losing wickets at regular intervals, I think it was important they kept attacking. They could have taken the kind of conservative option and knocked singles around to get to maybe high 70s or 80. But I think against Pakai Care, it's just not going to be enough. They've chased down those scores almost with their eyes closed. So I think you need to get 100 or close to, and they have gotten close to, well, thanks to those 3 big sixes in the last over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it gets them into the 90s. It is, we were talking about this earlier, it is the highest score that any team has scored batting first against them, 94. But yeah, I mean, is it enough? The only thing I will say is this: the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, the champions of Cyprus, up until now have been absolutely spot on. They've been good with their bowling. They've been taking great catches as well. If they can put a stellar performance in here, they will cause problems. As we have a look at that scorecard, and you see, well, Kasim Anwar, 27 there, right towards the bottom. What an important innings that was. Sudan, he'll be disappointed the way he got out. And it's been that sort of innings, wasn't it? Batters came in, played shots, looked good, and then got out. But full credit though, you can't take anything away from Pakai Care Badalona. They just have so many variations there. And you see some of the bowlers, 6 used there, Cameron right at the top, not too many runs from him, picks up 1 wicket. But Mohamed Baba, how good has he been? He just keeps plucking away, doesn't he? Doesn't try and do anything extravagant, just bowls the ball in the right place. Atif Mohammed, Gandali, well, all the bowlers picking up wickets, but the one man I said, keep an eye on is the captain, Shiraz Ahmed. I mean, he's somebody that if the big names don't perform, he can certainly make up for it as well. And Shafkat there, well, he went for a few, didn't he? of that last over. His first one was really good, but the last one, well, thanks to the big hitting of Anwar, and ends up being the only bowler that goes past 21. But still, you know, in T10, 2 overs 21, you'll take that. So as we have a look at the mid-inning summary, 94 on the board. It is the highest score that has been scored against that awesome attack of the Spanish champions. It's all about whether the champions from Cyprus, Punjab Lions of Nicosia, can come out and perform with the ball. They've been very good. Guri needs to be at his best. Wasn't with the bat, but can he perform? Tajwinder has bowled really well for them as well. They've taken some outstanding catches. That's what they've got to do. They've got to pick up, for me, they've got to pick up 3 wickets in the power play. If they can, it's game on. We're to find out. Come back and join me, Rika Full, and Mr. Maximum in about 10 minutes' time when we come to the conclusion of this all-important qualifier number 1. Remember, whoever wins out of this will automatically go through to the final. Who will it be? Well, we'll find out in 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back to Group E Finals Day. We will learn which team will join Tunbridge Wells Brigade, Borussia Al-Bazami next week in the big finals week of this, the BET2BALL European Cricket League, the Champions League of cricket. And this contest is evenly balanced. Remember, the winner of this match will automatically go straight through to the final later today, starting at 5 o'clock local time. The loser will have to wait to see what the outcome is between the next match, the eliminator, which is between HBS Krijnhout and Farmers. The winner of that team will then play whoever loses in this one. So there's still another opportunity, but you have to do it the hard way. One of the teams will do it the easy way. Who will it be? Well, here, Barcelona, the Spanish champions, need 95 to book their place. It won't be easy though it's not a particularly high score, but thanks to a good final over, which 19 came from it, from some good hitting from Anwar, who made 27 off 11 deliveries. They've got a score on the board, so maybe this is the first time perhaps in a while that Pakai Barcelona batters have got a bit of pressure, because something is at stake here. Big swing and a miss, and it's Tadwinder that opens up. No change in the batting order from the Spanish champions. Mohamed Babar, who's been pretty decent up until now, has always got them a good start. He opens up with the wicketkeeper, Mohamed Ishan. At the non-strikers end, both are extremely good and dangerous batters. Will be the first run, and just doesn't attack him, the fielder. He waits for the ball to come to him from Verma, and just get the feeling that if he's already going in and attacking this, maybe he takes it on the first bounce. See, he's just not attacking it as much. A few more steps before, and maybe that could have been closer. Still needed to be a direct hit though. First run on the board. Ishan now on strike. This will be wide, and it's a good leave. Not being tempted to chase the wide delivery. Huffing and puffing Tadwinder as he walks back to his mark. He was another big name with the bat that failed to click in this match. Looking to do it with the ball, as I'm sure will be the captain, Guri. Tadwinder once more. Firmly struck, fielder has to go down and does. No run. That's really good. This is one thing that's been so impressive from the champions of Cyprus, the Punjab Lions of Nicosia. Their fielding and catching up until now has been exceptional. It really has. It's been the biggest surprise for me from all of the teams. Bowled again, and this time Ishan strokes this to the man out on the extra cover boundary. He'll take the single, so he gets off the mark. Both batters now off the mark. 3 on the board, courtesy of 1 extra as well, the wide delivery. So this field, interesting. They've elected for the 2 men to be out at mid-wicket and extra cover. Everybody else inside the circle for the first 3 overs. Got him! Chucked the footy, and it's Baba that has to go. What a beauty this is. This is what they need. They need wickets early. You can see how much that means to them. That is a big scalp to get early. Baba goes. Excellent delivery. The Punjab Lions of Nicosia, they're in this match. Well, what a moment that is. And a good time to welcome back. What a delivery. That is a beaut, peach of a ball. Jagadite Pate, Vinny Sandhu back in the box.
Well, what a ball that is to remove Mohamed Baba, who's been so consistent with the bat, hasn't he, in this series. He's got to go. That will bring Cameron to the crease at number 3. Asking how Punjab Lions Nicosia could end the winning run of Pakai Care, and it had to start with getting 100 on the board or close to. Well, they did close to, they got 94, but then removing the top order batters, so important. They will still back themselves to attack. It's just the way they play, but it does make them a bit combustible, right? It makes them a bit combustible that they might lose wickets in clumps, because then they won't be defending too much at all. Cameron to face the last ball, the first over. He gets the one that just goes away from a little bit, plays and misses. That's the end of a very good first over by Tejvinder Singh. It is 3 for 1. And, you know, just thinking about the run rates, of course. Now, yesterday it was 9.7, so an average kind of 97 per 10 overs. Slightly less than the overall tournament average of 10.2. This week has been 9.9, so you can see around that 100 seems to be an average score. A little bit less than we saw in the international competition. But I just think it's a lot to do with the good bowling and fielding pressure. I think the bowlers are slowly catching up with the tactics required and the sort of bowlers required to try and keep batters quiet. So you can see they're not too far off that average score with 94. Gurpreet Singh will bowl over number 2. Swing and a miss, called a wide. Touch and go. It's Asad Ali from Italy. One giorno to you, Asad. This one just swings a bit too much, and I think that's a good call.
Guri just having a little chat and a little chuckle. The Italian stallion.
Been trying to get to as many people as I can in the chat who have shared their location they're viewing from, so thank you to all of you. Shot. Well stopped though. Bit of hesitation between the wickets, but they'll get away with a single. So Ihsan is a threat, isn't he? He's a guy that had a pretty slow start to the week, but we've seen what he can do, look, domestically and also this week. He's had bursts of stroke-making prowess.
Good stop there from Harvinder Singh. That was cracked really hard. And Ihsan has struck 2 balls really well, but both of them, the fielders have stopped. That would be playing his mind. He'd be thinking, well, they should have gone for 4, but I've only got 1. Guri, this is going to be a challenge.
Drives, just inside out. Just get 1 here. So yeah, preventing the boundaries. That's how Pakokare normally hurt you. You can prevent those boundaries and you can potentially defend this score of 94. It's all about trying to push that rate up. It's already up over 10. So it's already almost like they're chasing 102, 103 when you look at that required rate now. Goes for it, and could be trouble. It is, and Scott Austin doesn't drop catches very often at all. Stone cold stunner as Ihsan goes. Both openers now back in the shed. The score is still 6. Well, a bit of the chuck of their foot there style from Scott Austin with the celebration. We'll have to see that again. But the score now, Pakokare in this crucial match, 6 for 2. Remember, the winner of this match will be the top seed in the final later on today, should it be weather affected. Now have a look at this, Rico, from Scott Austin. I know that you'll love this one. He says, I'm playing for the Punjab Lions, Nicosia here. So it's chucking their foot there style.
There he goes, give it to me, give it to me. That's the chuck their foot there. He's learning quickly. And Guri, he gets the wicket. So Ihsan goes as well. Pressure building, not too many runs on the board. We knew that this was going to fight. And the Punjab Lions of Nicosia, they're showing once more what they've done so well with the ball and in the field. Another one goes up in the air, another one gets snapped up. Pressure time here for the Spanish champions.
Well, Abid Mahboob comes in unfamiliar territory. This one swings and, well, fortunate stop. It was a slip-sliding stop from Roman Mazumdar behind the stumps.
Roman Bazumbra, because he did zoom. Zumbrum.
Have a look at this. Woo! He's his feet in the last minute. He made sure he had absolutely everything behind that. What Gurpreet is doing, he's getting some good movement.
Yeah, but he'd be disappointed though, because that's the second wide he's bowled. He's got to attack the stumps with your first ball to a new batter.
It's a better one. Giving out for 1, but again, just 1. And not often we get to this point, we haven't seen a boundary from Pakokare.
This is going to be, for me, an interesting little innings there from Mohammed Cameron now as well. We hear all about him with the ball, but he can bat pretty well, and now he's going to have to show it. He's got them out of a hole a few times. You remember, Vinny, back in Barcelona at the Olympic Montjuic Stadium, when they've needed him to perform with the bat, he has. They need him to perform here today.
Pretty good ball. Almost gets back to the bowler. A lot of pressure out there in the middle. You associate this kind of pressure with Pakai Care fielding early. At the moment, it is Punjab Lions that are bringing it. This one, just look at that, just short of Big Guri, who gets down quickly. Yep, this pitch isn't meant to crack up, but if Guri keeps diving like that on it, and we might have some troubles next week. Last ball of the over coming up. Oh, really nice shot through the line. Counter punch from Cameron. Now the hit man pulls off this hit, which results in a Maximo. It is 6 to finish the over. After 2, it's 14 for 2.
Yeah, that's the first boundary, believe it or not, in the innings, and it comes with a classy shot from Mohammed Cameron. And as I was saying a few balls before, this is an opportunity for us for him to show us just what he can do with the bat as well. He's a classy player. He's top drawer, but he's under a bit of pressure here now, knowing that two wickets have fallen early. And the Punjab Lions are just going to keep bringing on the pressure. Looks like it's going to be Taranjit Singh to bowl here now.
Yeah, so 14 for 2 after 2 overs. Just a reminder, you can follow us on social media at European Cricket. And if you are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network, you can hit that subscribe button, like this video. And we love bringing you all of the live cricket action. Over 1,200 matches last year. And this year, hopefully more than 1,000 again. We have Sushil Kumar coming on to bowl the third over. Got to say a quick hello to Justus Lifestyle, who are watching from the Netherlands. And we know we've got Justus ambassador Tyrone, who's umpiring at the moment, umpiring at the bowler's end, jumping around. And it's just a way of connecting South African expats living in Europe and around the world. So I've got a lovely message from Janine about that. The guys love all the gear. This one leans on it. Well, in the end, he throws to nowhere. Couldn't choose an end, so he throws straight down the middle. It'll just be another single.
Yeah, I think he just knew he had to get the throw in quickly. As soon as he feels it, let's go the throw. But like you say, middle of the pitch, but it's always going to be a single there. A little bit of a discussion between Guri and Kumar, just making a change in the field. I think the bowlers asked for this, saying to the skip, hey, I'd rather have one more out there. And Guri says, okay, if that's what you want, 3 do's.
Even with that big 6 from Cameron, a bit behind where they'd want to be in this chase. Flicks this away, gets it through the field, into the gap. It's going to be 4. Nobody back on the leg side.
That is, yeah.
Really classy shot.
That is really, really clever, because you saw the bowler wanted to make a change in the field, and he said to Guri, can I make a change? He put Chamal down on the offside, and as soon as Cameron seen that, where does he play it? Exactly where the fielder went from.
Yeah.
Clever cricket.
It shows you the talent of Mohammed Cameron. Obviously, his bowling is stealing the headlines, but with the bat, he is their preferred number 3 in this format of the game. He's got all the shots in the book, and some that aren't as well. It's just sliced away and it's dropped. Oh, it was a flying effort from Sudhan Chamal. This was a big opportunity to get rid of Mohammed Cameron. It was athletic stuff from the man at point, but he just couldn't hold on.
Yeah, that was a big moment in this match. Mohammed Cameron, he slices this, and you think he's got to take that, and he gets 2 hands there, and he knows it. That's a big opportunity, goes down.
Just a single, some Mahboob on strike. And dabs this away. We'll get through for a single. They have been pretty good with the running between the wickets as well. Just that understanding of going on contact, and if you can get those first 2 metres, then normally you will get there. Also want to say a big congratulations. Some of my former teammates playing for Western Australia in the one-day domestic competition. They won the final against New South Wales. It's always a bit of a rivalry between those 2 states. So it's quite a dramatic match by the looks of it. Well, short and hooked, and Austin almost pulls this off. Well, it's going to be 4 in the end. This would have been the most dramatic catch I think you'll ever see if Austin pulls this in. In the end, he can't quite keep it in the field and play either. 4 runs. Yeah, have a look at this. Austin, he timed his run perfectly and just hits more like the wrist in the end. And so that'll be the end of the over. A lot of drama in the power play. 3 overs down now. It's 25 for 2.
Well, this is sensational stuff, really. I mean, They haven't dropped a catch, I don't think, up until this match. And we won't focus too much on that incredible effort from Austin, that it will go down as a drop catch. I think he'd be more disappointed that he wasn't able to stop the boundary. But the one before Mohammed Cameron dropped Sudan on 11th, that's the crucial one. That's the one that can come and hurt them.
Yeah, neither one was easy. Austin's one just then. I think he actually gets too far in the end. It hits him kind of up around the wrist area rather than the middle of the hand or any of the hand.
Going for the spin now. Tiwari didn't have the best of times of the ball yesterday. Up until yesterday, he was being very consistent, and he's bowled well for them.
This is a B4 to start the over. Tiwari mentioned he didn't have a great time yesterday. It's not an ideal start. And Mahbub, it's a boundary to start the 4th over.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, I have to admit, with the bowling attack here. The first 2 overs, Tajinder and Guri were good. 2 wickets. Then they went for Kumar, where I was surprised. I thought if they were going to go with anyone, if they were going to change it, maybe Taranjit. And they went with Kumar. I would have had Tajinder to bowl that 3rd one. Keep the pressure on.
Swing and a miss this time. Gets away from the keeper, Mazumdar. So it's going to be 1 run. It'll be a bye.
Little errors creeping into the match, and I think that's just because this is a pressure match. Both teams are feeling it.
I mean, the pace is basically 19 every 2 overs, so they'd want to be 19 off 2, 38 off 4. So you see they're pretty much on the pace at the moment, despite losing their openers. Pakar. This is driven away on the offside. It's the one, yeah, for the most part, their fielding's been clinical, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And something we actually hypothesise, it's to do with the fact that the outfield in Cyprus is so unpredictable. Right? So unpredictable. So these guys are used to fielding, taking all these terrible bounces.
Yeah.
So when you get them on a field like this, they say, well, is this it? It's easy. Tries to get a little bit too clever, does Abid Mahbub.
I was talking to Rajwinder Brar, who's the captain of the Black Caps yesterday in Cyprus, and that's exactly what he was saying. He's saying we're just absolutely loving fielding on this pitch.
This time he gets in the air and it should be out, and this one is held. So Mahbub, he went for the cut shot, didn't really control it, and another opportunity. This time it's taken, and it is Sadun Jamal who gets this one, more of an elementary one. So holding your catches is going to be important. We've seen a couple of toughies go down, but this was a fairly simple one that removed Mahbub for just 7. Pakar Badalona are 31 for 3.
Yeah, this is an interesting shot that Mahbub tries to go for. I mean, you got the feeling he could have put this wherever he would have liked, because it was pretty short. He had time on his hands, and he's picked out the fielder that's out there. Now he knows he's there, because we've seen him field a couple of deliveries already. Strange shot, and well, he's not going to be happy with that. And I don't think his teammates are going to be either, because all he's done is just added to the pressure that Pakar are in. It's going to be interesting to see how they perform here, because, like I said, it's the first time in the last few matches they played that they're under any sort of pressure. Because the other matches, though they have won, the pressure wasn't there, because, if you like, they could have afforded to lose those. This one, yes, they can afford to lose, but they'd rather not.
Yeah, look, I think he's probably trying to cut that later so that it goes behind point, but he just completely messes up the timing, ends up hitting it straight down the throat of Jamal. So a wicket for Tiwari. Last ball of his over. Skander Ali's in. Should probably just get one here. The bowler and the outfielders converge to keep it to a single. And a pretty good over, isn't it, from Neeraj Tiwari in the end. He only concedes 6, picks up a wicket as well. Pakar, they are 32 for 3. Gives us a great opportunity to welcome you into our office, the commentary box here on Finals Friday. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full. And look, really looking forward to this battle. We know how important it is. But then there's 2 teams we haven't seen yet today, HBS Grindhout and Farmers. Well, they will both believe that they can go all the way. They'll need to win 3 games straight to do it, but we've seen it done.
Yeah, I mean, you just heard me say that this is a match that either one of these teams maybe can afford to lose. They prefer not to because they get another chance. But that next one coming up, you can't afford to lose it. You lose it, you're out.
It's going to be tough, and it's not going to be an easy match. Either one of those, RBS and Farmers of Jersey. Farmers particularly, it's hitting their straps at the right time. RBS, we know how dangerous their players are.
You've got a match between a team in form at the moment, Farmers.
Yeah.
They're on the up, and a team that, well, I think it's 4 on the spin they've lost.
Yeah, so it'll be more entertainment coming your way after the end of this one. See the warm-ups in the background. As we see, catch with the Singby brought back, and immediately Handler's after him, doesn't make contact.
Yeah, this is a good call commit. Tiwari, look, the first ball of his spell went for 4, and then he came back well, didn't he? Only 6 from that last over. So Tajwinder, yeah, I think they're going for the, if you like, going for the jugular here.
Yeah, and here's one thing we haven't seen from Pakai Care is having to bat under pressure in this tournament as yet. On one leg side, won't be out. Just put hello to Rahi Rohit, who says good morning to us in the chat, and to Peter Brett. Hello to you. And Keanu describing one of the dismissals in that, the Australian domestic one-day final. Yeah, that's my old teammates, Jason Mirendorf. I saw they had a 10th wicket partnership WA of over 50 with the 10 and 11 together, and that reminded me a bit of Sweden last week. It wasn't quite 50, but I think it was 8, but it was a very important 8.
8 or was it 9?
And
Good bowling.
I think it was 8. And then it had 8 off 8. And then there was a wicket, so it was 8 off 7. And there was a dot. And then we had 2, 4, wide, 1. That last over was crazy. And then I realised I only actually went for 2 legal deliveries. And that was it. That was last week. Yeah, to Jason and all the WA guys. Congratulations. Andrew Ty, another former teammate of mine, was player of the match. Oh, takes a bit of a risk, and he gets away with it. He gets 4. No, Sikandar trying to move things along. I think that whether they're under pressure or not, they'll bat the same way. They'll still continue to take chances. They're very experienced in this form of the game. This one was a bit of an LBW risk because he really covers the stumps with his pads, but he sweeps it away for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that far away from Kumar either. If you have a look at this, well, you're talking about a couple of centimetres. Kumar certainly would have got a hand to it. But Cameron having a long chat with Sikandar Ali.
Yeah, so I wonder what they're talking about. All right. Right up. 10.7 required now. Oh, and there's going to be 4 more here. Well, he needs to hit this, because if he doesn't, it's good night to Ali. He gets funky, he gets away with it. 4 more.
Yeah, a bit of showtime here at the Cartama Oval. And Sikandar Ali hasn't really had too many runs to his name so far in this BET2BALL European Cricket League, but he's just played 2 nice shots there. That one, okay, it wasn't the best of deliveries, you say. That you've got to hit it. I think that one was down the leg side, so that was a good shot to play to that delivery.
Last ball of the over. Hit down the ground. Pretty hard to Austin, who cleans up. That'll be the end of 5. Halfway through this chase. Game in the balance. 43 for 3. And we've got Sam Simcox, who is watching on Free Sports in the UK. So, Premier Sports, Free Sports. Good to have viewers from the UK tuning in. Sure, we'll get plenty of them watching next week as Tunbridge Wells, the English champions, will be in finals week. And to Gokul Srinivasan, he's asking, what do we think is the reason for the scoring average of the 80s during Fridays most weeks? Is it players getting tired or opponents reading the batsmen and coming up with plans? I think it's a little bit of all those things, but I think last Friday particularly it was the weather and the wind. The batters had to try and hit those straight shots into the wind. It made them either get out on those straight shots or try other shots that were more risky. I think that was something to do with it, but of course, yeah, bowlers working out the batters is also a part of it. And now we're going to see it again, and just turning it on, Sikandar Ali. Bit of rinse and repeat action. Tiwari gets paddled away for 4, and Pakai Care on the counter-attack.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's done it a couple of times now, so now it's time for the captain to take control of the situation and say, right, okay, fine, if that's what he wants to do, let's get the field right to him. So fine leg has got to go back now. I'm not seeing that movement as yet. They're still keeping him up. I'm surprised.
They've got the fine leg in the circle. You don't often see him all the way back to a spinner. But I think he just needs to come a bit finer. That's the change that's been made. And now he tries to go down the ground. He was thinking paddle there as well, but it was too wide to kind of play that shot, so he just tries to horn it and misses.
And that's some nice shots, 14. That's probably his highest score so far in the week.
This one might be wide. Yeah, I think it is just. Also, not to mention Josh Philippi, part of another one of my former teammates who congratulations for winning that title, WA New South Wales, and he actually plays for Sydney Sixers, so it might be an interesting one for him. All right, goes for this. Now this is high, and I think it's going to be 6. Whoa, what a good effort from Austin. I mean, he did everything he could possibly do. He camped himself just inside the rope. He gets half a hand on it, and the result, it's going to be 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fabulous effort, and you can see all he's trying to do is trying to keep this ball back in. He's not the tallest, Austin. Maybe if he was a little bit taller, he may have kept being able to knock this ball back in. He's got Sekendo just struggling a little bit there. Not sure what the issue is. I know that he's come into this team after a bit of an illness, and they were very keen to keep him in the squad and playing.
Yeah. There's a lot of sore bodies on a Friday morning here on the Costa del Sol. All right, this time he slices it in the air, and it's going to be 6 more. 6 carreras. Escadarali, well, he might be a bit sore, but he's in a hitting mood, and he's hit his way to 26 off 10 balls.
Yeah, well, look at that. He said, I'll give you a hug. Don't worry. Don't worry, brother. You just take it easy. Look after yourself. Just take a bit of a breather. If you keep hitting the ball like this, well, we're going to get to that target pretty quickly. He's certainly come out in the mood to attack Skandali. Dealing in boundaries.
A few people mentioning that Austin's catch. Maybe if it was Julian DeMay there, he might have been able to rein it in. Well, this is a top edge, and it really should be caught. Pressure catch, and it's dropped. So Sekandarali gets a life. This just gets too low on the fielder in the end, Sushil Kumar. And unfortunately, it is a chance that won't be taken.
Yeah, I mean, look, both these batters have had lives. Cameron was dropped on 11, and then that difficult one on 12, and now Skandali, a routine one.
Yeah, I mean, it's no easy catches. But we'd expect him to take that. Now this next one needs to be stopped, and it isn't. He dives over the top of it. This time, Kazi Manua can't make the stop. 4 more. Pakai Care in a heartbeat. They've turned this match around.
Yeah, I don't know here. There was a bit of a signal to the bench. I think Sekinde is having a few problems, and they're bringing out maybe just a bit of water or something for him at the moment. I thought for a moment that they were going to change him. He's not at his best, but that wasn't the best either. We're seeing for the first time, I think, and some people were talking about the chat why the scores have been particularly low on the Fridays. The other thing to mention, of course, Vinny, is on Friday is pressure day.
Yeah.
Friday is when it counts, okay? And medication being taken. I think, well, that's an inhaler for asthma. So he's obviously an asthmatic as well. I know that one very well,
right.
Indeed.
Yeah, okay.
So, but yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. It's a pressure day. All these matches are big matches. A lot counts on it. It's not like the round robin where you can say, well, okay, you know, if we don't win this one, we can perform better in the next one, or we're already in the top 3, etc., etc. This one, well, here, you know, they're playing for getting in the final. The team that doesn't win, it's got to do it the hard way.
Yeah.
So, and then you've got the eliminator as well. So this, crunch matches, you've got to perform.
Super important. Here's Guri at an important moment. Gets driven down the ground. This will just be one. So just like that, and a couple of overs ago, the required rate was creeping up to 11. Now it's back to 7.5. That last over from Nawari going magical. 22 being off that over.
Yeah. And
that's coming off an over of 11. It's actually the last over and a half.
I just think Tiwari's a bit of a gamble when it's against teams like this. They're going to go after him and they will click. I think you got to use one of your openers earlier in the innings.
Edged, and he's dropped this.
Can't believe this.
He has dropped this. Mazumda tried to hug it, and somehow he's let this through.
Cannot believe this. I mean, Mohammed Cameron dropped now for the 3rd time. He's been dropped on 11, 12, and now on 22.
Yeah, this is a horrible feeling. And that's Kenny Keeper. They've been there. He just doesn't set his feet, and he's a bit unbalanced. So he kind of still backs himself together with his hands, but he just got himself in an awkward position. So Gurpratap Singh should have had a wicket, but doesn't. Now, Cameron, 35% more careful. Just pats the next one back.
Yeah, I mean, the coach, the Punjab Lions, Nicholas Richard Cox, he'll be absolutely seething because they've done so well up until now. We've said their catching has been brilliant, and yet in the match, where it matters, where it counts, they're putting down straightforward ones. I mean, Austin's had the difficult one, but there's been some easy ones that had to be taken, and that one there behind the stumps was one of them.
Now it goes over the offside. There's a fielder back there, so just one. So Sikandar, maybe he's got altitude sickness because he's been flying in this innings. He's 28 off 12 with 2 6s and 3 4s. Looking very, very good.
Nice bowling, good boy, nice bowling.
Pakai care. Probably the one thing is we have seen them occasionally collapse. You know, just haven't seen it this series. But to be honest, they just rarely had to bat under pressure. On the charge, and he slices this up. Now this is another opportunity, but this one's taken. Key fielder's down the ground. Taranjit Singh was the man in the hot seat there. And he does finally take one, and it removes Sikandar Ali, but not before he has contributed that 28. 4 wickets down now. Pakai Care, 67 for 4.
Yeah, well, I mean, Taranjit and also Tajwinder down the ground straight, they have been 100%. And when this goes up in the air, and I'm thinking, well, if there's anyone that's going to put an end to the rot, if you like, with the catching, it's Taranjit, and he does. He takes the catch, and they do get that wicket. But they're still going to be wondering, aren't they? I mean, Mohammed Cameron is still there. They've given him 3 lives, and he's the one who's can go on to hurt them. A good little knot there from Sikandar. I mean, he rode his luck. He played some funky shots, hit the ball pretty hard. And when that rate was going the wrong way, if you like, for Pakai Badalona, he was the one to hit some big shots and bring it back down again.
Well, this needed something, didn't they? It was Sikandar in particular who's been the aggressor in that last couple of over burst. Ashiraz Ahmed comes on. Swing and a miss. You could hear the swing of the bat. So, yeah, Cameron's been the one who's been charmed with some opportunities being missed. It's the end of 7 overs. Cameron will be on strike for the 8th at 67 for 4. Still 28 required in the last 3 overs. Let's have a look at what's coming up. And it's 2 teams with identical records now, 3 and 4 over the first 4 days. It's Habias Kruidenhout from the Netherlands. They will be batting first. They've been sent in by Farmers of Jersey. Well, Farmers Field, we know that. And that's what they do when they win the toss typically. I'm sure that they'll be very, very keen to continue their winning run. It started yesterday. They basically have to win 5 straight to be qualifiers. They've already won 2 yesterday, but their toughest challenges are ahead of them here on Finals Friday. So this game just tightening up now. Cameron swings and misses at the first one. Makes it 28 off 17.
Taranjit back into the attack. And what a great over that was from Guri. Only a couple of runs from it.
Oh, this one's asking for trouble. A little bit short, but kicks out the fielder. Just be a single. Singles at the moment, I think they're a win for the fielding side because it'll just push that rate up little by little. Obviously, dots are great. It's that boundaries that hurt you if you're a Cyprus fan. Short cut away. Once again, field's well placed. Just a single.
Like you say, you're absolutely right. Singles are not going to hurt the Punjab Lions, and you can see the champions from Cyprus. They're trying to get that rate back up. It has gone back up to around 10. So despite a couple of expensive overs from Tiwari.
Edge. Yeah, he's gone this time. And Sunda, well, he was filthy with himself for missing Cameron in the last over. But this time, he does take it. And you can see the emotion and what it means to the Punjab Lions. Nicosia, now they have half of the Pakai Care lineup back in the shed at 69 for 5. That's one thing I said, we hadn't seen a trademark Pakai Care collapse yet here in the ECL. Is this the start of it? As now we'll have another new batter come to the crease. Cameron gone for 24.
Yeah, I mean, this is big, and you know what it meant that to Rahman Mazumdar. He dropped him on 22, but he's only able to add just 2 more runs before he gets the opportunity again, and this time he doesn't miss out. So, well, he did ride his luck a little bit, Mohamed Cameron with the bat. He was dropped on 11 and 12 and 22. He doesn't capitalise on it. 24 he scores of 16. Now this is game on, and maybe this is the time. I was saying that, well, with all those big names, there's one man that we haven't talked too much about. It's the captain, Shiraz Ahmed. Well, the captain's still out there with the bat, and if they are to win this and book their place in the final, I think a lot now rides on his shoulders.
They bat so deep. You've got Majid Hanif coming in at number 7. He's a guy we've seen batting as high as, I think, 4. So, I mean, still specialist batting to come. But, yeah, I mean, game on. I think this is right back in the balance because these batters, they're very, very capable. They're on a knife's edge. If you add a wicket or two to the score now, it's looking like a long way home. Now, immediately, we'll get a boundary. This isn't a particularly good ball from Taranjit Singh. And, well, Diana, she's a bit of a ball magnet.
Hey, I don't believe it. Diana has actually picked up the ball and passed it back. She never does that. Diana normally doesn't even flinch. The European Cricket Network photographer, then she goes, says, all right, all right, all right. I will pass it back to you.
That's a useful boundary, isn't it? 22 off 13. That was the score. South Africa entered the World Cup against England. And the rain came. Right now, there's no rain coming yet. Good stop, diving stop. And, well, somehow he's kept that to 1. That's remarkable fielding. Well done.
Yes, great fielding. Not good bowling, though. I mean, what's Taranjit doing there? He's bowling half trackers. He got a wicket off Cameron bowling the ball just, well, short. And Cameron went for the cut shot and put it straight in the keeper's hand. And the next 2 he bowled were not good. And he's got away with that last one. Great bit of fielding there from Sudan. Fantastic.
Yeah. So 8 overs down. It's 74 for 5. And that game I was talking about was the famous game when South Africa, it kind of spurred the Duckworth-Lewis method because they needed 22 off 13 and they lost 2 overs and they used to take away the 2 lowest scoring overs. So then they said, okay, now you need 22 off 1. Off you go. And that was a sad end to South Africa's first World Cup game since readmission. Yeah. Anyway, right now, it's going to be Sushil Kumar to bowl over number 9, a crucial one. Every ball here, there's not a boundary. And the temperature is going to rise, I think, for Pakai Care. See how it's 20 off 11. So, yeah, just need basically 2 boundaries and over. If you get 2 boundaries and over, then you're laughing.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty here is for the Lions, as we see this delivery.
Well bowled, that's fine.
He's well bowled. Is that we probably will have to go back to, I think, to Taranjit Singh to bowl the last. He didn't bowl that last one pretty well, so I think this one needs to be a really good one.
It's always annoying when you leave one and you don't get the call, and it was a good call from the umpire. Now I think he's going to be a bit more aggressive. He is, and misses. 20 off 9. And what an upset this would be. We've seen some big boilovers on Finals Friday, haven't we? And still a long way home. But and Shiraz Ahmed, he is an out-and-out 6-hitter as well. He can hit the ball very, very well. Swings and misses here. Same shot, same ball, same result. What a match this is.
Going to the last minute, and when it goes to the last, anything is possible. Has anybody got the tingle? Who's tingling? See there a few words from Hanif to the captain, Ahmed. He probably just said to him, look, he probably has said he's retaking it and checking his guard. And he's saying, look, he's bowling to you outside the off every time. You know what you got to do? Well, this one will be a wide. Look, I don't think you're going to mind that too much if you're the captain. If you're saying to the bowler, keep it out there, well, somebody somewhere must have the tingle. Golden ball, Vinny.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. If we get there, I think there'll be all sorts of scenes. All right, he's got to catch up with one now. No ball called.
Oh, it's... Oh, dear.
That also gets Shiraz Ahmed away from the strike. So, let's have a look. It's at the call. I mean, he would have been... It's really inexcusable at this stage. Have a look at the front foot. Yeah, that's the correct call.
Massive no ball.
So now free hit coming up, and it's Hanif who's on strike. And he hits it reasonably. Needs to be kept in the field of play.
Got to get it in. It's a no ball. Wake up.
Oh, and so now we might have a run out.
We run out. Oh, this is incredible. Absolutely incredible. I've never seen anything like this. It's a no ball free hit. The fielder takes the catch, which is Sudan, and he's celebrating. Yeah, got him. Everybody is saying, throw it in, throw it in. It's a no ball free hit. He throws it in, and I think this is going to be run out.
He's gone, I think, and they've gone upstairs. I mean, this is ridiculous because they only take the second because he's too busy celebrating, and then he realises, and it's a perfect throw. And so coming back for two, I think the bat plugs as well. Yeah, he's gone. Never makes it. And so you wouldn't read about it. I don't think I've ever seen that before. A run that was induced by a fielder celebrating in error results in a run out at a crucial time of the match when the free hit only results because of a bowler error where he's overstepped. And now Majid Hanif, that is a bizarre way to get out. Someone tell me the score. Got no idea. There you go. It's 79 for 6.
That is incredible. I mean, well, Sudan out there, I mean, he takes a great catch and he's celebrating, and then I think half the team is celebrating and the other half is saying, oh, yeah, ki kar raha, throw maar, kyo mara, main catch kar lete. It's a free hit, no ball out, and then he throws it in. What an arm, what a throw, and he does get his man out in the end. Abbas comes out to bat. He's not amused, I'm sure he's not amused, because he's just been put under some unnecessary pressure. Remember, free hit, it's a no ball, but you can be run out, and that's what's happened here.
All right, last ball, the over. Swing and a miss. So that's a long way to go. It'll be 16 required from the last. The captain, Shiraz Ahmed, will be on strike. High pressure, high drama, high stakes cricket here from Cartama. As after 9 overs, it's 79 for 6.
What about that? Well, first of all, I mean, to bowl the no ball, it was a huge no ball. And one thing about it was, if it weren't a no ball, it would have been out because the fielder, the no ball is called, so he doesn't even bother to try and catch it. If it was a legal delivery, that would have been caught. But not too much. Well, what does that cost them? It's cost them 2 runs, I suppose. Yeah. One for the no ball, and then...
It actually works out well, in a way, doesn't it?
And then he does finish with a dot. So this is massive. Now, one thing that Taranjit, and I take it is Taranjit that's bowling. Yes, it is. What he's got to do is get the ball up there. He cannot be bowling those half-trackers like he did before. Can he keep it in the tram line? A bit of pressure on him. 16 required in 6 deliveries.
A bit of pressure. Here we go. Yeah, gets it, but he hasn't got it at all. And Scott Austin's coming in, and he drops the catch, and now they want to come back, but we're going to have a huge run out here. He's going to be gone. Shiraz Ahmed wanted to pinch the strike back, and well, now there's some communication, and it wasn't the kind that Asad Abbas really wanted to hear about. This is all about the running here. Austin drops the catch, but takes someone out, costs them a run, but it does ultimately remove the opposition skipper. Shiraz Ahmed couldn't get going that innings. He is gone now, and it's 80 for 7.
Well, I mean, he's absolutely disgusted that the non-striker Abbas decides not to run here. Austin keeps his cool. Though he drops the catch down, all he's done is cost them 1 run. But you know what? I know Shiraz Ahmed is really filthy there, but I reckon this could... Look at them. They're having words here saying, "Yaar ki kar deta? Main strike de hona chahiye." But I don't think that's a bad thing because he swung and missed at a lot. Maybe Abbas is going to be the hero.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, Shiraz Ahmed, traditionally you'd say that more established batter, you want to get on strike. But it wasn't the kind of innings where he just couldn't really get anything going. He ends up with 3 singles off 7 balls. So now the score is
15 required.
80 for 7. Yeah. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Drama here. Look, everybody who is in this ground is standing and watching. Here we go. Well struck. Will they go for 2?
Well, yeah, I think you can't just start throwing wickets away with wanton abandon now because, you know, you need boundaries. And Atif Mohammed is there. He can hit boundaries. Really all these guys can. But now you're just leaving the run so late. But we haven't seen them bat under pressure in the series yet. That's what you would say.
Yeah.
Now they need 14 off 4. So you really need one here. And he doesn't get it. Yes, he does. Well, forget that. It's caught by Samir in the fan zone. Maximo! Atif Mohammed. I thought for a second he didn't didn't really get it, but he certainly got enough to get it out of the ground. 6 runs.
Chief Mohammed absolutely smashes this, goes inside his crease and goes bang. Well, Samir takes the catch.
Now, doesn't get this at all, and they'll get 1. Atif Mohammed probably wants to come back, but there's probably no way he can get back. So that makes it 7 off 2.
Well, 7 off 2. So it's going to be Abbas who is having the argument with the captain, Ahmed. Well, can he be the hero, and can he go back to his captain and say, that's why I stayed there? He'd love to be able to do that, otherwise he's going to get a bit of kitch from the skipper. Look at everybody around this ground, Vinny. Never seen anything like this. Everybody on their toes. The suspense, the tension. This is European cricket at its best.
It's absolutely crazy is what it is.
Champions League of cricket.
I mean,
which team will go through to the final?
Such a big game, because your experience of the day is totally different. I mean, you don't want to play RBS or the Farmers, and then you've made it to the final. You still have to get over your opponent in this match. It's a big difference. 7 off 2. Hits it down the ground. Big moment. And it's caught at the second attempt. Oh, and so it's Tenzin to sing down the ground. It was flat batted. And Abbas doesn't get the elevation. And, you know, this is why that rule is so important, because they do cross, but it doesn't matter. It means the new batter is going to have to come out and try and hit 6 to tie the game. Just have a look here. Atif Mohammed, they crossed easily. Ooh. And so Atif Mohammed would have basically been on strike with 6 to win. Yeah. But now you've got the new batter who is out there. And Richard Cox, he is about as cool as you can get. That just goes in the notebook.
You know what he's writing down there? He's writing Tajwinder Singh, dropped, then caught. Amazing. 6 will take it to a golden ball. I mean, the one thing the bowler cannot afford to do is bowl a wide or bowl a no ball. It's got to be a legal delivery.
It's got to be a 6. If it is a 6, then we will go to a golden ball.
Who's coming in?
Yeah. Well,
who's the batter? Who could be the hero here?
It's Adil Shafkat, who's got one opportunity here. He needs to hit a 6, otherwise it will be Pakai Care in a sudden death matchup later today. And the Lions, they're 1 ball away from the final. 6 for a golden ball. Misses, no call, and it's all over. And Pakai Care, they taste defeat for the first time here in Group E. But we called it the group of excitement. And I tell you what, we have the Punjab Lions. You can see it, players from Cyprus. They're excited. Whoa. They just toppled the top of the table. Pakai Care, they're in the final. Pakai Care, well, back to the drawing board for them. And the final score here in qualifier 1. Punjab Lions, Nicosia of Cyprus, 94. Pakai Care of Spain, 88.
Well, look at that. Look at those scenes. No, they haven't won the final, but they've booked their place in the final. They're champions of Cyprus, Punjab Lions of Nicosia. They came out roaring like lions. And, well, look, there's so many things that were important in this match. Don't forget that last over. Don't forget the batting of Awan when he got 19 of the last, hitting those big 6s. That was so crucial. That was so important. They had to believe in themselves. They put the highest score on the board that any team has scored against Pakai Care Balalona. And then they had to defend. We know they've been good. Look, even though they had those blips, for the first time we see them drop catches and making misfields, but they held it together. And what a match this was. Pakai Care Balalona, the Spanish champions, they taste defeat for the first time, but they will get a chance to bounce back, but it's not going to be easy.
Now, look, at the start of the week, we knew this was a strong group, and we see some chuck of the there style from Scotty Austin, but, I mean, I don't think either one of us would have had Cyprus there in the top 2 in the final, and that's what this ECL has been dishing up. Well, that was a real Superman effort from Stone Cold Scotty Austin, and I thought Super Thursday was yesterday. There were a couple that went down. Really, they had a few opportunities they didn't take, but Pakai Care, we always know, just because of the way they play, that there's this hyper-aggressive attitude. It can create dot balls, can build pressure. In the end, they were a victim of that pressure, I think, as they just went off the rails towards the end of this chase.
Yeah, there was some poor shot selection, and that's what cost them. That could have cost them, couldn't it, that drop? But, well, Kumar, it didn't cost them because the other Mazumdar, this one as well went down, and this was when things were all going wrong. Guri was absolutely well, I'm not going to say what he was, but he was pretty angry about that. But they did get it back together when it mattered. They got Sukhinder out, and then Mazumdar says, yeah, I did drop him 2 runs earlier, but he hasn't done too much damage. I've got him. And Mohammed Cameron, well, he had to go, and then they were back in the match.
Yeah, they certainly were. And well, this was a funny one. This was a key moment. It was a free hit, and then everyone forgot. And the batter did it. He said, well, if you're celebrating, I'll take 2. But he only got about 1.9 because he got bat plugged. He was out of it. Then we had another drop catch, and then another run out as Shiraz Ahmed. Well, we can't broadcast what he said to us at Abbas in that moment. And then it was Atif Mohammed who hits this ball for 6, but he wouldn't really get another opportunity because when it came down to it, this was 7 required. It was taken. It meant the new batter had to be on strike. Again, you see why we have that rule. It rewards the fielding, the fielding team. Still can't quite believe what I've seen. And in the end, yeah, a bit of a nervous look around from Taranjit Singh, but he had snuck it inside. And well, you know when Mohammed's up and running, that they must be excited. And why wouldn't you be excited? Because Punjab Lions Nicosia, they are the first team through to the Group E final. What a boil over that is. And you can see that this is what's coming up. Pakai Care, they will now play in the 3rd match of the day against the winner of the next game. It's eliminated 3. 2 teams show, 1 team stays, 1 team goes. Javier Krijnhout will get the chance to bat first, and will Tobias Vise do what he's capable of? Teo Walbra also having a pretty good week, but again, he's been patchy, hasn't he? Julian DeMay has been very good for them. I have to say, I like some of the batting as well from Dubjit and some of their other players as well. So let's go back to this game, and it was Skander Ali who top scored with 28 off 13. Kamran had some lives, he contributed 24, but nobody else able to crack double digits. And a pretty disciplined bowling performance from Punjab Lions Nicosia, although their fielding let them down on occasions. I guess when it came out to it, they just held their nerve in a very tense encounter.
What an amazing game as we have a look at those bowling figures. Tajwinder Singh bowls really well, 1 for 13, 2 for 13. Guri, the captain, he led by example. He was frustrated and angry at times, but he kept cool as he could. He gave the players the belief and confidence that they needed, and they pulled off an amazing victory. And those scenes there at the end told you the story. All the players screaming and yelling and hugging each other. And you saw the bench there. Well, even the manager and representing the federation, Mohammed Hussain, charging onto the field along with Rajwinder Brar. And I think at one moment it was Richard Cox who looked up when he came out of his book and thought, where's everybody gone?
Yeah, Richard Cox. It takes a lot to get him away from the notebook. My favourite moment was Richard Cox in that key moment, essentially where they could win or lose the game. He just kind of peered up from his notebook and looked fairly unamused and noted something down. But, well, 94-88, incredible cricket, incredible scenes. And look, we are going to continue with more cricket just around the corner. Just be a few minutes and we will be back. And it'll be Javier Krijnhout versus Farmers. Be the Netherlands versus Jersey for the right to face Pakai Care in qualifier 2 later on today. Hope you're having a great Finals Friday. How could you not be? It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Andrew Ryan, he'll be sitting in for me the next game for that crucial encounter. Join us then in just a few minutes. You're watching ECN, and this is the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
How we play cricket
on the Costa del Sol.
And welcome back to the Costa del Sol. It's Finals Friday here on Group E, and now it's time for our first elimination match of the day. It's Eliminator 3. The two teams in the 3 and 4 seeds, they have to turn up, and only one of them will be able to survive to the afternoon. I've got the trophy here, a magnificent trophy, the ECL trophy designed by Local Lifestyle. Thanks to them for their support of the European Cricket League, and well, it's amazing. And this top bit, the crown actually comes off, and the winning captain can wear it because they will be the kings of European cricket. Let's head out to the middle for the giant coin toss, where Rob Kemming is with the two captains of these two teams. It's HBS Krijnhout of the Netherlands taking on Farmers of Jersey.
BET2BALL. BET2BALL. We'll have a ball.
Well, BET2BALL is the way that it fell, and that means that Jersey, they've won the toss and they've elected to field. I think that's a pretty smart decision. They seem to be able to, like chasing, they seem to be able to put it together. But look, they could be chasing a few if Tobias Wiese gets going for HBS Krijnhout. He's threatened all week, never really put it together. And well, here's one guy I thought would have a chance of scoring a century at some point, and he is very, very threatening. He just keeps hitting the ball hard most of the time. He was well caught last night, but HBS, well, they'll be a bit annoyed, I think, that they didn't get in the top 2 seeds and have to play for their lives here. Both these teams, they need to win 3 matches on the spin if they are going to qualify for Championship Week next week. And well, if they do, they'll have a chance of lifting this trophy in a week's time. Let's get up to the commentary box though. Andrew Ryan and Rico Fort are going to take you through this one. Let's see what happens in eliminator number 3, because it's Jersey, the Farmers. They will be fielding first.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. What a magnificent trophy that is. That's what they're playing for. We know one team that has put their place in the final is the Punjab Lions of Nicosia, the champions from Cyprus. Who would have thought it? They just had that amazing emotional victory over Pakar Barcelona. So Pakar Barcelona will have to wait to see who they play to try and get their second time round, and it's going to be either one of these teams. What a match this is going to be. And how about that? Well, we thought the first match came close. Well, our bet versus wall says that this one is going to be a tie, so maybe we're going to get a golden ball here. Well, I certainly will be excited to see a golden ball, Rico Full. And of course, another man who's going to be very excited to see a golden ball will be Andrew Ryan. Good morning to Rhino.
Morning, Rico. Well, I'm already excited. How good was game 1 today? That was a wonderful performance. Quite like the saying, throwing the cat amongst the pigeons, but that win by Punjab Lions, it has thrown the lion amongst the pigeons. An incredible performance from the Cypriot champions, and they have booked their place in the final later this afternoon, and Pakar Care going to have to run the gauntlet against the winner of this game between Farmers and HBS Krijnhout. HBS Krijnhout, they are batting first, and their superstar at the top of the order, Tobias Wiese. There is a time to stand up, and it is now. He needs to find some form.
He certainly does. And one thing about that last match, and we're talking to anybody you talk to from the champions of Cyprus yesterday, said we're going to make history. We are going to get in the final and we're going to win it. A lot of people would have thought, nah, you're crazy. Against a team that hasn't lost yet, ain't going to happen. Well, it's happened. They're there. And
He'll be proudly singing the anthem, the final this afternoon.
No, I'm glad you made it. I heard you had a bit of trouble.
Well, we can go into that coming overs, Rico. It was a bit of stress.
Just happy to get off the mark. Interesting who they're opening up with here. Do you think they're going with Joel Richardson? And just deciding maybe just to mix it up early.
Yeah, I don't mind this call, actually. Joel Richardson, as much as he looks fairly innocuous to the casual observer, he's actually been quite effective in the tournament so far. Just pulling a little bit of the pace back. I think it's not a bad option having the left-hander to Wiese as well.
That Yorker length delivery, so both batters off the mark with singles.
Quite an offside heavy field at the moment, Rico, considering that Richardson traditionally swinging the ball back into the pads of the right-handers. Teo Warborough, he's shown a good range of shots both on the offside and the leg side, particularly Savage, hitting square of the wicket on the offside.
Dead ball, just waiting for one of the fielders just to top his laces. Van Kinman, what a game he had yesterday. Oh, he's gone right across the line here, and he's going to have to go. And it doesn't help if the batter just stays there and says, look, this is where I am, umpire, because the umpire thinks, well, let me have another look. And, well, Joel Richardson, he was asked to open up. You liked it, Rhino, and he gets the wicket. Let's have a look at this again. He goes, shuffles across, right across. Yeah, I mean, look, that's going to be out for me. He's low down. It hits him. I mean, you're going to say it hits him on the thigh, but when you're that low down, he's not going to hit your pad, and he's got to go. That's the correct call for me.
Yeah, good call from the umpire. I don't think the height was a problem. May have been a bit of question whether it was swinging down leg side, but I think that's clipping enough of leg stump. The finger goes up. Huge wicket. That is the second innings in succession. The Visay has gone down on the front knee, tried to whip a ball over to square leg and been pinned LBW. Huge moment very early in this game. Going in the first over, the Javier superstar, the pressure back on Teo Warborough again.
Yeah, Teo Warborough has to now. Well, he's got to forget about what's happened there and try and make things happen. This man, he's had an up and down week with the bat. And it's Majinder Singh. He's been very good with the ball. With the bat, he's been up and down. He does play some wild swings sometimes, and he's lucky as the ball just skims or misses the stunts. But he is able to hit it big again. But there, that's the man who's got to do all the damage here. I think Teo, he's probably thinking, he's safe, fading again.
T10 cricket all about matchups, Rico, and I think this is a good matchup for Farmers. When Singh has gone big in this tournament, it has tended to be stepping away, slapping the ball to particularly deep mid-wicket. Richardson's going to take it away from him.
Look at the shape on that, beautifully bowled. Swinging away, in and away to the left-hander.
He's certainly not up with Mohammed Cameron pace, Richardson, but he's a good bowler. Can he operate it? I'm sure he's seen enough of Majinder Singh throughout this week to know that that's precisely the line he's got to bowl.
Up in the air, but it's going to be catchable. And it is. It's the second wicket. Joel Richardson gets Majinder Singh. Majinder Singh looking to go big, looking to hit over the top of the infield. He does, but he slices it. No power in the shot. Catch has been taken. It's another one that goes. This is unbelievable. What a start for the Farmers.
Oh, the Javier batting lineup. They are in free fall. Two batsmen already back in the pavilion. 2 for 2 in the first over. And this call to bring on Joel Richardson for the first over, looking like an absolute masterstroke so far. Good captaincy. And I tell you what, Rico, the thing when you get to day 5, and this is where we bring out the layers of T10 cricket and how it progresses over each week here, each of the teams has now had a really, really good look at their opposition. So they're coming in cold on day 1, day 2, still trying to get a feel for what the relative strengths are of each player. By now, they know where they should and shouldn't be bowling to each batsman. And it's been noticeable that it's been a really intelligent first 5 deliveries from Joel Richardson. He's doing exactly what his captain would have asked for him, and he's being backed up by the field.
2 for 2. Amazing stuff. A ball to go in the first over. And Majinder only lost 2 balls. A 2-ball duck for him. Oh, this is going to be very close. It could be a third. Oh, well. Let's have a look at this again. Everybody goes up. And the only thing could be swinging. We know he's swinging the ball a lot.
Geez, I thought that was plumb, Rico. I was waiting for the finger to go up. We'll see. Stefan Gooch striding back square leg position. Looks like it's probably going to pitch on middle and off. I think that's gone, to be honest. That's a big break for Harvey S. And the 2 wickets down could have been a third in the pavilion.
Yeah, well, I don't know what this is missing. This, for me, well, that's a really, really tight call. I mean, the umpire's in the best position, and there's obviously some doubt that, well, I know that if I was from here, it looks plumb, but of course, we're not standing in the umpire spot. Not out is a decision. That is a huge, huge, huge breakthrough, perhaps, because Navjot Singh, if he goes, well, he's been a man who's been in good form. What a start. 2 for 2.
Ball curls into the pads of Teo Warborough. That's a big no call, but it's still an amazing over from Joel Richardson. 2 for 2. Got Chuggy Pashad coming on to bowl now. Saw him at the start of the week and was fairly straight up and down, relying on his change-ups a lot. It seems in the last day or two that he's switched to bowling some big hooping in-swingers, and he's getting some movement with the new pill.
Yeah, he's renowned for his variations, and he's certainly been producing them.
It's a good shot. Navjit Singh showed a composed technique yesterday, was the man who really drove the innings for HBS Krinehout. Pershad getting a lot of in movement. Unfortunately, that one's just drifting to leg or outside leg and beautifully clipped away from Singh. He's going to bowl the big in-swingers, Rico. It's interesting with the field at the moment that it's not really a fine leg. It's almost a fielder on the 45 on the leg side.
Yeah, and this one starts off a little bit wider, so swinging it in to Walborough, who plays it quite casually. He's trying to, I suppose he's trying to keep a cool head here with the start that's happened.
I've got to say, with the amount that he's swinging, I'd almost be tempted to bring that fine leg in much finer and short and have the fielder on the boundary back of the square. It's just defended by Walborough. If anything, actually take the man out of the deep mid-wicket position and encourage them to hit with the swing over there. Open up the stumps, chance for a bowler and LBW.
Bit of pressure then on the champions of Netherlands. Bump ball. I see people getting a bit excited there. And making a change to the field here. This is interesting. So just leaving just the 3-man on the leg side now, putting an extra man in the offside.
Nicely bowled again from Pershad. He's got that in-swinger working well. Just pitches that one outside off stump. Excellent start from the Farmers from Jersey. HBS Krinehout, still a mountain of work to do. They're 2 wickets down, only 8 runs on the board after 2.
And just having a look at both these batters now. Obviously, trying to stay composed, trying to not let the situation that they're in bother them at the moment. But it's one of those, though, I mean, they still need to play the shots. They still need to think about getting this, keep the scoreboard ticking. It's that Yorker again from Joel Richardson, and I'm liking this as well. Get Joel right back in there again. He's caused problems with those sort of in-swinging Yorkers. Just see if you can get another one for your team. And, well, Navjit Singh survived the first baller. There'll be appeal. And well, this one he gets a bit of bat on. That was an unusual way to try and stop it from Richardson.
Yeah, but I agree with you, Rico. I think it's good captaincy. He's certainly a much more threatening customer when the ball's new. He's still getting a little bit of sideways movement. You probably don't want him coming in and bowling the 8th, 9th and 10th overs.
He played straight to the field.
First one that he's pitched wide of off stump was I'm not sure if it was deliberate change up or just didn't quite have the same movement of his previous deliveries, but continuing a good spell halfway through this over. Figures of 2 for 4. It's been quite a contribution from the experienced Jersey left armour. It's a good ball from Richardson. Once again, just finding the space outside off stump. Not too much tail back in. Batsman plays and misses. He's looking like he's throwing grenades out there at the moment, Rico. Man, he's had a pretty good tournament, but this has been a step up.
Yeah, this has been really good. I mean, that one there, he gets it to drift across the right-hander.
Nice ball, just played away to the vacant mid-wicket region. That's us, a tribe. It's going to be a crucial component of the chase for the Farmers team.
Yeah, I mean, he was the only highlight yesterday in the batting for HBS Krinehout in that last game against the B.E.T.2BALL Lions of Nicosia. He made 41 of 15. Everybody else failed.
That's cracked. Well fielded. Teo Walborough cut shot. It's a powerful weapon. But the Farmers backing up their bowling unit, and that's an outstanding power play. They couldn't have asked for any more than that. 2 wickets down, 11 runs on the board for HBS Krinehout, and the Dutch. They've had to recover their batting innings a couple of times recently, Rico, and that's middle and lower order. They're going to have to step up again.
Certainly are order. Spell of bowling, though, from Joel Richardson. He's the oldest member of the squad, 45. And, well, he's just bowled these 2 overs, conceded 5 runs and picked up 2 wickets, and that's why you're seeing That power play is really quite measly yet to get started. And this is where we are at. We know that the Punjabi Lions have booked their place in the final. And Pak Arcade Badalona get the second chance. They'll be playing whichever team wins out of this eliminator.
That is what today is all about. This is sudden death cricket. As Reece Palmer comes on to take the fourth. Good full ball. Looks like he panicked a bit yesterday when the skipper from Marlow Cricket Club, Shazad, was taking the long handle to him. Just got a little bit flat. Needs to keep a bit of variety in his attack. That one's short, flat, swung wildly over to the backward square boundary for a Maximo.
Yeah, lovely shot from Teo Warburton. And in fact, that's actually Singh. Apologies, Singh just drops back. We saw him do this a lot yesterday. He's very quick to get back inside his crease. And he crunches that away, just slightly shorter delivery. And he's onto it pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's got lovely hands, Navjit Singh. Really flies through the ball. A little bit more air, that's better bowling from Palmer.
Yeah, it's those fuller deliveries that have been the ones that have caused the trouble so far when you're asking the batter to try and drive or hit straight. And that's where you see Palmer goes back to that length straight away.
Float one wider side off stump. Well bowled, well bowled.
What you're calling for there, Andrew. I mean, it's a little bit quicker, but that's the areas, isn't it?
They've got some protection out there on the deep point. Looks like probably just a little bit more coverage than deep point out there, but he's got some cover. Warburton thrashes it. Good fielding from the man coming through from cover. That's Julius Summerall. Keeps it in front of him. Keeps it just to one. So it's been another reasonably solid over from the Farmers bowling attack. One more ball for Palmer to get through.
Bowled again and make sure it's not getting past him. So that's tidy. Just that one short delivery that did get put away by Navjit Singh. But other than that, it was good. And they're just keeping the pressure on, frightening themselves around. They're prepared to get dirty because they know what's at stake here.
Well, they certainly know what's at stake here. I mean, these teams who have had the benefit at times, certainly Cranehood, of having the opportunity to have a loss yesterday and therefore, in fact, 2 losses yesterday. But they had that benefit because of where they qualified. On the other hand, Farmers' team been sudden death since yesterday for them, and they're stepping up at the right time.
They certainly are stepping up, and we'll see more of that here today. I mean, yesterday I think it was turn of the batting to improve, and I think the Tribe brothers batted really well. I think what they showed yesterday is that they are able to mix it up. They needed to mix it up. We were saying that the way that they play is probably pretty orthodox. They needed to play some big shots, and they showed they could do that. And this one starts with the wide. And I also did like, I mean, we talk a little bit about the batting, how that Zach and as a Tribe batted really well, and then also Chuggy performed as well. But with the bowling, I like the way that the youngsters, especially George Richardson, performed, and William as well was spot on. So they looked like the good all-round team. Starting with those wide deliveries, and this was William who was talking about. But what he will do, I mean, okay, he's going to take a while to get his line right, and I think we've said this before. You don't mind a bowler just going a little bit too wide because he's trying to bowl to a plan. You're trying to keep this ball outside the off stump, in that channel, in that corridor.
Yeah, completely agree, Rico. Let's see if he can just get his location a little bit closer to off stump. That one's gone wide again. Teo's thrashed the bat at it. It's going to spin helpfully. Takes it over to a boundary. A little bit of pressure on young William Pershard here. A couple of wides to start the over, but it's been compounded by the boundary, and the Farmers will not want to see Teo Warburton start to get in a rhythm. Throughout this tournament, he's generally built his innings in the opening overs, but shown a capacity once he's in for 15 balls, 20 balls to really get motoring.
Pershard, can he come back with a good one after that boundary?
Yeah, nice ball. Popped up, almost a chance for Summerall coming in. He was right on the 30 in cover. A little bit closer, that would have been straight down his throat, but as it was, nice bowling from Pershard. Just finally found his length, still a little bit of tail away. Good recovery from the young man.
Yeah, good, and top fielding there from Summerall. And he's another one, he's another big name that'll be looking to make his mark today. He's Talented player, talented batter. Just been off the boil the last couple of innings that he's had. It'd be a good time to get back into form on finals day.
Certainly would. It's where dreams are made of, Rico, in these big games. The young man just loses his radar again. Ball goes down leg side. Tough thing in these T10 games when you're a captain, Rico, too. In others, you'd probably go have a word with him, just give him a chance to calm down.
Yeah.
Tell him to take a few deep breaths. With the clock we have running here and the teams needing to get their overs in within a designated space of time, there's not really the chance for the captain to go and have a few comfortable chats with the young bowler. That one's hit straight down. Well, he's recovered perfectly well. Lovely catch taken by Ben Kinman down there on the long off boundary. Well, it's been a mixed bag from William Pershard, but a big wicket with Navjit Singh hitting it straight down the throat of the long off fielder, and he is headed back to join Visay and Singh in the pavilion. He's the third wicket down. Crane Hood, 27 runs on the board.
Yeah, Singh, he'll be disappointed in getting his wicket or giving his wicket away, because you see there he just takes a step before that ball is bowled, sort of to go down to the leg side a little bit to give himself a bit of room. But I think what he actually does is when he goes for the shot, he takes the power that would go into the shot away a little bit. So he's not able to time it right, not able to hit it well enough, and gives quite an easy catch to Ben Kinman. So the third wicket goes down, and I think that one is a little bit of unnecessary pressure being put on his side, as we see Julian DeMay, the tall figure of the youngster, a very good all-rounder, great spinner, great catcher of the ball. He's taken more catches than anyone else in his BET2BALL European Cricket League so far, but now he's required to bat and bat well.
And showing the bonus of a tall, fast bowler that can just get the ball to jump off the pitch, just hit higher on the bat than Singh wanted. Comes back in, good ball, jams DeMay with his first delivery. We probably haven't seen the best of Julian DeMay with the bat so far in this tournament. He's tall, got an elegant, well-coached technique, cracked a couple of good shots during day 4, but needs to play in innings of greater substance. And speaking of substance, that Jersey support crew, haven't they been on fire this week? Nice ball from Pershard, just driven down the ground. It's just going to be an easy single as Kinman, who took the catch earlier this over, sweeps around, keeps it to 1.
The difference a wicket makes. Pershard just struggled earlier on, and then he gets a wicket, and now his radar is spot on. That was well bowled, it's well played as well.
Plenty of smiles in the Jersey support crew as well. They like the look of this scoreboard. Yeah, good ball. Just getting it inside that tram line, forcing Warburg to play. He's struggling with his strike rate a touch at the moment, 9 off 12. RBS Cridehood, they are struggling as well, 28 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, loving those smiles there from the supporters of the Farmers. And what a story about this club, founded in 1976. And it all came down to, well, the Farmers. They're called the Farmers because they are farmers. And a lovely farm, and wanted to play a game of cricket against the Builders, and thought, well, yeah, why don't we? Why don't we do it? And that was how it all started. And it was Jim, the potato man, and Uncle Robbie, the dairy man, coming together. And now that ground is renowned all over Europe. Got ICC status as well.
Nicely bowled from Reece Palmer. Well, they may be farmers, Rico, but there is nothing agricultural about the way they go about their cricket. They are a high-class, well-coached lineup.
Yeah.
Been very, very good in the field. Good collection of young athletes for the most part. And I think they've adapted to this T10 format well as the week's gone on. They're certainly a team that feels like it's got momentum at the right end of the tournament as Palmer strides in with his off-spin. Gets a bit onto middle stump. Warburg, bat turns in his hands. Going to take a diving effort. Fortunately, Kinman can't get there.
He's got very fortunate here, hasn't he? And Warburg gets lucky. Doesn't get this right at all. Superb effort from the fielder coming in. I always suspected it wasn't going to carry to anybody, but he still doesn't give it up and gets the slide in as well, trying to get underneath it.
Nice change up. That was the quicker one. Fires at the stumps. Well, James Smith came in. If he had have hit, Teo Warburg would have been walking back.
Well, what's going on here? They're playing a little bit of pass it around, but it just remains as 1 run.
There's some good arms in this Jersey team. They're probably the most athletic fielding unit in the competition.
Yeah. Let's have a look at this. This was pretty close. And I think he would have just made it. Didn't really slide that pad in, though.
It's a much better over from Reece Palmer, this one, Rico. He's bowled a few flatter balls, which he's been guilty of going back to when batsmen have attacked him. But it's been more variety. He hasn't given the same thing twice. He's got 2 more balls to get through. If he can just create a couple of singles, a couple of dots, skipper's going to be very happy. A little bit more air on that one. Nicely bowled. It's just drilled out to fielder coming in from cover. He hits the stumps with a rocket throw.
Yeah, I mean, the Reece Palmer international bowler showing all of his skill and variations. But there's one thing, for me here, I mean, we talk about this position that we have in this commentary box. We see the whole field, we see all the players. For me, there's nothing better than when the ball is played out to the fielders, they pick it up and they throw it in, and you see the movement of the field, everybody backing up and moving. It's almost like, I don't know, it's synchronized cricket is one way to describe it. I love it. I love that.
Possibly a new Olympic event there, Rico. Synchronized cricket. Don't worry about the 11-a-side game. Drifts onto the leg side. No chance the umpire's going to give that out, but they get away with just the one leg by, and that's the end of the over. RBS Crichton, they are 33 for 3 after 6. Rico, what can they do in the remaining 4?
Well, you see they're trying everything here. You see the May trying to get funky. Well, they've got to show some aggression. They really have. I mean, 3 wickets have gone down, but you're at a stage now with 6 overs gone, 32 on the board. I mean, look, even to go 10 and over, it's only going to get them it's really low pass score if we have a look at those bowling figures. But the bowlers take nothing away from them. They've really bowled really well. You mentioned about Reece Palmer getting it together in that second over. And, well, I think you got to be saying, right, somebody like Teo has got to take them on, got to look for those big shots, because otherwise, I mean, this score could end up being around, I don't know, 60, 70. That's not enough. Somebody's got to go big at some point, and the bowling's not going to get any easier.
It certainly won't. Keep in mind, RBS have hit 45 off their last 3 overs, the last 2 games. Chuggy Pershad coming around the wicket, trying to bowl. Be an in-swing to a right-hander, but an out-swinger to a left-hander. He's lost control of that one, trying to clearly stay off DeMay's pads. To be honest, he's very proficient through the offside. In fact, I suspect DeMay will be eyeing off beating that cover fielder and trying to take a 4 in between the long off and the man down there at deep point and cannons into the pads. No
Do you
run.
think, I'm just watching Julian DeMay here, a couple of shots he's played, they probably are the right shots to play. He just looks a little bit slow, a little bit lethargic. It looks like he's just hasn't got the energy gained into his batting here. He just almost need to charge him up a little bit.
Looks like a fairly lackadaisical player, but he's got some talent as Pershad jams him and just pushes it away for a single. Good bowling from Pershad. He's an experienced customer. He's played plenty of international cricket and has got some tricks in his book. And there's a little part of me that's surprised they may not have left him to the 9th or the 10th over. Great array of change-ups and just having that experienced head on the shoulders to try to carry them through to the latter stages. They've used Ben Kinman as a later over bowler. He had a licorice all sorts over yesterday, didn't he, Rico? An amazing hat trick, but a couple of wides that went down the leg side for 5 runs each.
Firmly striking this one before.
Yeah, that was the one place Pershad did not want to bowl. The in-swinger just dropping touch short, didn't get into the block hole, right into the hitting zone of Teo Warburton, and he puts it away. Yeah,
this is his strength, isn't it? He just waits for it and smashes it straight and hard, 4 runs. That's what they need. They need more of that. Maybe that's probably the plan here from DeMay, trying to keep Teo on strike.
Well, Teo's also only faced 16 balls, and we're 6.5 overs into this innings now. He needs to take the majority of the strike in the coming overs. Swings onto his leg side, drills it nicely. It's well fielded from Asa Tribe.
Yeah, that's really well, covers the ground beautifully, gets down, gets low, straight in his hands, and no chance really for the batters to try and sneak the second.
There is one Achilles heel of this Farmers side, though. Once they get past the top couple of batsmen, they have gotten bogged down a couple of times in their middle order. They really want to try to keep this chase around 70 to 75 if they can. Floated out. It's nicely drilled through the offside from DeMay. Might look for a second, but he's got the arm of Nasser Tribe there to contend with. It's well fielded, and Jersey just playing good defensive T10 cricket at present.
Yeah, they are. And I'm just wondering also, I mean, you made a very good point that these teams now, they've seen each other, they've watched each other enough, they know what each team has got. Maybe you get the feeling here that Teo is just setting himself up maybe to perhaps go after something like George. He'll probably come on to bowl in a bit. This one is trying to get it in the gap again, but once again, well fielded. And it's Nasser Tribe is covering that area so well. So, yeah, I mean, you've got young George Richardson who'll probably come on to bowl as well. He's a pretty quick bowler. And but he has, though he's picked up wickets and he's picked up crucial wickets, he probably has also been the most expensive. As we have a look at where we are, and we've come a long way. We're in Group E, the final group. And just remind yourself of where, remember, you can see there highlighted, Tunbridge Wells, Brigade, Brescia, Albers Army are going to be coming back next week. But who from this Group E will be joining them? And well, at the moment, we know that Punjab Lions of Nicosia, the champions of Cyprus, they've booked their place in that final. And, well, one of these two teams is looking to win this eliminator. And, well, it's not going to get any easier for them because Pakai Care Badalona, having tasted defeat for the first time in the group, are waiting to play that next eliminator to see who's going to go on to play the champions of Cyprus. So it's going to be a tough afternoon, isn't it, for these teams?
Certainly will be. And for the casual cricketer observer, if you're looking down the list of teams for this week and you saw the Cypriot flag, not sure there would have been too many people who would have been picking them to be the first team to qualify for the final, as we see George Richardson steaming in, slightly short of a length, cut away to fielder coming in from backward of point. I think that's once again coming back to that point, Rico, about recognising where the strengths are of batsmen. It's a really, really good fielding position that the skipper James Bouchard's got over there for Teo Warbright, the man about 10 metres backward of point. He's got an excellent cut shot, and when he needs to start hitting, he does like to pin that area. I think it's good captaincy.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they want to, or they're thinking about maybe starting to put a bit of pressure on DeMay now by maybe getting somebody in a little bit closer and saying, well, okay, you're looking to just give the strike to Teo. We're going to try and stop you doing that. Well, he says, well, you can try because maybe I'm going to just hit big instead. That's a nice shot. Goes all the way over. Boom, shakalaka.
Yeah, boom shakalaka indeed, Rico. Well, may have heard your words about him looking a little bit lackadaisical at the crease, and he's thought, I'll show Rico forward I can do. Beautiful strike of the ball. In fact, there's a little bit of the Ashton Agar elegance to his batting style, DeMay. There's similar height, similar build, just a beautiful swing of the bat. Short ball gives DeMay another chance to free his arms. It's just going to be a single.
Yeah, DeMay probably would have liked to find the boundary again with that one, but he does get a single. That's the other thing as well. I think if both these batters can start finding the boundary as well as rotating the strike as well, that'll do good. You've got the left and right combination there as well. That just makes things a tad more difficult for the fielding side.
Certainly does. I did mention it earlier in commentary, Rico. The last two games, RBS, they've scored 45 off the last 3 overs in both of those contests. Looks like it's going to be called wide. George Richardson just losing his line a touch. They've already got 9 off this Richardson over so far. They're still more than capable of setting 85 to 90, and that is going to be a stern chase for the Farmers batting lineup.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, we've already seen that this week hasn't particularly been a high-scoring week in terms of runs on the board.
Pretty good ball from Richardson. It's just drilled. Fielder coming for cover. He's hit the stumps. This will go up to the third umpire. Teo Warbright is exceptionally quick, but a wonderful throw from Julius Summerer, who was standing on the 30 at cover. This is going to be close, Rico. I didn't get a great read of it. I suspect he's made his ground, but that's more instinct about how fast Teo is.
I'm not so sure. Let's see. And, well, we'll just have to slow it down just here. And Well, you can see how close it is there.
I suspect he was probably out, but frame by frame, the wickets haven't been broken while he's still got the bat. Well, the first time we see the bat inside the crease.
Yeah, that's a really close one to call. I mean, the third umpire will have to closely look at that time and time again. And I think it's probably one of those where you're going to have to go with it not out, and they are. It's so close, though, isn't it? So close. Great bit of fielding.
That's wide, drilled by DeMay. Fielder coming around. Tribe does an excellent job. Keeps it to one. That was a strongly struck shot.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in the box with Vinny earlier, there was a few questions about, the scores being pretty low. I think this week, the fielding has been sensational. A lot of runs have been stopped in the field. I think the bowling has been really good as well. I think you'll probably see that by the end of today that in terms of runs scored in the week, it's probably going to be one of the lowest ones, because I think the bowlers have just been in fine form. But it's fielding like that. I mean, we've seen it from the Farmers, we've seen it from the Punjab Lions of Nicosia as well. All the teams have fielded really well. In fact, the only one that the weakest out of the 6 teams here, as we see this one goes aerial route. Has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. It goes all the way over. Balle, balle, kinna sona, shaka lagya.
Yeah, not too many players in this tournament can hit that shot with that power. Wonderful strike from Teo Warborough as RBS Crane hurt. They end the 8th over. 59 on the board. Still only 3 wickets down, which, given they lost a couple early, surprising they've still got that many batsmen to work with. As we see, ever since that first over, it's been a steady pair of partnerships, and this one is just starting to percolate. And Teo Warborough, when he decides to take the attack up, he's been very effective. And that last over went for 17. My 45 total for their last 3 is looking like it's a good chance. Again, the pressure sits on the shoulders of young William Pershard bowling the 9th.
Yeah, I mean, they had options. They could have tried Kinman, but they're going with Pershard, who's bowled one already. Well, this is going to be a no ball, is it? It's pretty high, and it's not called at the moment. I'd like to see this against Sardon. That looked pretty high to me, Andrew.
50-50 call, Rico. Square leg umpire's got a good view of it. Demay's a tall man. Be a good job to get above his waistline for the no ball. Let's see it on the replay.
Here we go.
Oh, tight, but I think it's a reasonable call. Probably a few nerves from William Pershard. If he had bowled a no ball there and it had been pumped for 6, then he would have been right up against it.
Yeah, I mean, just to finish off what I was saying there, I think of all the 6 teams, I think Pakake Badalona have been probably the weakest in the field. And I think in a close match like that last one against the Punjab Lions of Nicosia, it's those little errors, those drop catches, etc., that makes the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, it really does. We see in the YouTube chat, thanks everyone for joining us. Mesnil Man saying it's a properly good fielding performance, this. I probably could not agree more with you, Mesnil. It's a better ball, but it's been smoked over 6 despite the best efforts of Samaroa with an acrobatic leap. That's a lovely shot from Warborough, and he's no longer percolating. He is properly boiling.
Yeah, I mean, this is a beautiful shot. It's the second time he's gone in that area, and like you said, Andrew, when those sort of shots have been played, there's no better batter to do it. This one's over pitched, gets away with it, and he's going to be disappointed he's missed out on this one.
Well, hard in the mouth stuff again. Pershard's come up with 2 full tosses this over. If you're going to bowl one, it's probably better for it to be about half a metre wide of off stump, but very, very lucky. There's 2 fielders inside the circle at third man and 1 at backward point. Wouldn't have taken much bat to get that to the boundary. Another full bunger slapped out to the man coming in from deep cover position. Samaroa fires it in, hits the stumps again. It's almost deja vu from earlier in the innings.
This is absolutely brilliant fielding. This is what I was talking about earlier, wasn't it? I love to see that. Just love the fielders getting the ball, firing it in, and the other fielders backing it up. It's just poetry in motion for me. Great stuff. Great cricket. Great all-round cricket we're seeing here. batters trying to get on top, trying to get the score to, if they can, get to that 90. And that'd be great, but they're going to need a few good shots here. And DeMay, well, he hit one big six in the last over. Can he repeat that in this one?
Well, another 4-1. He's just got enough bat on it. Once again, Samaroa in the picture. Leaps, can't get a hand on it. And Julian DeMay takes him for a maximum. Another big over here, Rico.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, he got away with those slower full toss deliveries to Teo, the right-hander, but I think not to the lefty. This is right in the swing zone, and DeMay thumped it over the boundary. So, yes, he can hit the big six. Coming round the wicket now to the left-hander.
Well, play and miss from DeMay, but it's not going to matter. Umpire Gooch spreads the arms, big nod of the head. He's going to have to re-bowl that one.
Yeah, he's just he's going for that, I think, fuller delivery, sort of trying to sneak it in that little tram line there. The guide with the umpires gets it wrong, wide called. He knows he's under attack here. Last ball, can he finish well?
Well, he does go wide. DeMay gets a little bit of bat on it, goes flying down to the third-man boundary. That's an awful result for the young man. He was put under pressure by, first of all, Teo Walbra and then Julian DeMay. That is a horrendous end to the 9th over, and William Pershard is going to be feeling the pressure the next time he steps up to a bowling crease. Difficult times for the young man. So, Rico, I hate to bring it up again, but
how many did you say?
45 in the last 3 overs, their last 2 games. Now, from overs 8 and 9, they've gone 17 and 19. It feels almost inevitable that they're going to get up to that range again. Harvey S, 78 for 3 after 9 overs. They're looking at setting 90 or 95. That is going to be a challenge for the Farmers batting lineup.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for Kinman. We'll remind you what happened yesterday in the one over he bowled. He did get a hat-trick. In fact, he took 4 wickets. It also did go for 13 runs, but none of those came off the bat. So this is, again, a bit of a gamble. And there were 2 times 5 wides. I think a normal wide and 2 normal wides, a leg by as well. So this is going to be interesting.
Well, I'll tell you what's interesting, this field. They've put a fielder very, very straight, just on the onside as well as the long off and long on. It's cracked by Walbra. Just the single. It's well fielded by Zach Tribe, who hasn't had quite as much work to do as us around on this leg side, but really interesting field position.
Yeah, we've seen this. This is sort of a field position that we saw Christian Munoz actually use for the Spanish national side when they were playing in the T10 in the European Cricket Championship. That man sort of dead straight, but they only obviously have that to the right-hander, to Teo. Now to the left-hander, they go a bit more orthodox.
Big swing from DeMay, doesn't quite pick the off-speed ball. Well bowled from Kinman. Well, it's not quite as much to and fro action from the Ben Kinman over so far.
Not
just
yet,
a single and a dot.
Not yet. But look, I will say this, and I know a lot of people on the chat have picked up this. I mean, it's 79 on the board, but against another fielding side, that quite easily could be the 100 already. Yeah, they have fielded so well.
Very true, Rico. Kinman just gets it outside off stump once again. Little off-speed change-up. Excellent bowling. This is precisely why he's brought on to bowl the 10th over. He's an experienced customer. He's done it again and again at senior level.
85 here, under 85 here, mate.
Known as Ben Binman. He's got a good start here so far. He's a former international player.
Did debate earlier in the innings, Rico, the merits of Chuggy Pershard coming on and bowling outside of those last couple of overs. Lucky to have the experience of Kinman, although he's drifted that very wide of off stump and it's swung even further. Keeper James Pershard does a good job to make sure it doesn't go any further.
Yeah, good stop from James. Of course, remember James Pershard took that unbelievable one-handed catch to get the hat-trick for Kinman. Kinman comes in again, needs to get this one inside that line. Goes for it big, and he nails it. That's out of here. Shaka, Lagia, que grande. Seis carreras.
Yeah, you've called it, Rico. That's a lovely shot down the ground from Teo Warburg. And he's had to put this Javier Cranhoot team on his back the last 2 days. It's largely fallen on his shoulders. He's now up to 39 off 26. It's been a very good innings, and he goes again. He goes even bigger this time. Teo Warburg launches consecutive maximums, and Javier Cranhoot are all of a sudden getting close to triple figures. Who would have predicted this after the power play?
What a shot that is. Well, that ends up halfway up the hill behind us. They're in the 90s. Ball to go. Slower delivery. And is he going to get the wicket here? Oh, just falls. They're going to have to keep running. They do. Then comes a throw, and they're going to make it. So they finish with 2. And looks like there's going to be 95 on the board. And once again, it's the Teo Warburg show. He's rescued his team once more. Well, rescued them to the fact that at least he's helped them put a score on the board. An excellent knock from him, but good support also from Julian DeMay, who scores 24 of 16. But it's all about Teo, 47 of 28 deliveries.
Super over, Rico. Great way to finish them. And the final 3 overs for Javier Cranhoot, 53. Yeah. Outstanding late overs batting from this Javier Cranhoot side. They have excelled themselves in that area, and so much of it down to that man on the left of screen, Teo Warburg, rightly receiving a pat on the shoulder from Julian DeMay. Those two have batted magnificently, but how much of a difference was it to the first couple of overs, Rico?
Yeah, I mean, look, at the beginning, it was trouble, wasn't it? Troubled times, because Joel Richardson, who was, they did a sneaky little change to the opening lineup, and he made all the difference because he picked up those wickets. And, he was unlucky, really, for me, not to have picked up 3, because there was an LBW appeal for Navjot Singh that was pretty close, and it was an online decision from the umpire score, decided not out. But, he didn't last too much longer, and that was, for me, an unnecessary dismissal for Navjit. But that did bring 2 guys together who put in a fantastic partnership, and it was all about, some intelligent batting, just weathering the early storm of the early bowlers. And like you said, I think it's about knowing what else you got to come. They were patient, they waited, and then they went destructive in the last 3.
Yeah, Teo Warburg is quickly turning himself into the most important part of this Javier Cranhoot lineup. He's thought his way throughout these games. He hasn't played the typical thrash and bash game in the opening 3 overs, just works his way into each innings, and it can take its toll having totals rest on a singular batsman, but he's been outstanding so far in this tournament. It receives a rapturous round of applause from the very appreciative viewing public for what was a wonderful innings, 47 off 28 balls, taking Javier Cranhoot up to a total of 95 for 3. Have a quick look through their batting card. It wasn't a pretty start. Tobias Visay, LBW to Joel Richardson, he only faced 2 balls, and Manjinder Singh, the number 3, also out cheaply. Navjit stayed around for a while before he was a victim of William Pershard, and then Julian DeMay giving excellent support to Warburg as they took the total up to 95 for 3 of their 10 overs. Rico, that is more than defendable by the Dutch.
Yeah, more than defendable, and I think a key man who played a big part in that 68-run partnership, Julian DeMay. I mean, he made 24 valuable runs in that partnership of 16 deliveries. I think he could be the key with the bowling. I think him and the captain, Ferdy Wink, have to be at their best. And they'll be more than happy to get that on the board. It was a fantastic, you said it, 53 runs coming off the last 3 overs. As we have a look at the bowling figures, Joel Richardson at the top end. Well, I mean, you don't get better than that. 2 for 5. And the only other bowler to get a wicket was William Pershard. I think there was good bowling. I mean, Chuggy was brilliant again, 15 but wicketless. But the expensive one, Pershard, though, he did pick up when he went for 28. And then I did suspect they'd go after George Richardson. They did. He went for 17. And Ben Kimman there bowling at the end. He got the first part of his over was good, the first 3 deliveries. But then we saw Teo Warburg go big, in the final deliveries, and that's why he ends up with 47 on out of 28. Julian DeMay supports him well with 24. An excellent partnership between those two. They came together when they were in a bit of trouble. 27 for 3 it was. But, well, Harvey has gone out. They'll be pretty satisfied with that. They've got the runs on the board in this very important eliminator.
Yeah, this is going to be a stunning conclusion to game 2. We've still got the 10 overs of the Farmers' innings. Their batting lineup will come under massive pressure by the Harvey S bowling corps. Nonetheless, they are going to give it a big shake in an effort to make it through to the qualifier for the final later today. It is Day 5, the final day of Group E here at the European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL. We're at the wonderful Cartama Oval in the Andalusia region of Spain. There is only one place to be at the moment, and it is here. It is European cricket on the European Cricket Network. Please join us in a couple of minutes for the second innings. European cricket fans, welcome back to Cartama Oval in the Andalusia region of Spain. Thanks for joining us for Day 5 of Group E here at the BET2BALL European Cricket League. We're into the second innings of Game 2 today. It is Javier Creyanud to have put 95 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. An excellent recovery after losing 2 in the first over to Joel Richardson, and paced in particular by Teo Warborough, scoring 47 and ably supported in that final partnership by Julian DeMay. But the Farmers have now got a much tougher task in order to take the victory here today than they would have expected partway through this innings. But their batting lineup, Rico, it feels like it's started to get into its T10 groove the last couple of games.
Yeah, it certainly has, and they've made a little switch, didn't they? They've got the Tribe brothers out there, Zach and Asa, and they're batting really well together. Zach's been the more aggressive to start off with, but last couple of times he's got himself out when he's been in the 20s, and he'll be looking to go beyond that, maybe try and get a big score on. His brother normally supports him pretty well, Asa, but Asa's been left on his own a few times. Let's see if they can get a better partnership together. They're going to be up against the bowling of Julian DeMay. DeMay, sometimes he's started quite wildly, and he'll be looking to improve on that here. He knows that get a good start in for his team, and they've got a very good chance.
A little bit short outside off stump. Just push through to man coming in. It's Vink at cover. Small fumble. And just push it across to the other Vink. That's Ferdy coming in from the position at mid-off. Just a single to start off the innings.
Yeah, both the Vinks will be key in this as well. We saw them bowl intelligently yesterday, didn't we? Just keeping the pace of the ball, varying, getting those variations right.
Starting off with the field, DeMay, that he's got the usual tail Warborough position of deep mid-wicket. Jinder Singh here at long on. Nice length. That's Asa Tribe reaching forward, just pushing a single. They're pretty good at manoeuvring the singles when they're not finding the boundary balls. Farmers, they're going to have to a few 4s and 6s though to make sure they keep up with the run rate. It's a reasonable total they're chasing. Rocks under the back foot, a little bit upish, but that's probably going to spin all the way down to the boundary at backward point. That's a nice bit of bowling from DeMay, but he's rewarded with a boundary in the scorebook against his name.
Yeah, and well, he's got a bit of smile on his face there. It's Zach Tribe. Like I said, he's the aggressor. Plays it aggressively and manages somehow to pierce those 2 fielders. They get 4 on the board, and there you go. See DeMay saying, really?
Full of ball, nicely driven, but it's straight to Vink at mid-off. Nice timer, the ball, Zach Tribe.
Back, mid-wicket, and long on.
Another one short and wide. It's almost a replay of the third ball. Runs away back to the backward point. Boundary, the second 4 of the over.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe a little bit dicey, but intelligent as well. As I said, those 2 men on the boundary at long on and mid-wicket mean that everybody else has to be inside. And if he gets enough on this, he's backing himself to get it over the 30-yard circle. And so far, he's winning that battle, Zach Tribe.
There's a decent gap between the men at point and backward point. Clearly decided that whenever May drops a little bit short, he's going to attack it. A little bit fuller, intelligently played off the back foot. Tribe punches it out to point, no run. And it's the end of the first over. Farmers 10 for none.
Yeah, well, they'll be happy with that. They know they go at that rate, and then they'll get this victory in the bag, and they'll be playing a tough match against a team that waits, the champions of Spain, Paca Badalona. And that will be, of course, another eliminator to see who goes through and faces the Punjab Lions of Nicosia. I mean, a few words, Andrew, about the Lions. I mean, what did you think of that performance from them?
Oh, nothing short of outstanding, although I'll add the other adjective of surprising.
Yeah.
Because when Pakai Care got within about 30 runs with still a number of overs left to go, I thought they would walk it in, but a few less than wonderful choices of shots from their batsmen, a bit of the middle and later order under pressure, and they let the match go when they were in control. Jinder Singh Pushed that one outside off stump. Nicely bowled by the left armour. Rico, that would have been a great game to call. There was such excitement around the ground, wasn't there?
Oh, it was a fantastic game. And don't forget, of course, the chaos on the free hit when everything went. The player took the catch to go to Majinda here. Slow delivery, well pitched up, taking on the field, get there comfortable. Yeah, I mean, go back to that. It was hit out, the free hit. It was caught by Sudan. He's celebrating the catch, while half the team saying, yeah, we got a wicket. The other half saying, throw it in, throw it in. It's a free hit, it's not out. He throws it in, and they did get the run out, and I think that changed things.
Down the leg side. Boys Bisay keeping up to the stumps to Manjinder Singh, which he has a want to do and has done throughout most of the tournament, but been put under pressure a couple of times. We saw in the game yesterday. Manjinder dropping a few wide of leg stump and Bisay having to work hard to prevent it from going to the boundary. It's nicely bowled just in the block hole. Pushed away to the offside, it'll be a reasonably comfortable single, well backed up from Asa Tribe, who was alert to the opportunity.
Yeah, Majinda Singh doesn't seem to be running in at the sort of full pelt we've seen. He's sort of, I don't know, sort of gingerly stepping little steps. I think he's concentrating more on just getting the line of the ball right rather than the pace.
Another one down the leg side. Bisay gloves it cleanly. Not sure he'd be ecstatic about the bowler dropping down there a couple of times this over. It's always a tough one for the keeper, standing up to the stumps, the left armour, dragging it leg side, but good hands from the experienced keeper.
Yeah, just keeping himself warm, and I think that's all about playing mind games with the batter as well, just letting him know I'm here.
Full ball, thrashed through the offside, he's beaten the field, well played. Much needed boundary. Farmers have just been dealing in singles during this over up to that point, but get a bad ball and got to put it away.
See, ball sigi gandi. Shot mare changa. Lag gaya chokka. It's in the best of deliveries, full toss, and this one, we saw quite a lot of slow full tosses not being punished in the RBS innings, but not in this case. The first loose one, the first high one gets put away. Good timing, good positioning as well.
Another full one, not put away to the same extent. In fact, just drilled straight to the fielder at mid-off. Going back to the matchups point, Rico, it feels like the RBS bowling crew, leaving aside some variable lengths so far, have got a definite plan to keep it to the offside, and in particular probably about a foot outside of off stump to both these batsmen. They've shown a capacity to swing the ball strongly over mid-wicket throughout the tournament. So that one just does the complete opposite and starts on leg side, but Tribe nudges it down to Julian DeMay coming in for a single.
End of the over, so a couple of wides in there, that single, but there was that one boundary as well, which just keeps Farmers where they want to be.
So he comes on, looks like Ferdi Vink, who's actually been very good in the middle overs for RBS in the tournament so far. Great array of slower balls. He's coming on to bowl the third over. Be interesting to see if one of the openers here decides they're going to take it on while the field's still up. Only 2 men allowed outside the circle. Down leg side, and they'll also get the single as well. Well, Tobias Visay won't be pleased with the direction of his bowling corpse at the moment. That left glove of his is getting a fair workout.
Yeah, he's got a... sometimes, I mean, I know one or two bowlers that had issues with wides. And I go back to that after this delivery. And well, we'll first have to admire this shot. It was beautifully executed, just a little bit short, and that's all Zach Tribe needs to put this away. What a lovely shot that was.
Yeah, lovely shot, and we talked last over about the fact that both of these boys play very strongly square of the wicket. I suspect this ball is probably as a result of the fact that he sprayed the first one down the leg side, actually. He's bowled mainly off speed. He's got a good variety, but that one was just on-speed ball drifting onto leg stump. He probably just wanted to get one in play. Same ball again. It's lofted out straight down the throat of Teo Walborough. He'll be extremely disappointed with that shot. Zach Tribe should have been punched over the boundary for a maximum. As it is, he's walking back to the players' 10, and the Farmers have lost their first wicket. They're 25 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really soft dismissal, isn't it, of a good, young, talented batter. And this is just catching practice. All he needs, I think this is just all about it. Doesn't get that turn, doesn't get that little bit of sway, the bit of swagger in his body, and he puts it straight down the throat of Walborough. That's a disappointing way for a young, talented, strong batter to get out, and somebody who's been in good form. He's literally given his wicket away there. And, well, sometimes you don't have to work too hard for your wickets. And after starting with a couple of wides, Vink, and going for a boundary, he gets a wicket, he gets a breakthrough that is desperately needed.
Gets a very fortunate wicket, Rico. I think when he landed that on-speed ball on a leg stump, on just short of a good length, he had visions of it disappearing over the square leg boundary. As it was, that drive just probably tried to ease it over the boundary a little bit too much. Didn't go hard, or didn't alternatively just keep it down and try to pull it more traditionally through square leg. I think he'll be replaying that one in his mind a few times this afternoon.
Yeah, Sumare comes out. He's somebody who's got talent, but been off the boil for the last few innings. Needs to come back good. And one thing I will say, and what is noticeably different between, say, some of the batters here that we're seeing of the Farmers, and maybe also of RBS when they were out there, is that the real contrast about the playing the shots and timing of the ball between them, and the aggression from the likes of the Punjabi Lions and Pakake Badalona. I mean, they want to hit the ball hard. When it's there, they're just going to say, right, I know that a well-timed shot will take it over the boundary, but if I give it everything, it's going to go even further. And if that approach was there from Zach, he probably would have cleared the boundary, but he's just relying on timing.
Would have easily cleared. In fact, big contrast of styles in the first two games today, Rico. We had the very, very aggressive batting approach of both Punjab Lions, who were ultimately victorious in game one, and then alternatively the Pakai Care team. Whereas in this one, it's probably two more methodical teams, two more traditional cricketing countries, as Vink comes in. Held that one back a little bit. It's just drilled out to Manjinder Singh, just a single. Summerall just getting into his innings with a nicely struck shot.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there is a real contrast, but it's lovely to see, because you see both sides, and both sides will learn from each other as well.
Good ball from Vink. Well played though from Tribe. Just pushes it out to cover for a single. Farmers' run rate probably not too bad at the moment. They'd love to get another boundary before this power play is over. 27 on the board, still needing 69 off 44. It's very manageable at the moment. Just question the depth in their batting lineup if they end up 4 or 5 wickets down. Lovely ball from Vink. Probably only a couple of off-speed deliveries in this over so far. Yeah, I suspect after the last 2 balls, he'll send another one down, particularly to Summerall, who's in the early stages of his innings.
Yeah, it's those variations again from Vink. I think he's such a clever bowler. One thing is having variations, the other thing is controlling them, and he's able to execute both really well.
Here's another off-speed one. It's floated up. It's dropped. Unbelievable stuff. I think that's Benno Bodendijk over there, the point fielder. Oh, he should have swallowed that. That could have been the number 3 Summerall back in the pavilion. As it is, Farmers and Julius Summerall live to fight another day. They are 27 for 1 at the end of the power play.
This is, well, you're going to say that's criminal, dropping that. And, well, if you drop too many catches, you may find yourself not in that blank position. You've got to be at your best to get there, to earn it. And who will it be in Group E? Well, the team that's waiting is Punjab Lions or Nicosia. They've got a good opportunity because they're in the final already. Who will they play? That's what we're waiting for here.
Well, it's the other Vink. Stefan coming in, full ball, driven. No appeal from the bowler, so he presumably hasn't got a touch on that as it's careered into the stumps. Plenty of action here. Now into the 4th over. Suspect we may have Vink. during this little period of the game. These guys have done a really good job when given the opportunity to bowl as a partnership. It looks like, irrespective of whether he got a finger down, actually, the non-striker did a good job of getting back to his crease. Definitely outside off stump. Neatly swung across, but it's still just a single. Need to start peppering the boundary with a bit more regularity, the Farmers. 67 off 40 required, and that run rate is now just crept over 10 and over. Floated outside once again. Swung straight, slightly mistimed.
Yeah, this is all about, again, I mean, I said before, we both agreed that both the things were going to be difficult to get away, and they're proving that here. I think also, though, I mean, though that rate is just starting to creep up again, I think it's pretty important that they do build a bit of a partnership here as well. They don't want to be getting themselves out. We know that Sumaria there has already been given a big chance, a big life being dropped on one. He's gonna want to make that count.
He's a more experienced customer out there, perhaps the one who's going to have to take a few more risks at this time. Drive neatly, cuts away. Well-timed cut shot, but man, patrolling the boundary. It's Benno Bodendijk who put the catch down last over. Jersey players' tent just starting to look a little bit nervous. There'll be some boys in that middle overs who know they're going to come in with a bit of pressure on their shoulders. Nick's gone through this over with just singles all round. Lights it up. Drilled straight back at him. Can't stop it, but 6 singles, that's a pretty good result for RBS Cranhood at this stage of the game. Farmers 33 for 1 after 4. Rico, Jersey, a few question marks over that middle order. They've got Chuggy Pershard still to come in. I suspect he will come in next. Do you think they've got enough to?
Yeah, I do. I don't think at the moment they'll be panicked. I mean, I think the most important thing is no dot balls. So yeah, they took 6 singles there. There was that chance earlier as well. That will be in the back of their mind. They've lost the big wicket of Zach. So I think this is a little bit of rebuilding, because I think what we have seen, and we've seen it plenty of times, and we saw at the end of that last innings as well from RBS, you can get runs on the board pretty quickly if you've got wickets in hand, and that's what they'll be thinking about here. We've got wickets in hand. Let's not throw the wickets away at the moment.
Certainly can. Man stepping up to the bowling crease, Adel Ahmed. He's been dispatched his last couple of overs. A lot of pressure on him. Not shy to give the ball a lot of air, but doesn't have the same variation as a few other leg spinners in this tournament. Given that one a lot of air, Samaroa opens up the body, drives it to cover, and Jinder Singh fields well. Just keep it to a single. This is probably one of the overs they've got to attack.
Yeah, it is, and I'm just wondering if they're going to try and go the era route. Oh, it's deliveries like that have to be put away. I mean, this one, it's a big full toss. He's trying to get the sweep in play here rather than just stand up tall and crunch it.
Ahmed just going for singles at the moment. He's got to be ecstatic after seeing balls fly to the boundary the last couple of weeks. He's taken him on, has timed it well enough to take it over. A flying Teo Walbra. That is the maximum they needed. That is a good shot from an experienced player. And that has given the total a boost when it's most needed.
Yeah, I mean, that's more like it. He's used his feet. He's turned what was a full toss into a more bigger full toss. He's got there and punishes it away. And he's going for 2 and 2 here, and he'll get there. And this is what they need. If someone's going to bowl that, you've got to take them on. You've got to be positive. You've got to be assertive. And that's 12, just the 2 deliveries there. And that will make all the difference.
Well, hasn't that woken up the Jersey faithful? 2 wonderful strikes from Asa Tribe, who is starting to get in a groove here. Adel Ahmed talked about the fact that he's been under pressure in his last couple of overs. He's going to continue to flight it. Tribe, will he take him on again? Rocks back. That one shoots through after landing on the pitch. Actually, a nice bit of bowling from Ahmed. Just his line, a little bit wider of off stump.
Yeah, I think that was the one to say, right, if you're going to come out, let's see if you come out to this one. It was interesting that Julius Muir took a good time to go up to Asa and talk to him before that last ball was delivered. And I think one thing he was probably saying to him is that, look, you've done your job in this over. You've got those couple of boundaries. Don't get yourself out. Don't get too carried away.
No, I agree, and that was exactly the over they need. Farmers now 49 for 1 after 5. This match is precariously placed, Rico, for the Farmers needing 47 off the last 30 balls. They'll probably identify the fact that they'll get another over out of Ahmed unless the skipper of RBS decides to go deeper into their bowling lineup.
Stephen Wink to come back. And this has been hit pretty well, but fielder's coming across, and well, it goes right the way over. And one man, if it was in the zone for taking the catch, is Julian DeMay, but it's not. It goes over, hits the boundary fence. 6 more, so they're finding their range now. And well, it's Asa. He's dealing in 6s.
Well, I talked to you earlier in the week about the 2 tribes going to war. Frankie goes to Hollywood talking about a point is all that you can score. Well, Asa Tribe says, no matter your incorrect cricket terminology using a point, but I'll hit 6s, and he has done enough of that in the last couple of overs to really give this Farmers batting total a little bit of a supercharge. He's a young man playing potentially a career-defining innings here. He is carrying the Jersey team. Wonderful to see. Can he get them home? Racked out to cover where Manjinder Singh comes around. Summerall's probably identified that Asa is feeling in a good groove. Get him on strike as much as possible. He's finding the middle of the bat and finding the boundary with some regularity now. Farmers probably just got their noses in front in this chase now.
Yeah, they have. They're rebuilding, and they've rebuilt well. She played again by Zach. And what I've seen from Sumaria, as you said, he knows his role in this partnership, and while Asa's out there, just try and give him as much strike as possible. You can see that last shot he played, he was made so much emphasis making sure he got right on top of the ball. He doesn't want to give a chance here.
Yeah, agree. Technically very composed player. Summerall on strike. He goes down, just swings it for an easy single to long on. Go back and look at their cards soon, Rico. There's been very few dot balls, and in particular compared to the RBS Cranehoot innings. And certainly one aspect of the game that the Farmers are probably elite level compared to most of the teams they've played here in Group E. It's the final ball of the over. Floated outside. Tribe's gone for a big swing. It's paid off. That's launched a good 15 metres over the boundary line. Another maximum, and Asa Tribe is making his mark in the European Cricket League. Outstanding stuff from such a talented young player. And Rico, the Farmers have not just got their nose in front. I'd say the chest is in front and the finish line is in sight.
Yeah, Kinna Sona, Shaka, Lagya, and it's Shaka time. And Asa Tribe is trying to put a claim in for being the master blaster for Farmers. Well, he's done some blasting as he's races to 39. And because of that, I think it's time for the captain to bring himself back on to see if he can get this vital breakthrough.
Birdie Vink, Waidwasam just tuckled around the corner. Summerall doing what he needs to at the moment to get Asa Tribe back on strike. Farmers 66 for 1, chasing a target of 96, so only 30 required. Still 23 balls to go, and I guess similar situation to what Pakai Care faced in the first game today, but actually you suspect the Farmers will take this in a much more methodical fashion. They'll keep on working the singles, just take the boundaries when the bad balls come. That is short. That is the bad ball that he was sweating on, and it's been pumped over backward square leg. Exquisite striking from Asa Tribe. He is now up to 45 off 19 balls.
Ball Sigi Gandhi, shot Maria Badia, Shaka Lagya, and the batting has been absolutely clinical for Mesa. And he's also got to show a bit of maturity here as well, because they're in the driving seat. This is theirs to lose now. And he's just got to make sure that if it is a good ball, he respects it to try and do what he's been doing all the way through up until now.
Better ball from Vink. Fuller almost in the block hole. Tribe plays it sensibly, just flicks it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. They've paced this chase well. At one stage, 4th and 5th over, we were wondering whether or not they'd just fallen into a hole. Hadn't found the boundary for a while, but it was that over from Adal Ahmed that went for a 6 in the 4th and 5th ball, changed the game, full ball, and Summerall just does as he has continually done for this innings. easily tucks a single and gets us to try back onto strike. He's within striking distance of a 50 now, 46. Farmers, 22 runs required off 20. What can the skipper of RBS conjure up? Oh, dot ball. It's a good result.
Yeah, quicker delivery, wasn't it? And that's a Tribe made 44 of 22 against Yep Corfu. Can he be the first batter that gets past the 50 mark for their team?
Off-speed ball, he slightly mistimed it. Teo Warborough comes in and takes a very good catch. He turns around, hoping to get the no ball call from the square leg umpire. It's not coming. Asa Tribe, just when he was in striking distance of the 50, has played a rash shot, pumps it down the throat of Warborough coming in from deep mid-wicket. Huge dismissal in the context of this game. Farmers now 74 for 2. Requiring 22 to win off 18, Rico, but with a new batsman at the crease.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this is dipping, so it's going to be a close call. And, well, you can see the square leg umpire was thinking about it. The two batters are still out there. I think I'm looking at this.
Well, the third umpire having a look at it, it's going to be a 50-50 call either way. I have the advantage of seeing this side on replay. It certainly got up to that awkward height. Tribe taking a free swing of it. You can see the ball the bat has turned in his hand, and we've just seen the signal come from the umpire that he is out, so the call was right on field. Well done to our umpires. It was a very, very tough decision, but that's a massive wicket, Rico.
Yeah,
we're talking about the fact that Farmers could have essentially just nursed their way to this target.
Yeah, look, I was saying that this is where you need to see the maturity, but I don't think that's the shot you'd play. It was a full toss, you play it, he's put everything away so far, and that's the only chance he's given, and he's given it to, well, the one man you don't want to give a chance to Warborough, who's taken the catch. So they're in this match here now, and that's one thing that RBS kind of would have done when they've gathered together to say, right, okay, I know we're under the cosh, and I know that it looks like that the Farmers are going to go on to win this, but we've just got the key player out. And now, if we put the pressure on, get a couple of dot balls in, who knows, anything can happen. They're in this game. They're back in it again. That moment was key.
Yeah, certainly in this game, and the captain's recognised it. He's brought Julian DeMay, the left-arm orthodox spinner, on to bowl this 8th over. So the equation for Farmers, 22 required off 18 deliveries, and the experienced Charles Bouchard has just come out to the crease to join Julius Samaroa, who's on 10 off 12. Has looked relatively comfortable so far.
Yeah, Charles Bouchard, we saw him moments ago, sat there in the marquee, if you like, of his team, enjoying the batting. And now he's going to go out and do the batting. This is what it's all about. Who is going to play Pak Ikea in that match number 23 qualifier? One of these two it will be, and they will get a chance then to get themselves in the final. But this is evenly poised at the moment. In comes DeMay.
Oh, drops on the leg stump. Bouchard has ripped it around to deep square. Sorry, that's Samaroa who's on strike at the start of this over. That's a well-needed 6. DeMay drops short and onto leg stump and put away. It's an interesting field they've got over there. They could have had the fielder at deep square, but they've elected to put him in a much finer position. Goes wide outside off this time. It's drilled to the man at point. Has a shot at the stumps. Samaroa runs through, gets home safely.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big moment there, wasn't it? I mean, he's taken the shot on, he's nailed it, he gets the 6, and then he takes a single. And not letting or trying not to let that wicket going down, the big wicket of Asa Tribe, bother them. Now they're going to surely target the new batter here, Bouchard. Sumrare just goes up to him and just chats to him, just probably telling him what to expect from Julian DeMay.
Well worked from Bouchard. Just puts it wide of Mink coming around from cover position. They've been in sudden death cricket for a day and a half now, Rico, the Farmers team. Got through their 2 games yesterday with some very impressive performances. They know how to play cricket when chips it down. The pressure's on as Summerall just nurses that for a single. And coming in from deep point, Benno Bodendijk. He might be thinking about that dropped catch still from earlier in the innings. Farmers just keeping the required rate at around a runner ball.
Just moving the field around. Yeah, they're just trying to. They know that singles is a win here for Farmers. They're trying to make it a bit more difficult for them. They've got Manning close either side. I'm liking this. I don't think teams do it often enough. And they're trying to say, well, okay, we know what you need, but we're not going to let you just take them easily.
Bashard charges. Gab might have thought he had an opportunity for a boundary at one stage, but Bodendijk moves well. I agree, Rico. I think at this point, you can't just let them work their way to the total. You've got to force them to take a few risks.
So Maria.
Nicely flighted delivery, but Maria just punches it down to Singh coming in from long on. That's the end of the over. Farmers doing exactly what they have to. Two experienced campaigners at the wicket, but that's not going to ease the nerves back in either the players' tent or their substantial support crew that have travelled from the bailiwick of Jersey in time for this event this week. They've been very, very ably supported by that group, and no doubt, as much as they're waving to us in the commentary box, they'll be running through some scenarios in their head and hoping the pair of Chuggy and Julius can get them home over these final 12 balls. 11 needed.
Jinder Singh back into the attack. It's a single. Now look, when RBS early in the week were at their best and they were playing well, this man Jinder Singh was really the death bowler specialist. He got his Yorkers right and he caused trouble. But at the moment, I don't think he's sort of in second, third gear. I don't think he's hit fourth or fifth yet. He's got to rank it up here if he wants these wickets.
Well, he's done exactly as you've asked for, Rico. An expansive shot from Chuggy Bashard, probably thinking that one boundary would be enough to get them home. As it is, it's crunched back onto his stumps. The experienced international walking back to the pavilion. RBS keep on fighting. They are keeping themselves in this game. Much needed wicket from Jinder Singh.
Yeah, he's disappointed. Chuggy there, he's placed this onto the stumps, and that'll give him a bit of encouragement. Jinder Singh, I said that he has the knack of taking wickets in the 9th over. We've seen him do it earlier on in the week, and well, maybe he's feeling and getting that knack back again, because that is going to get him pumped up. Well, there's going to be a few nerves out there now at the moment. You feeling nervous? Well, they're not relying. I think they're feeling nervous. There's one or two of them biting the nails. This is going to go down to the wire. It's going to go into the last. Anything can happen.
Oh, James Smith coming to the crease. He was pretty good under pressure yesterday. Just to bring a bit of levity to the situation, Rico, there's some exquisite chat in the YouTube broadcast today. We've had Phil G mention that the Farmers are ploughing on through this chase, and when it comes to milking singles, Ramesh Sathashan saying no one knows better about milking than Farmers as Singh charges in. Full ball driven to Teo Warburg, who's been brought into that short mid-wicket position precisely to stop the single.
Yeah, you see, I mean, that field position is probably what caused Chuggy to try and play that aggressive shot as well. With the man in, he's trying to get it over the top of him. So he's worked so far. Majinder gets the dot ball in.
It's a length ball. Well, a bit of panic, misfield. Looks like Vink has just been able to parry that. Gets a round of applause from the bowler. Might have ended up in the boundary if he didn't get hands to it.
Yeah, he's disappointed at first, Majinder. You can see when it doesn't get stopped and the single doesn't, he looks up, and then afterwards he's a little clapped off encouragement to say, don't worry about it. Come on, don't worry about it.
A couple of balls left in the Jinder Singh over. 9 required off 8. Gives himself some room. Bat turns in the hand. Can only force out a single.
Yeah, interesting. They put the pressure on the new batter. So now you see Warburg coming back in again for this, the last delivery. But it's interesting. I'm wondering whether they'd want to just push him back and say, look, if this is just a single, we'll take that. Yeah, he does go back out. because they don't want Sumaya to be on strike. They'd rather it be Smith. So he goes back now, and I think this is all about them thinking, right, there's a ball to go. You might as well have a big swing at it, try and get the boundary. I wonder if Smith will.
Well, he gets a ball to hit. Fortunately, can only crack it out to deep mid-wicket, and Teo Walborough, safe as houses, coming in, keeping that to a 1. The hearts are starting to beat fast in the Jersey players' tent. They require 7 off this final over. These teams fighting tooth and nail for a place in the qualifier the next game against Pakai Care to have an opportunity to reach the final this afternoon of Group E here at the European Cricket League. Rico, you've had a tingle a few times this week. We haven't had a golden ball.
I've had a tingle, and whatever I told you, I've got a bit of a tingle here now as well. I'm interested to see what option with the ball they go for. And also be interesting to see what Smith does here, whether he just wants to drop the bat on it and try and get some air back on strike, or whether he will try and go for the big shot himself. And it's going to be a man who, well, can he be the villain that becomes the hero, because Bodendijk is going to bowl this one. Remember, he dropped Sumaya when he was on 1.
Well, could it be a story of atonement for the young Benno Bodendijk? So I think it's a good move. Captain had the option to go back to Adal Ahmed, but probably going to leak at least 1 bounder off his bowling. Bodendijk, 6 balls to turn himself into a hero. It's wide of off stump. Has he found the gap? The man, Jinder Singh's coming around from deep cover. Smith was looking for the second, but good arm. Keeps it to the 1.
Well, what about this? The golden ball. Well, if you don't know what we're talking about, if scores are tied, then we go to the golden ball, which means that 1 ball will be bowled. It can be any bowler, and any not-out batter can be on strike, and 2 will be required. 6 needed or 5.
Charges Bodendijk, flicks it up in the air. It's going to carry the fielder. It's going to carry to the boundary. What a shot. Julius Summerall. He's played conservative cricket for the remainder of the innings, but he relaxes the shoulders and swings freely. Bodendijk putting that full, gave it an opportunity to swing, but Summerall plays an outstanding shot when it was most needed.
Oh, talk about getting it right. This was, well, pitch perfect. Just enough on it. What a shot to play. Comes down the pitch, gets enough on it, gets it over the field. Ooh, 94 on the board. 2 required for victory.
Speaking of field, Rico, almost everyone in now. They've got Demeta wide, long on, and also the man down at fine leg. Bodendijk, what can he pull out of the trick bag? Short and wide, pulled down. They'll probably only get a single. Well, Julius Summerall had hit a 4 off a half-decent ball. The previous delivery gets a half-tracker. His eyes would have lit up at finishing this game with a maximum. Can only just roll the wrists over the top of it. And he puts Smith on strike to try to finish this contest. 1 run needed off 3. Beto needs a dot ball.
Scores tied. And Smith just... wants to compose himself and says to Bodendijk, hang on a minute. We're not ready yet. Right, okay, here we go. Farmers. In the air, this is going to be a catch. So new batter will have to go on strike because crossing makes no difference. Well. Nerves, and Smith just literally offers a catch to DeMay. So... now we go to 2 balls to go and 1 required.
I think he's just outthought himself there, Smith. Bodendijk just drops it a little bit short of a length outside off stump. All he had to do was get the back foot across and crack that through point. His hands come to his head in disappointment. That is a turn of events I was not expecting.
No.
Brings us down to 2 balls remaining. 1 run still required for the Farmers from Jersey to make it through to the qualifier.
Yeah, well, look, if it stays the way it is, the next 2 deliveries, then we will go to the golden ball. Now, what do you do here? Do you just, is Summerall just saying to the new batter, look, whatever happens, drop it, I'm coming, no matter what. Do they do that here?
Possibly.
Or do they wait to do that in the last
He's got 2 balls.
Kinman.
He's an experienced player, Kinman. Benno Bodendijk needs to put the screech on this innings. Full ball, it's cracked back at him, it's deflected. There's no run. Bodendijk had the opportunity to bring another new batsman to the crease. As it is, it's deflected off his chest. It's gone for nothing. Actually, he's gotten the hands up, had a chance to play the...
But they don't run. They don't run. It's still a dot ball, so the scores are tied. We go to the last ball. We've got a last ball finish here. One required for victory.
Well, Benno Bodendijk, hasn't he come through with 2 dot balls when they were most needed? Ben Kinman on strike, 1 required.
They've got to run here.
Make yourself a hero, son. Short on the leg side, he pulls it down to fine leg. The Farmers scamper through for the single. Kinman is swinging his bat in delight. What a tremendous victory from the Farmers. They have done Jersey proud here today. A sigh of relief from Kinman, who did not want to go to a golden ball situation. That is a wonderful victory. They have gone through sudden death in their last 3 games. They are still alive in this competition, and they will go on to face Pac Icare in the qualifier. Rico, haven't we had a pair of belters to start day 5?
Oh, haven't we just? And the Farmers, well, they'll be utterly delighted with that performance. That is absolutely wonderful. What a match. What a match for the neutral. It went down to the wire. It went down to the last ball. I mean, there's so many things that you can look at. Look, RBS crying out, you got to give them full credit. I mean, they are being eliminated here, but look, didn't they add some class and some value to this week? They were absolutely brilliant in what they've done. We've seen the pictures of DeMay there, and he's disappointed, but what a week he's had, the catches he's taken, and well, he's bowling and he's batting. Remember, it was he's batting in that partnership with Toby that got them to that score. But really, it's all about the Farmers at the moment, because they are going to get a crack now of seeing if they can continue this great form that they've been in, because they will now play. Well, it's not going to be an easy match, because they know that they've got to now try and beat Pac Icare Badalona in the next eliminator to see if they can make it through to the final, where the Punjabi Lions from Nicosia, the champions of Cyprus, wait.
Well, Rico, the ecstasy on the faces of the Jersey support crew between them and the team. It feels like we've got half of the population of the island here in Cartama here this week, but it has been well worth the trip. The Tribe brothers got them off to a great start, in particular Asa Tribe making his mark as a player of undoubted quality. Unfortunately, Zach holed out to Teo Warburg in his position down there at deep mid-wicket early in the innings, but Asa, he was given a massive let-off by a drop from Benno Bodendijk, who bravely bowled that last over, but he got into his groove very quickly in that. Over from the leg spinner Adala Ahmed, that was one that probably changed the game, Rico.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, that over went for 16, and then Stefan Vink, he came back on the next over to try and tidy things up. He went for 16 as well. And Ferdy Vink, the captain, well, spare a thought for him. He's played brilliantly all the way through this week. He brings them back in it. Julian DeMay also. Then that excellent 9th over from Madinder Singh. And you thought, well, hello, anything could happen. And it nearly did, because the score stayed tied for a couple of deliveries with just a run needed to win. And that was a big moment. That was Chuggy going right at the last moment. And what about that shot? That was class from Zumaria, coming down the wicket, getting the boundary. That meant that scores were tied, but still, it was a nervy finish.
Oh, wasn't it? And when James Smith turned the bat in his hand with only 1 to go, popped 1 to DeMay, we had a grandstand finish. Bodendijk got the dot ball the next delivery. Unfortunately for him and the Harvey S. Crownhood team, he couldn't come up with another one on the final delivery, and it was absolute ecstasy in the Players' Pavilion from the Farmers, who are now through to qualifier 2. It is match 23 of 24. They are up against the brutal power and fast pace of the Pac Icare lineup. But this team who have won 3 sudden death games on the trot, Rico, they are firing at the right time.
Yeah, they certainly are. And well, the way they're performing and the team dynamics that they've got in there at the moment, well, you wouldn't put it past them to go all the way. As we have a look at that scorecard, and well, those Zach Tribe, he'd be disappointed the way he got out. But as a Tribe, didn't he step up to the mark? 46 for 22. And well, Julius Sumaria, he was a bit fortunate. He was dropped on one, wasn't he, by Bodendijk, but he made it count. He got 26 valuable runs for his team, and that boundary that he hit when all the pressure was on was absolutely crucial. And then, well, Ben Kinman kept his cool and saw his team home off the very last ball.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the RBS Crane Hood bowling figures. Julian DeMay was pretty good for them, although he didn't pick up a wicket. Manjinder Singh, probably one of his better bowling efforts in the tournament. And also the skipper, Ferdy Vink, 2 wickets for 17 off his 2. And brave effort, Benno Bodendijk. He'd had to recover from that dropped catch earlier in the innings. 1 for 7 coming into bowl the final over. I thought he executed really well under huge pressure. Kept his team in it. It was a great effort from the young man.
Yeah, well, it's a great effort. It was indeed, as we see, and leave you to have a look at the summary there. But what a match, and well, the first 2 matches today on Finals Day have been absolute bangers, haven't they? We saw the unbeaten run of Pakakea Barcelona come to an end. They were beaten by the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, so they have booked their place in the final. And now, well, we say sadly goodbye to RBS Crying Out. They certainly have entertained us this week. They've played some brilliant cricket, but they weren't good enough on the day to get past the Farmers, who held it together. And they booked themselves quite an exciting matchup now against the Pakakea Barcelona sides. And well, what a match that is going to be. And well, we know that that's going to be coming up in a little while now. We've got about an hour and 20 minutes or so before that match is on, and you'll see the countdown clock coming down in a minute, and it will be Vinny Sandhu and Corey Ruckers that will bring you that one. But what are your thoughts on that match coming up?
I'm still trying to process what just happened in this one, Rico, let alone thinking of the next match. I think it's going to be a contrast of styles. The Farmers have shown that they're excellent fielding and probably less aggressive batting. They've been very methodical about the way they've gone about things over the 5 days of this tournament so far. It's started to click for them at the right time. They had some good early wickets from Joel Richardson in this game. If Richardson or one of the other opening bowlers can take a couple of early scalps, we saw that the Pakai Care middle and lower order hasn't been tested that much in this tournament. They probably have a few nerves from a failure to chase successfully in game 1. I think this is going to be an absolute cracker. Farmers have got the momentum at the moment. I just suspect they're going to have a raging Pakai Care team from Badalona come in. I think the Badalona boys still the favourites.
Yeah, I mean, look, Farmers, if they're to do it, they're going to have to follow the same sort of pattern the likes of Russia and Al-Wazami did, and that is win all the matches and 3 on the spin to get to get there and book their place back here next week. Pakakea Barcelona, they need to pick themselves up from what was a disappointing display from them with the bat. I mean, look, we say disappointing with the bat because you would expect them to go and get the 95 required victory against that was the score that was set by the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia. But I think the other thing they need to look at, and we've mentioned this a few times, they've got to tidy up in the field. They've got to be better. I mean, okay, it was their batting that fell short, but they could have kept those runs low. I think a better performance from them would have meant it would have been around about 80 that they were chasing. And if that was the case, they would have won the match. That's where they've got to be better. They've got to be better in the field. They've got to take their catches. They've got to stop those balls that go through the fielders. But yeah, they'll be hurting a little bit because I think they've been spot on. They've been, in a way, sort of leaps and bounds above some of the other teams in their bowling and with their batting, but they have let themselves down. They want to come back with a bang, but it ain't going to be easy because, like I say, Farmers now, well, they're certainly looking good. They've got that opening partnership right between the Tribe brothers, and I think that is going to be the key. And it's going to be interesting to see if how the Tribe brothers go against not just the pace of Mohamed Cameron, but also against the clever bowling of Mohamed Baba.
Yeah, it all happens at the top of both innings for the Packeye Care team. And going back to your point about the ground fielding, Rico, if there's one team that will punish poor ground fielding, it is the Farmers.
Yeah.
Their running between the wickets is a step up from all of the other teams we've seen in this group. So that contest coming up for you in just a touch over an hour. It is qualifier 2 to determine who will go into the final against the surprise packets, the Punjab Lions of Nicosia, proudly representing their beloved Cyprus in this European Cricket League tournament, brought to you by BET2BALL. So as far as the rest of the day, Rico, we hand over to Vinny and Corey, and as much as it's farewell to the boys from Harvey S. Craig, it is also farewell to myself for the rest of today, but it should be a pair of cracking games this afternoon. So all of our European Cricket Network viewers would love to have you tune in for the next couple of games, but I'll be pleased to join you and Vinny in the commentary box next week.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here with us. And it's been a fantastic week. I mean, you've experienced this setup for the first time. I know that you weren't here during the European Cricket Championship. I mean, come on, give us some of your thoughts and feedback on what you've seen this week from the commentary box.
From the commentary box, I mean, we've seen some spectacular cricket, some wonderful, consistent hitting, but I think two things from this week in particular. One, the contrast of styles that we've seen from these teams, and I think the Farmers have gone on to prove that you don't have to play T10 in precisely the same way. It doesn't have to be all attacking the boundary every single ball. So I've actually been pleased to see them work their way into this tournament and deliver some success towards the back end. But I think the absolute story of this week is the surprise packets from Punjab Lions, Nicosia. The start of the week, I don't think you would have had anyone outside of that group who would have picked them to be in the final, let alone the first qualifier for that game. But they were exceptional this morning, and you cannot underrate them anymore. They have far more depth in both the batting and the bowling than anyone would have given them credit for at the start of the week. They are a real show to make it to the final next week.
Look, you're absolutely right. And I just want to touch on what you said, and I love the words you used. You said it was the two tribes that had to go to war. Well, maybe this next match coming up is going to be the two styles that are going to go to war, because we know about the Packeye Barcelona. It's all about attack and aggression, and from the Farmers, maybe it's a little bit more about elegance from them and style. Well, that match is coming up in just under an hour and 15 minutes time. It's going to be Vinny Sandhu and Corey Ruckers that are going to be in the box. So from me and Andrew, well, it's our time to say goodbye for now. Get yourself a bit of lunch, make yourself a little sarnie or whatever it is, but don't forget, join us back, because that is going to be a cracking match. This is how we play cricket
On the Costa del Sol.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. It's Finals Friday here in Group E. We'll find out by the end of the day exactly who will join the other 4 qualifiers in Championship Week, which starts on Monday morning. And right now, massive match. It's qualifier 2 between Pack Care and Farmers of Jersey. Now, Pack Care, remember, they hadn't lost at all during the week, but they did lose this morning in that very important qualifier 1 match. So now they have lost that top seed position as well. To make the final against Punjab Lions Nicosia, they will have to get past Farmers of Jersey. And Jersey, well, they made it pretty tough for themselves as well. They finished 5th after the round robin stage, and they've had to win, well, they will have to win 5 in a row if they're going to qualify. They have won 3, and well, can they win a 4th? And this will be their biggest test yet. Well, a giant match means a giant coin toss, and I know that Sir Rob Kemming has his giant coin with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Good luck for the match.
You too.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Go, it's your call. Bet2BALL. Bet2BALL. Have a ball. Have a ball.
The ball was called, and that was the fall. So that means that Jersey, they will get the chance to field first. I think both these teams, they did want to bowl first. That is their strategy. And so Farmers, they will do the bowling first. And look, it'll be very interesting to see how they recover. Of course, they do get the hour break after that game against HBS Crinehout, where they just scraped over the line, didn't they? But they did set it up with a pretty good bowling and fielding effort. So that will be the plan here. And look, I'm always looking forward to seeing some of their players, including Julius Simmerer. Well, he just held it together at the end, didn't he, in that eliminator game just moments ago. But talking of Pack Care, well, they are in a funny place now, aren't they? Just a little bit of doubt creeping in. I think their batting was really put under pressure for the first time in this tournament, and they weren't quite able to chase down that target that was set for them by the team from Cyprus. But I do think they'll bounce back, and of course we always focus on Mohamed Kamran, don't we? But they have a well-balanced attack, but it'll be their batting that will be on display first, as they will be batting first. And here is a man, well, I've had a great few weeks with him. This is his last game that he'll be doing for us in this ECL. Corey Ruckers, well, I know that you're up in the commentary box and you can't wait for this one to start. The news from the toss in qualifier number 2 is that Farmers of Jersey, and they won the toss, and you know what Farmers do? Farmers field.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the beautiful Cartama Oval here in Spain. It's prelim time, really looking forward to this. Farmers, well, they've timed their run perfectly. They're really hitting their straps. And Pack Care, they had a little blip this morning and they're going to want to respond strongly. Welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via fan code, and everyone on YouTube and the YouTube chat. Let's have a look at the 2 lineups. Well, Pack Care, 7 wins and 1 loss, and Farmers 4 and 4. But Mohamed Yassin right there near the bottom, he's come back, the left-handed batsman. He's been out for the last few games. How will he go? And look at the Tri brothers. Obviously, they're very talented. Expected scores, Pack Care, they're probably going to this slight favourites, but we know this T10 format can be really, really tricky. And it gives me a good opportunity to welcome back co-commentator, good friend, Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and I can't wait either. Both teams wanted to field. It's Jersey that will get that opportunity. Now, sorry to say goodbye to HBS. Of course, Corey, a bit of a history with them, of course. A bit sad for them that they never really were able to hit their straps.
They just lacked a 5th bowler, didn't they?
Yeah, and obviously, they say not quite able to kind of show for long periods what he's able to do. They, unfortunately, out of the tournament. But these 2 teams, they're still here. They need to win 2 games from here if they're going to qualify from the group, and it's going to be Chuggy Pershard to open the bowling. Interesting, they're not going with Joel Richardson, who bowled a very good first over today. So here we go, qualifier 2. It's coming back a long, long way. I think it's probably going down the leg side.
Well, that swung an absolute mile. We got some new kookaburras.
Yeah, Chuggy, since he started holding the ball the seam up, has been getting these to go a long way. And even though that hits him in line, I think that's a good decision. I think it's going down the leg side.
Yeah, that's a missing leg, but pretty comfortably. But that swung about a metre. Good bowling. Good to see them keep the seam up. More effective.
Bubba is the batter. He drives this time. Been pretty good Pack Care, running on contact. I think both the batters on the same page. Mohamed Isan is the other opening batter for Pack Care. Now, both these 2 didn't really make any runs earlier this morning. I'm sure they'll be out to put a score on the board here.
Yeah, absolutely. But with the ball swinging so much, that really tests your technique. You can't be too loose, and it's angling in at the stumps. Good start. This by Farmers.
Oh, This one comes back a lot. One thing you would say about Shuggy Pershard, the way he swings the ball, does kind of, we'd say swings it from the hand. You know, so it's the sort of swing that the batter has a bit more of a chance to pick the trajectory once you know that that's what he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even though it swings from the hand, it's going that much, though. It's still very hard to adjust to that.
Yeah.
And because it's angling in at the stumps, it always creates a little bit of a gate. So effective bowling.
Flicked away and flicked over the infield. This will be for the first boundary of qualifier 2. And it comes off the bat of Mohammad Babar.
Wow, that was very nonchalant, wasn't it? He just sort of timed it beautifully, lobbed it over square leg and 45. It's deep mid-wicket and deep mid-honour in the ring. Look at this, just beautiful timing, good batsmanship. And that is the first boundary in this prelim.
Yeah, nice bit of work. Tyrone tying his shoelaces, but I think you noticed that one had gone to the boundary. A little bit shorter this time, bit of a surprise delivery. Babar was playing for something pretty full, and that's what he has been bowling. So how about Farmers? I mean, they underachieved, didn't they, over the first couple of days? They set themselves a big task. You know, they were saying yesterday, well, if teams can do it from 4th, we're good enough to do it from 5th. And they've already won 3 of the 5 games they'd have to win on the trot if they're going to qualify. But I think this is their biggest test yet. Oh, how does this miss?
Well, it's nutmegged the batsman. That's gone straight through Babar's legs. Good keeping. Wow, he swung that a mile. And, well, that's really, really good hands.
Into the first over, 6 for no loss. Yeah, that's gone significantly. And wasn't too far away from the stumps. As it is, Babar survives, but a pretty quiet first over by Pakai Care standards. They're 6 for no loss.
It just shows when that ball's swinging, it's really hard to get it away as a batsman. That's a good over for Farmers. We know these two can be so dangerous in the power play, and the more they restrict them, the more comfortable Farmers will be feeling. But it is good to see them find their form. Better late than never in this tournament. I mean, the first few days they didn't really rock up, but good on them for showing that fighting spirit. And, well, they've got a big opportunity here to sneak themselves into the final.
Yeah, good observation in the chat that Pakai Care, their high score of the week, they did make batting first. That's because they've been chasing pretty much every other game except one. They scored 142 against Harvey S. Kreinhout in match 10 on Tuesday night. I love that many this time around. Joel Richardson comes in to bowl the second over this time. And he's been really nagging and quite accurate. Particularly today, got the big wicket of Tobias Visay, LBW, in the earlier match. So he's hunting another big fish here at the top of the order. There's one of the big fish. The other one on the strike is Isan. Oh, and this one
wow.
Almost knocks out the off stump.
How did that miss the off stump, Vinny? Oh, that was so close. Just a Skerrick. It's a loose shot, but good bowling.
This one shows you the bounce in this pitch. It's fairly full, isn't it? But it comfortably gets over the off stump. Isan trying to get on with it. Yeah, they don't normally burn too many balls, do they, Pakai Care? They're archetypal T10 outfit. This time it's the off cutter, and it will be 4. So he changes it up, Richardson. Isan picks it, and he smacks it into the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, he needed that boundary just to steady himself. He gets some width, and he puts his hands through it. It's a good shot, beating the offside. They're all in the ring there. So an important boundary for Pakai Care, who you feel might have a little bit of nerves in this game.
Oh, they wouldn't be human if they didn't. I mean,
I still I said at the start of the week, I don't think a team can go through the week undefeated. So maybe a loss is a good thing.
Yeah, true. Well, this one's miles in the air, and he hasn't got this at all. Now, where it lands, nobody knows. The fielder comes around, he can't quite get there. George Richardson. And now, come back for a brisk 2. Just get in. Well, this is a real swirler, wasn't it, Corey?
Yeah, that's a tough opportunity, but it is an opportunity. It does go down. They're going to have a look at the run out here, and I reckon this might be closer than most people think. It was actually a good throw and good hands by the keeper. So it's gone up to the third umpire. Let's have a look.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this one first while we cue that one up. That one was miles in the air. You see, he had to go sideways, and I thought maybe the fielder coming in, Ace to try, might have been a shout. It's fine. It's on the ground.
It's close though, isn't it? Does make it, but very close. Well, that's a life for Ishan. Will he capitalise on it? Well, he hits that hard. That's up to us in the commentary box. Oh, what a shot that is. So they missed the half chance, and then he puts one over long on for 6. Good batting.
Yeah, Maximo time. And this time makes the most of the life. 6 runs.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the European Cricket League sticker on the helmet as well. Good representation that. But Ishant, he gets his life and then he puts the next ball away for 6. And a much needed boundary.
Yeah, man, it really flew. He went with the swing there from Richardson. So, despite not being completely convincing early on, they still do have a reasonable start here. 18 with the ball to go on the second over. Now this one's the top edge. Well, this one won't be dropped, surely. Same fielder and different result. It's George Richardson. This time had time to camp under the ball. So Isan, he was in full attack mode. Not often you get a second opportunity so quickly, but this time it's caught son, bold father, as it's caught by George Richardson off his dad Joel. And that's the end of Isan. The first wicket falls in qualifier 2. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. It was back of a length. It just got big on him, and you can see right away, as soon as he hit it, he knew he was in trouble. It's a good safe catch after spilling one. Well, he just holds on to it in the end. But that's the first wicket, and that is a big wicket because we know how explosive Ishan can be. He'll have to go.
Yeah, fantastic. Bit of outfielding in the end. It was an infield catch with an outfield style. Isan, he's there for one reason only, to score quickly. He falls, but brings another dangerous hitter to the crease. The hit man, Mohamed Kamran.
Yeah, he's had a really good tournament with the ball. He needs to have a good game here with the bat. We know how efficient he can be as a batsman. This partnership is absolutely huge in the context of this game. They rely on these two massively with the ball and with the bat. And 18 for 1, Farmers, I think they'll be pretty happy with their start.
Yeah, for sure. We had 2 games so far today, 2 really close contests. It's hard to see this one not being. So Chuggy Pershard's going to bowl out. I think it makes sense with him swinging the ball around so much. I think you want to exploit that new ball.
Well, absolutely, because he's angling it in at the stumps every time, so it's a wicket opportunity. And with Big Bubba there, it's not easy to get that away. Deep mid-wicket, deep mid-on in place.
This one doesn't go as much.
Well, that's the thing. When there's natural variation and it doesn't swing as much, it actually makes it more difficult for the batsman to line up. That one sort of held its line, but this is where we're at. It's the qualifier 2, otherwise the prelim.
Yeah, we'd call it the prelim, wouldn't we, in Australia? But the winner of this will meet the Punjab Lions Nicosia in the final.
What a story that is.
How about that? I mean, get your thoughts on that in a second. Here's Chuggy. This is pitched up and driven really hard. It's very well handled as well. James Smith is the man who handles that one at cover point. Yeah, Punjab Lions Nicosia, real surprise packets. I don't think anyone had them to be the top seed in the final at the start of the week, despite, we know that we've seen some talented cricketers from there, but that was a real boil over this morning. Goes it mid-on, but field is back, so that'll just be a run. Yeah, what do you make of Punjab Lions Nicosia?
Well, good on them, I mean, at the start of the week, I don't think many of us gave them a shot of making the Final Four, let alone the final, so it's a little bit of a fairy tale story, and they'll be pretty excited for the game later today, and I'm sure they're keen watchers on this match at the moment. They're
feeling confident as well, because they know they can actually play better than they played this morning. They didn't field well, dropped a bunch of catches.
Yep.
They're quote-unquote big hitters, even though there's a few. They're big hitters, if you know what I mean. Didn't really get going at all, but they still pieced a score together in the 90s. Oh, this is gone, I think. It is out. And so Kamran goes first ball. I think he hits him in line with off. I don't think it's missing. I think that's plumb. And Chuggy Pershard gets the big wicket of Mohamed Kamran. Pakakea have lost 2 now. It's 19 for 2.
Yeah, they're in trouble now. I think that was out. That swung in a long way. He goes for an expansive drive, but it hits him in line with off stump, and I reckon that's going on to hit middle and leg for me. Good decision.
Wasn't swinging as much in this over. Maybe that's a sign the ball is slightly banged up. But yeah, this one actually goes late. That is dead. It goes really late. I don't know if we can see that one more time from the main camera. But this one doesn't really hook from the hand. It gets about halfway, about here, and then look. You see how that is the deception which does Kamran. All ends up. Excellent piece of swing bowling. And the Farmers, they're yelling in the field at the moment. Pakakea, the Spanish champions, 19 for 2.
Yeah, they're in a lot of trouble now. They've lost 2 experienced players, and all the pressure is on Pakakea. They came into today thinking they'd probably coast their way to the final. Now they're 2 wickets down, only for 19. And this power play, it's been all Farmers so far.
Here's the thing. It's one thing to bat aggressively. That's what we will see from Pakakea kind of regardless. But I think this morning was the first time that they really found the middle order under pressure.
Yep.
Paco Care. And they've been clever. They've tried to get everyone a bit of a bat during the week, but just because they've been so commanding in their performances, they haven't really kind of felt the heart racing while they're out there. Here's Pershard racing in. Oh, this could be out. It's gone. He's gone. Can you believe it? Sikandar Ali tries to get funky first ball. He goes the ramp. Well, I think it was an attempted ramp in the beginning. Then he changes his mind, ends up trying to dab it down, and is knocked up by the keeper, James Pershard. Caught by the slip. Why is there a slip in there? Well, now you know why. Paco Care, 19 for 3.
Well, it's a really odd shot. It's full. It's outside off stump, and it's sort of in between the two. He gets a thin edge. The keeper spills it, and it balloons perfectly to first slip. It's a really odd shot from the batsman here, Sikandar. It's full. He was looking to play a little ramp.
Yeah.
What a risk that is. First ball gets a feather edge, and well, they had to slip in, and it pays off.
It's been a great shot of it. And,
what's he thinking there? Is he thinking he's trying to lap it first
here's
ball?
the thing. He top scored this morning, and he did it with a lot of those kind of shots. So I think he's going out there early to try and he's probably think he's going to get an in-swing at, so he's probably think he's going to get something that he can go with.
Yep.
But it's a big risk first ball, and then it's the change of mind that does him. It was kind of a half-hearted little dab, wasn't it? But how about the captaincy from James Pershard behind the stumps? Well, he said, I might need some backup. I don't think that was the intended way that they were going to take that catch, but nonetheless, it was taken. It was James Smith who was in that slip. So that's 2 first ballers now.
Well, they're going really aggressive now. You've got a first, and probably that looks like a second slip there. Pretty wide for a second. And they're thinking potentially a hat-trick. Only 2 men on the leg side, and Farmers well on top in this match.
Well, they took a hat-trick yesterday. It was Kinman on that occasion. This is Chuggy Pershard's last ball of this match. Can he finish with a hat-trick? Abid Mahboob in the hot seat. Pushes, no run. Excellent power play. The Farmers, they're crowing. The score after 3 overs is 19 for 3.
What do you mean they're crying? Where have you got that from? Aren't they mooing? Aren't they cows?
Farmers aren't cows. Farmers,
Isn't that the
farmers
crest?
look after the cows.
Doesn't the crest have a...
Well, the Crows actually, to be
That's
fair.
RBS.
The Crows, yeah, the Crows are out, unfortunately.
But what a
RBS
start,
supporters.
What a start. Didn't see this coming. I mean, they've bowled pretty well. They've kept it stump to stump. They've moved the ball sideways, and they've asked the right questions, and Paco Care, they're struggling.
Tell you who is there still is Mohamed Babar at the end of the power play. He's faced 8 balls for 6. It's what an over that is from Chuggy Pershard. Just the 1 run, 2 wickets in there. That's the number 3 and the number 4. So rips the heart out of the middle order. Oh, time to take a breath at the end of the power play. And George Richardson has already taken a very good catch in this innings. He'll be coming on to bowl over number 4.
There's a lot of pressure on Bubba now. He needs to play a substantial innings, and he needs to bat deep. But you know how this Paco Care team play. They don't stop. They'll keep going at it.
Well, Punjab Lions Nicosia, they lost wickets early against Paco Care, but what they did do, they just kept being aggressive, and eventually they were able to piece together a score in the 90s, despite being 9 down and hitting, well, 19 off the last over, being 9 down. So Paco Care have done to them this morning. They need to just recover here, post a competitive score. Here's George, edged and dropped.
Oh, no. Well, he's gone with 1 hand. He needed to go with 2 hands. It wasn't that wide of him. I know you've got a lot of keeping experience, Vinny. Why has he gone with 1?
It's a 2-hand catch.
Yeah.
You know, he might be slightly wrong-footed, and that's why. Just look at his body weight here. He kind of moves to his left with the angle, I think, and then can't get back. Maybe he's worried it wasn't going to carry, but that wasn't too wide of him. It's only just outside his right knee, and so he's dropped 2. 1 he had some help, and 1 he didn't. Now full toss, so just make a note of that as Mohamed Babar is dropped on 6.
Yeah, let's remember that moment, because that could be huge in the context of this game. He's their key batsman left in this lineup. And, well, keeper be disappointed with that drop, Perchard, but he's still there.
Tension, as if I lost the captain now. He's chewed up 10 balls. We know how destructive he can be. So one of the batters of the week, if not the batter of the week, Mohamed Babar. Short and good away. He gets 1.
And this is what the early wickets do. It's put pressure on this the top order and the middle order. So these are deliveries now that they would usually attack, but they're just trying to work for 1. So It is a prelim final, though. It is a qualifying too. So you sort of think maybe if they can get themselves to 85, that's still quite a lot of pressure to chase.
Yeah, think about who they've got to bowl. I mean, they've had a really well-balanced attack during this tournament with quite a few options of pace and spin. Left armers, right armers. Short, turn around the corner. Not a good delivery. George Richardson has occasionally just struggled to control his length. This one is time for Abid Mahboob to get off the mark with 4.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Gets it short, swivel pull shot, and he gets it over square leg. So good batting and a much-needed boundary for Packer Care. That will steady him. That will steady the nerves. I'm sure that dugout is pretty nervous at the moment.
Yep. Well, they are human. Hard to believe sometimes when they're doing superhuman things on the cricket field with their approach. Dabs this away, but good fielding. It's good depth, isn't it, in that position, because it can stop a single, and dot balls just relieve the pressure.
Well, Group D, everyone kept point and cover back. This week, all the teams have been keeping point and cover type. I've really enjoyed that, because you can always force a dot ball, which just adds to the pressure.
Cameron Sanders in the chat saying, at least we're going to see Cameron letting them fly after that quack.
Any relation to Colonel?
I hope so. Probably gets a discount. Last ball of the 4th coming up from Richardson. And swing and a miss just inside the wide line. So despite going for that boundary, only 5 come off the over, and the score is 24 for 3 after 4 overs. And I hope that you are having a great day, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Of course, Corey had this idea that we're going to have Peacock Fridays every Friday, and so this is my Peacock shirt today. It's more flamingo than peacock. So, Corey, I'm sure you got something good for us. What do you got?
I'm not going to lie.
You stolen my jacket.
No, I've dressed as it's dressed like your hero day. This is pretty good. I didn't steal this. This is mine. Dressed as your hero day. No, I'm not going to lie. I forgot the Peacock shirt again.
Yeah.
I've run out of clothes. I wasn't meant to be here.
That's true.
Week 5, so Peacock shirts all need some washing.
Well, it's another no contest in the Peacock Friday
I do
stakes.
look good in the golden.
A bit big for you, actually.
I'm not too sure.
Been pumping a bit more than you.
Been throwing a bit of tin the last few weeks, actually.
Anyway, back to the game. This is wide open, isn't it, at the moment? This match is, the whole day is wide open. This one I think's okay as well. They've been pretty disciplined with these lines, as we see Will Pershard coming into the attack. And they've just had the knack of not really falling foul of the wide line, and this is frustrating when you're batting in this form of the game. And that's one that could probably get called either way.
Well, he'll be disappointed not to get bat on that, because you've got point and third man in the ring. They've got the baseball field. This is what I call the old baseball. Everyone's straight.
Yep, straight outfielders. Swing and a miss.
You can see
is all at sea here.
He's sort of batting within himself, isn't he? We know he usually likes to clatter it, but those 3 early wickets have just made him second guess himself a bit.
Yeah, so, yeah, what Corey means is all 5 outfielders are kind of in front of the bat. Yep. So the 4 infielders, because you've got 9 fielders you can put wherever you like. At least 4 have to be in the circle, and 5 outfielders are allowed outside the circle. All right, time to go, and this is going to fall safely eventually. Zach Tribe, he did well to get there, because I thought there was no way this was going to get down to it long on. I think he gets 2 hands to it, but he just can't hold on.
Yeah, another half a chance. Really good movement from him there. I didn't think he had a hope of getting there on the full, but he just does. And well, Bubba gets a second life. It's a half a chance, but I think he might be disappointed. Well, let's say a quarter of a chance.
Yeah, I actually think him specifically catches that more often than he drops it, that catch. This will be a wide. This one actually goes away a little bit. Bit of movement. The cloud cover around. But don't forget, there are some people that are worried they might get some rain later on. Hopefully
really?
We don't. Yeah. And look,
what's the forecast?
Loving this from you, Will. Loving this,
kind
Will.
of 50-50.
Imagine a 3-over final.
Imagine a final that we can't play. And you know who's going to finals week?
Plucky Cyprus.
Yeah. How long are you going to wear my jacket for?
All day.
All right. Clips this one away. The fielder is taking it just inside. And would you believe it? It's another wicket. 26 for 4 now. Will Pershard gets amongst it. Asa Tribe. Well, he set up camp just inside the rope. He knew exactly where he was. And the ball wasn't escaping his hands as Will Pershard gets his first wicket. Pakai Camp, they lose Mahboob. at 4, and now it's 26 for 4.
Well, he sort of just check drives it. He times the pants off it, but he doesn't get enough on it, and it goes straight to deep mid-wicket. Easy catch, didn't have to move, and maybe he'd just be disappointed he didn't put a bit more bat force through it. But another wicket falls, and at the moment, Pakai Care, they're in all sorts of trouble.
And it's rare to see them go into their shell the way that we've seen it. I mean, of course, into their shell. Maybe they've had some good deliveries bowled at them. It's not really in their zone. But Bit Mahboob goes for 4 off 5. Trophy in the background. Pakai Care, they'll hope that this isn't the closest that they're getting to the trophy, because they'll have visions of returning next week. But right now, in a real jam, 26 for 4.
Well, they're in danger here, Vinny, of going out in straight sets. We haven't seen a team that had the double chance go out in straight sets yet, have we?
No, we haven't. And actually know exactly what that feels like. It kind of takes you by surprise, to say the least. Shiraz Ahmed comes in at number 6, the captain. And he goes straight away. And he just couldn't get anything going this morning.
See, I'm a huge fan of that. That's first ball, your team's 26 for 4, you're the captain, you try hit it to the moon.
Yeah.
That's the way they play. When they start playing this sort of little nudge and tickle game, little ticky-taka, it doesn't really suit them. I mean, Bubba's 8 off 14. We haven't seen him be this slow all tournament.
Over to Bubba. Again, that's the kind of ball sometimes you see him trying to send into the jungle, but sensing the situation, he just takes the safe option, takes 1. That's the end of the first half of this innings. Pakai Care are 28 for 4. So what you now have, you've got the former captain, Bubba, and the current captain, Shiraz Ahmed, the 2 leaders at the crease for Pakai Care. And they are very capable, if they build a partnership, of still posting something around the 100 mark. That seems a long way off at the moment. Look, credit to Farmers for their bowling and fielding pressure. I think they've been excellent so far. You see their 2 golden ducks in amongst the top 5 or 6 batters you see on the screen. Now, it looks like we're going to have George Richardson back. Now, no Reece Palmer in the lineup. He's not in the 11, so they've taken out a spin option. He got a bit of treatment against Pakai Care last time. So they're going with pretty much an all-pace attack here. And, speaking of pace, that's good delivery. George just occasionally drops one short. Say probably 1 and over. If he can get that out of his game. I mean, last over, that's the one that went to the boundary, and they're only 5 off the over.
Yeah, Bubba just can't get going at the moment. I mean, even if he got a little bit of bat on that, you've still got Point and third man in the ring. That could have gone away for 4, but it's good bowling by Richardson. He's getting it full. He's getting it to move. And that's the big thing here. I think they've made all the 31 deliveries so far just go a bit through the air, and it's hard for the batsman to line up.
It goes for this one, and he gets it pretty good. Maximo! 6 to Bubba. Well, he wakes up from his slumber, and he wakes up angry. 6 to Pakai Care.
Yeah, don't upset Big Bubba. And let's not forget, he was dropped on 6. While he's still there, Pakai Care will still feel a little bit comfortable. He gets every piece of that. Look at that. It's like a big man using a toy bat. He absolutely clatters it sometimes.
That's us there. And we watch that one sail towards us. George Richardson with a comeback ball. Goes again and gets 6 more. Into the jungle, Maximo! Back to back. Mohamed Baba says it's time. He rolls the dice, comes up double 6s. Pakai Care are away. They're up to 40.
Big bad Bubba. He is carrying this team at the moment, and unfortunately for Richardson, the last 2 deliveries, they've been half volleys on the stumps. He's been really good at keeping it wide of off stump. He's got to be careful here. Doesn't want to go for another Maximo. And Pakai Care, those 2 boundaries, just steady them a little bit. Good game of cricket this, isn't it?
Tyrone just saying, everyone's just settle down here. Probably a bit of chat going around at the moment. Understandable. Richardson, it's crunch time for him. He's still got 3 to come in the over. Bangs it in. This will be more runs. It'll be 6 more runs. 6 carreras más. And you felt that Bubba was just waiting for this. He's 1 step ahead at the moment. He turns. There was no one back in that quarter of the ground. 6, 6, 6.
Wow. Just wow. I mean, that's really good batting. Under pressure, your team's struggling, and he goes 6, 6, 6. Just goes with the short ball, hoiks it over backward square leg. And what a swing in the game this is. 18 off the last 3. And, like we mentioned, he was dropped on 6, and we felt that could be a big moment. He's now 27 off 19. Pakai Care now going at 8.1, starting to get some momentum.
It was a fairly regulation chance as well, wasn't it? Pakai Care, they've bowled and fielded, bowled particularly, very well in this tournament. Now this is a full toss. This is lasered. Well, it's not 6, but it's the next best thing. It's 4 runs. And yeah, overcorrection from George Richardson. And this one is dismissed from the ground by Mohamed Babar.
Well, it just shows what pressure does to the bowler, and a couple of good shots, and then he gets the loose ball. It's a low full toss, and he clatters it through square leg for 4. I think he's trying to smoke into, well, not smoke into, he's trying to smash into his Yorker there, and it's just overcorrection. And
margins of error. And then George Richardson's a very good young bowler.
He is, he's very good.
When he watches this, he'll realise, okay, I need to be able to control my length better. You know,
just get it wide of off stump. Just anything in Bubba's wheelhouse you don't want to be in. He was bowling really good wide of off stump. He's just gotten a bit straight in the last few deliveries.
That's why I think cricket's an interesting game, because once you start an over, you have to finish it, right? If it was baseball or something like that, the manager would be saying, all right, you know, you're not going to throw anymore. We'll give it to someone else. But he's got to try and get out of the over. We've had 22 off the first 5 balls. Here's the last ball of it. And it's going to finish with a 6. Well, this one is miles back. Well, find out the cheap seats. Maximo as 28 come off the 6th, turning this game around. And at the end of that over, Pakai Care, they are 56 for 4. Well, they were 28 after 5 overs. Guess what? They doubled their score in that 6th over.
That's remarkable batting. I mean, in the context of the match, the week, the tournament, I mean, there's so much pressure, and he's just gone bang, 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 bang. And really good batting, and there's a bit of words out there, a bit of argy-bargy. I don't mind that. I like it when there's a bit of feistiness in the game, and good batting from Bubba. And, well, this game, it's tense.
Yeah, out there in the middle. Tension's running high.
I can imagine, though, there's a lot on the line, isn't there?
Oh, yeah. You got to channel it in the right way, though. That's the thing. You know, because if I'm batting at Mohamed Baba and I see I'm riling up the fielding team, then I think that's probably to my advantage.
Well, I'm not too sure you'd sledge Bubba at the moment after hitting 28 off and over, but I don't mind seeing that. I don't mind seeing a bit of fire in the game. That's what cricket's about sometimes, isn't it?
Well, they care when it comes down to it. Joel Richardson, he is going to replace his son. He's going to get this one past Shiraz Ahmed, who I think, look, he loves to hit 6s, Shiraz. He needs to get to the other end here. You got someone that's on a heater. Mohamed Baba.
On a heater.
He's on a heater.
Yeah, I like that. Good call. He is on a heater.
What about NBA Jam?
Oh, when you got sunk 3 threes in a row, the ball would go.
And everything would be on fire.
Yep.
The basket was on fire and you just couldn't miss. That's what I'm picturing. Shiraz Ahmed, he has struggled with the bat today, though, specifically. He chewed up a lot of balls in the first game. Had a key moment in the chase, so he'll be very, very keen to turn it around. This is pretty well bowled by Richardson, keeping it away from Shiraz, but he does drive it down the ground for a single. Now, this will be a really good chase. Joel Richardson has been able to get the big fish on occasion, and they're none bigger at the moment than Mohamed Baba, because if you remove him, 57 for 5, you're in pretty good shape, but if you keep him there, could still be looking at triple digits here.
Yeah, big ball this game. It's on a knife edge at the moment. It's good to watch. Good for the neutral.
Misses out this time. Going for a bit of swing back.
That's good bowling. Just keeping it wide of off stump, and he's not really efficient hitting it through sort of that point region. I mean, they've got 3 men there. And we know how strong he is when it's on the stump, so that's really good bowling.
It's pretty good over cover. You don't see him hitting too many kind of sideways on the offside. Oh, he loads this up. This one's pretty close to the stumps. It's a high wire act at the moment for Baba, but he survives.
Tell you what, if he hit that out the middle, that was going miles. He swung so hard at that.
Gives it away with his little footwork. It's just a little open up saying, I want the leg side here. And they do have still that same, the baseball field as we call it, with 5 outfielders all in front of the wicket. And so he goes sideways and gets it pretty good. Cuatro carreras. Baba moves up into the 40s. And I think with that field, he's looking for some length that he can go square. He does. He executes the shot well.
Yeah, because with this field, you've only got 3 on the leg side. So, I mean, when you hit it through that gap, you're always going to get 4 or 6 because square leg is in the ring and they've only got deep mid wicket and deep mid on. So good batting. A really impressive innings this from Baba. His team were in all sorts and he's carrying them through at the moment.
Right. Talking to keepers who've dropped people on 0, then watch them make 200 in a day. This is like a short form equivalent at the moment. But this one will be 6 more. Well, it's a flying farmer that goes at the ball. I think that's Sumaret, who gave it everything he had. But the result, Maximo, 6 to finish the 7th. And well, after 28, came off at 6. They needed a steadier and looked like Joel Richardson had got them into a good position. Dot 1, dot, dot, but then finishing with 4 and a 6. So after 7 overs, it's 73 for 4.
Well, the last 9 balls that Big Bubba's faced, he's hit 7 boundaries. I mean, it's amazing striking. And, well, this is where we're going next.
This is where we're going. 67 for 4, pardon me. Just getting the score right. But, yeah, we're going to stay here in Cartama for another week. I know that, Corey, you've got a couple of weeks off starting next week, but you will be rejoining me in Portugal. We'll be back there together again in Cartama, which is a fantastic ground. And then you will be with me as well for Capella in the Netherlands for the Dutch series, Corey. So that'll be great. And then I'll be heading to Bulgaria and Romania and various other locations. European Cricket Series, their domestic series, it's the same high-paced format. And you can catch it on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, Mondays to Saturdays. Of course, you can also catch it on Fan Code if you're watching on the subcontinent. So all of you that might be joining us here to watch your country represented in the ECL, we hope you can join us whenever you're available. And that's what's beautiful about it. You can pop in for an hour or two, or maybe the whole day.
Oh, that's a no-e.
Has to be.
Oh, wow, and that's going to give Bubba a free hit. He's gone to bowl a dart first ball, and, yeah, he's got it all wrong. So that's a no-e, and Big Bubba, he gets the free hit.
They've got Summer on as a spin option, right? So
has he bowled much spin during the week?
He's not. Generally, he's not. And he is carrying an injury, though. So they're improvising with him as a spinner. There wasn't anything too slow about that first one.
No, it wasn't. The keeper's going back because that was very quick. Well, the keeper's going...
Yeah, because he's saying, well, I'm just going to cover the angle.
Yeah, I rate that. I like that.
And I suppose they don't worry if they give away a run. Yeah, I guess that's smart because they had to change a striker, so you can do that. I don't know how much he's stopping by going that far.
No, because if you get a feather edge, that's actually a good tactic. I don't mind that.
Yeah, true. But
I mean, it's a free hit.
But I know, but off the spinner.
And if they give a single at the moment, they don't mind because they don't want Bubba on strike.
Correct. That's a question.
Well, it's definitely not spin. This is sort of like quick, medium pace, and he's thrown his gloves down. I reckon that's hit him in an awkward spot. You can see he might be in a bit of pain here.
Shiraz Ahmed.
Oh, yeah. They say don't give it a rub, but he's given it a rub.
He's given it away here. Back thigh. And, oh, yeah, I'm from the don't rub school, but I don't think that Shiraz Ahmed went to that school. Well, there's Martins. Happy birthday, Martins, from our crew at Spring Productions. Well, I'll have to work out why he's not working, but no, Martins, we've loved having you here. And it's been a day of a few birthdays, and Martins, part of our crew. We had the other Martins we've got here. He had his birthday earlier in the tournament, and we now know that Dan Weston has his birthday as well today. Anybody else out there that has a birthday, let us know in the chat.
Happy birthday, Dan.
Just celebrating with a good old Latvian tradition, a beer at lunchtime. And, well, where's Magic Spray Mary?
Here it comes. Here comes the Magic Spray. Well, I tell you what, this spray, it's like the magic beans in the beanstalk. As soon as this goes on, he will recover.
Magic Spray Mary.
It's good. She's getting out there pretty quick. And hopefully she can get this Magic Spray on soon. Yeah.
There we go.
She's been pretty busy this tournament.
She's almost player of the series, I think. There we go. Let's get a big zoom in on this.
What do they put in that spray? Because I guarantee he's okay.
Oh, yeah, he'll be able to run off. He'll probably run like a 9.8 second 100 metres now. Shiraz Ahmed.
Oh, there's
if he has to.
How good have the fans been this
week?
Week?
Give yourselves a big round of applause in the fan zone. We love having you guys here. And let's give Magic Mary. Magic Mary.
Let's get around Magic Mary.
Spray Mary.
He's
a
been
big round of
sensational.
applause.
Probably the biggest cheer all week.
Yeah. You gotta love it. She almost like raises the Magic Spray like a bat after 100.
Well, the spray's worked. We're back to the action.
Serious question coming up.
Yep.
After this ball.
Talk to me.
From Summer. Spears it in. Almost a chance.
Wow, how's the umpire? That's big Tyrone Peters. He hit the deck hard, didn't he? Well done from the ump there. And it's half a chance, but he thought that was going to go straight into his noodle.
Yeah, and Summer gets a hand to it. And yeah, I mean, this would have been a sensational catch, but he's a good fielder. Well, Tyrone, he didn't see that if it was caught, because he'd bailed by then.
Good movement for the big fella, isn't it?
That's why you have two umpires out there, in case you lose one.
So look at this. The keeper's back on the ring again. They're happy with the one.
You're basically giving him a walk if he misses the ball. Dead ball called.
Yeah, he wasn't ready. He wasn't looking up.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I mean, we haven't seen this before.
It's a clever tactic.
I like it. I've talked about this for a long time.
Yeah. In this situation where you're feeling like there's such a mismatch between the strikers, potential strikers, so I don't mind it. Bubba won't be bothered. As he goes straight, and he goes long, and he goes strong. Maximo! Barbarian stuff from Mohamed Barbar as he moves to 54 off 27. Here's the counter-attacking innings that his team needed. The former captain has come up with six sixes and 3 fours in this knock. Crucial knock for Pakai Care.
I've been here 5 weeks and I've seen 30 teams. This is the innings of the tournament for me so far.
Now he wants more. This is almost into the gap. It is, in fact, it's 4. Not too many gaps in that field, but he hits this hard. The counter-attack continues. Baba's plundering here in qualifier 2.
Yeah, do you think that's a fair call? Innings of the tournament? I mean, we've seen 100 and we've seen things, but in the context of what this pressure was, this is phenomenal batsmanship.
I'd agree. Last ball the overs, they'll probably be up now. Doesn't matter where you are, because that one is going into the jungle. Maximo, a magical 8. Pakai Care have exploded to life. After 8 overs, it's 87 for 4.
You tell me what they were on after 5 overs, because this is remarkable hitting. He's lost the plot. He's smoking everything.
And he was a bit careful before, so after 5 they were 28. Now they doubled that with 28 in the 6th. Then we had 11 in the 7th and 20 in the 8th. So
they've hit 60
it's 59 in the last 3 overs.
Wow. I mean, we said they dropped him on 6. He's probably the one man you don't want to drop, and it was a simple chance. And look at that worm. She's only going north. It's going to Everest.
Oh, that is. Surf's up. Can you believe this?
Well, what a comeback. This just sums up T10 cricket. The ebbs and flows of T10. It's a remarkable format. And
they didn't go the specialist spinner. Try some rare. It doesn't really work out.
Tell you what, I'm glad I came in for this. This is fantastic to watch.
Well, here's the thing. You need to try and just pull yourself back as a fielding side now and say, look, we're not out of the game here. 87 for 4. If you can get Babar, if you can keep him to say 10 and 10, you're chasing 107. Yep. That's more or less a pass score based on what we've seen in the series.
I think you'd probably be happy with a 1 here. I mean, if you get a boundary bonus, but if it's a 1, that's also good to get Bubba back on strike.
Probably not time to talk about it. Keeper, I think, should have come up the last ball because you don't want to just give him 1 if you miss it to retain the strike.
Good point.
Anyway, let's move on. This is hit straight by Shiraz Ahmed, who does his job. And so this will just be a single.
Honestly, so the way Bubba hits it, it looks like an overgrown man with a toy bat, and it goes miles.
Oh, he's a colossus. Pakai Care breathing a bit easier.
You've got to keep it outside off stump to him. We've got the baseball field again. You can't get too straight.
Will Pershard. This time's hit inside out, not quite out of the middle. Just 1. That's probably a good result for Farmers at the moment.
Well, Farmers just need to take a breath here because I still think they'd be pretty happy overall. I mean, they've lost the momentum at the moment, but if they can keep them under 105, I think they'll still be confident of chasing that.
It's almost like he flicked a switch after the first half was finished and the 6th over clicked over. Baba has been on a rampage. Now Shiraz Ahmed tries to get on it, but it is going to carry. Well, Maximo Shiraz, who hasn't had the best day with the bat, and even this one wasn't quite out of the screws. If there was a fielder there, I think he's catching it, but it was into the gap. 6 runs to Pakai Care.
Yeah, well, valuable 6, and if he gets going as well, they're going to get something over 115. He sort of just swats at it, lands in a hole, but goes all the way, got plenty of bat on it. What a comeback.
Back to live action. And there he tries the same shot again, but this time it's guarded. In fact, he hits it so badly, it'll just be a single.
Well, I was reading the YouTube chat about 20 minutes ago. People were saying chokers and going out in straight sets and things like this. What championship teams do, they can get out of any sticky situation. We're watching it now.
It's a reverse choke for me. It's because you're thinking that's what you're seeing.
Well, Bubba's getting funky. He's walked down the wicket.
He whacks it real hard, but straight at the fielder.
Haven't seen him do much of that all tournament. The bowler was at the top of his mark and he just started walking down. Interesting.
Yeah, he's just saying, well, I mean, this is where you can still bowl wider then, can't you? If you're Will Pershard. The other alternative is you could spear one into the stumps and challenge him. But yeah, Pakai Care, just seemed like everything was going wrong, but this innings from Baba has turned everything around. Last ball the over, you can swing at this one, Shiraz Ahmed. He does, he misses, and they won't take the run. So again, defensive keeping position, saying you can have a run, but I think that over's been called. And so at the end of that strange moment, you only find it here on ECN. The score now is 97 for 4 with 1 over remaining.
I think that's quite interesting. They were foxing each other to see if he would take the single, but I actually agree with Pakai Care's tactic there not to take it, because Bubba's got the potential to hit a 20-run over.
I think it's worth more than 1 run to have him on strike.
Yep.
You'd almost, if it was a little kind of open market, like on the free market, and say, look, here's a run, you know, I want the strike. So that's essentially what we saw.
I like that. I like seeing two teams trying to outwit each other, though. It's a good tactic, and why not?
Outfoxing each other.
I mean, let's not forget, Bubba was dropped on 6. He's made 60 more.
Yeah, and James Pershard, he would know that. He would know he had a fairly regulation chance.
Tell you who's going to bowl like the wind as well. I feel like Hitman's going to let it fly in this one.
It's now or never, isn't it, for him? And the other thing, you think about the catch that James Pershard took yesterday to take the hat trick. It was ridiculous. No, it was probably one of the hardest catches we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And to drop one like that, that's cricket in a nutshell. And it was off this man, Kinman, specialist 10th over bowler. Here he is bowling to Babar. Drags it now. I think they're going to go for 2 here. It's into the gap. I think they'll probably get there.
This will be tight.
They go the long way. And
I reckon Bubba's gone here. I don't think he made it.
I'm going to say he does make it. It's the far end from us, so we can't really tell.
I can tell. I reckon he's just short.
I'm going to go out on a limb, and I say we've got a terrible angle here.
Well, this is a big moment in the game.
Yeah,
because if he's dismissed, you get a new batsman coming in for the last 5 balls. I reckon he's just out.
Let's see what. Oh, it's close. Yeah,
this is why
nothing wrong with my eyes, mate.
This is why I'm wearing your jacket, because I want to be you.
Nothing wrong with my eyes.
Good running from Big Bubba.
Umpiring from 100 metres, because you can always say if you're wrong, you can always blame the fact that you're far away. Anyway, 5 to come, 99 the score. Goes short, and this one is high in the air. It's out of here. Maximo Bubba up to 74. He swings his way into the 70s, and that shot brings up the 100 for Pakai Care. What was a pipe dream a few overs ago, but now they have 105 and counting.
Innings of the tournament so far. Phenomenal batting under all the pressure. He stayed there for his team, and he's still going. 4 balls left. Anything can happen here.
Low to Durgesh, who's watching from Finland. Good to have you tuning in. 4 to come. Wide.
Well, now look at this. They don't take the run. I like it. I like it. I like the cat and mouse. I like the foxiness.
He already got a run. I mean, what would be different is if someone was there that was hitting him
as
half as well or better than Bubba. That's not Shiraz Ahmed at the moment. So
I reckon Bubba's calling for a new bat, but surely there's nothing wrong with that one. I mean, he's still clattering. He's 74 off 33.
Didn't even hit that way. He just noticed a little crack after that last 6.
I think batsmen get rid of bats too easily when there's a little crack. I mean, he just hit a ball about 65 metres.
That's normally when they're at their best, when they're about to go, because they've got a bit more elasticity.
Why is that? Yeah, is that?
I just think that at the point of impact, there's a bit of extra, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of a bit of extra motion. Elasticity is probably the word that I'd use.
I mean, it can't be that bad. He's been hitting it absolutely miles, so 106 for 4. But for me, honestly, Vinny, this is innings of the tournament. We've been here 5 weeks. We've watched some phenomenal batting, but this innings under pressure, sensational.
Vinny Sandhu here. Mr. Maximo with Mr. Maximo Jr. wearing my jacket. I'm still wondering when I'm going to get that back. But, I mean, you talked about it, the context of the game. This could be the innings of the tournament. You know what? But no matter what they score, this game's only half over, and we know that Farmers are a highly skilled cricket team. They've been getting better and better as the week goes on. Right now, being put to their toughest test yet. Kinman doesn't release. So I don't know if that was just a matter of losing the run or maybe just wanted to get a look at what the batter was doing.
No, I think he just lost his run up at the very end there. Dead ball, still 4 to come. Slight delay.
Okay, it's exciting. Okay, mishits this one, hangs in the air, and it doesn't carry.
Tell you what, probably should have been using the other bat. That bat doesn't sound like it's got much of a middle.
Here's the thing, though. If you're not taking a one to the keeper, then why do you take that one?
Well, because eventually, I mean, you can't guarantee he's going to hit every ball for 6. You still need to be getting some singles, and Ahmed has hit 1 6. I get what you mean, but you've got to take a couple
I'm not even
runs.
saying it's wrong. It's a question. One reason, because this time he gets the run on his score rather than if he misses it. Selfish reasons.
I like it.
3 to come. Shiraz's turn. And he edges a 4. So, well, everything coming up Pakai Care now as the wheels are well and truly off. And Pakai Care now up to the Nelson, 1-1-1.
Remind me again, were they on 28 after 5?
Yeah, wait till I give you the second half.
This is unbelievable.
At the moment, they're 83 and counting off the second half.
Wow.
So they're going at triple the speed that they went in the first half. Shiraz, well, that's the kind of ball he was missing this morning. This time he almost misses, but gets just the right amount of bat in it to get a boundary. More fortune than design.
What a game. What a game.
Even if they get, 115 here.
Oh, 115 after being 28 or 5.
It's a great effort, but Farmers are not out of this at all.
Oh, definitely not. They've got a good batting lineup.
They're driven hard. This will just be one. Ahmed Babar's not going anywhere.
Well, Ahmed's done a good job here as well, coming in, getting 17 off 12. He hasn't clogged it up too much. He's found the boundary a couple of times. He's done a good job.
Hello to Alex Ditzia, who's watching from Serbia. It's great to have you in the broadcast. He was in the series we had in Croatia. Just sorting out that everyone's got the bat that they are going to use with this last ball.
And they end on 118.
Oh, this is the curtain call, isn't it? 75. Last ball coming up. And this is probably LBW. And yeah, he's gone. So, well, he finally misses one, but the damage is done. Kinman gets the wicket. And, well, let's just say...
I don't know why you'd be given a few words. You've just been hit for 80 odd off the last 5 overs. So, I don't know why he's doing that. There's no need for that. And, well, Pack I Care, they took all the momentum after the first 5 and no need to give a send-off.
Well, we knew it was going to be spicy. And normally, that's how we associate with Pack I Care in the field and with their bowling attack at Kinman. He'd had enough in the end, and just the emotion spilling over. Shows you what it means to these players, though. And Tyrone Peters just stepping in and saying, all right, take a break for now, because that's the halftime break. I'll strap yourself in for these highlights when they come, because it's going to be a very good watch. How about Bubba, though? Let's give him some credit here, as he rescued his team from a very, very tough position. 75 off 35 with 8 sixes and 4 fours. Here's the replay of that last one. Just nipping back. He hits him on the back leg in front of off stump. I think no doubt that was going on to hit the stumps. And yeah, just a little bit of words. I think Shiraz Ahmed getting involved as well. He's not going to take a backward seat. I'll tell you what, you don't want to go anywhere. It's in the end, well, Jersey, they are all up against it, you'd say, but they certainly haven't been batted out of the game completely by Pack I Care because of that terrible first half. And that second half obviously gets them a few ahead of a past score. But we've seen these kinds of scores chased, but they will have to deal with the likes of Mohamed Kamran first up, Mohamed Babar as well. They have a well-balanced attack, Pack I Care. But as we know, things can go wrong in T10 sometimes. And well, they were going wrong here in qualifier number 2 early on. Well, a little bit cold for Rick, but he was back in the 11. He came in at the expense of Reece Palmer. He's a left-handed batting option for the middle. And, well, a few interesting moments first up as Isan was living dangerously. He was able to hit that one out of here. And apart from that, there were a few going up. You see this one was caught after Richardson missed the previous one, which was a bit of a swirl up. The blushes were saved, but then it was Cameron that had to go first ball. And this is the moment of the game where Farmer's just on fire. Even that went right as Smith takes the catch at slip. The assist was from James Pershard. Well, that's a drop that was acceptable because it did result in a wicket. But after this one, a tough one, did go down to that Tribe. This is the one where we saw Asa Tribe taking one, and he had the Punjabi chuck of their fut there celebration. And I could see everyone sharing their celebration with each other.
This was the over though, Vinny. This was the over where all the momentum started to swing and Bubba started to clear the pickets.
Yeah, because what we didn't see there was Bubba getting put down behind the stumps. But yeah, when the second half rolled around, well, it was game on. And they're saying, well, talk is cheap. Well, they were doing their talking with their bats here, the Spanish champions.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what they did in the back 5. And Bubba, he just got going. He was hitting the ball to all parts. And when he hits it, it stays hit. He had a lot of sixes and he just wrestled them back. And there's Birthday Boy on your screens there. And you can see Bubba's talking to his partners. He was pretty in tune. That was a good bit of fielding. And Tyrone Peters, the umpire there, well, preservation at best, diving on the ground. And Big Bubba, he just kept the show continuing, and you can see Pack I Care appreciating it massively. They were hitting the ball to all parts. Shiraz Ahmed also got a couple of boundaries away late. And, well, Pack I Care, they would have been dreaming of 100 after the first 5. They got there pretty comfortably in the end.
We had some chat out in the field. I'm loving our live chat as well. We saw the last ball was finally the wicket. And Kinman, well, he gets the decision and then says, off you go. And said, well, I was going anyway because I've just whacked 75 and the runs are on the board. And a few people saying They want to hear the stump marks turned up because they reckon we could have an adult channel option as well. But look, you know, I'm not saying it's something I like to see, but what it does show me is these guys are passionate about sticking around, and Pakai Care, in the end, they do get to 112. Look, Farmers, they didn't give away too many extras. Yeah, just Bubba, he almost, where those wickets went down in the first half, he almost shut up shop, just making sure that he would be there for the second half. And when he did, well, he really turned it on. 75 off 35. Shiraz Ahmed, well, he was an ally towards the end, and slightly better from him. 17 not out of 12. And so they will be defending that 112. And for me, it's all about the start. I mean, Cameron, he can almost kill the game early, but conversely, if Farmers can get hold of him and maybe get 10s off his over, well, I think we'll have game on. If we go to the bowling figures in a moment, I think we'll see that's it's a tale of two halves. 2 for 7. Pershad was swinging it around corners early. And then when that second half came, there were some figures that did get some damage.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Richardson went for a few too many there. And, well, they tried to stick with it. And at one stage, it was 4 for 26 before it was 5 for 112. A remarkable comeback. And Bubba, for me, innings of the tournament, irrespective if they go on to win or lose.
Yeah, true. Oh, he sucked up the pressure and he turned it into Maximos in the first half of this qualifier too. One of these two teams will get the honour of meeting Punjab Lions Nicosia in the final later on this afternoon. And one of them, their ECL journey will be over. Find out which one when we return in just a few minutes. We'll be back with exciting conclusion to qualifier 2. It'll be 113 victory target for Farmers of Jersey. Any sound to hear Mr. Maximo alongside Corey Ruckers. Hope you're having a great final Friday. It's getting spicy. See you here shortly for more BET2BALL European Cricket League. Welcome back to the European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL and Keeper Inu. Well, 30 clubs started their ECL journeys back in February, and now only 7 teams remain with a chance of lifting that magnificent ECL trophy. Thanks to our partners at Local Lifestyle. It's the Champions League of European Cricket, 144 matches over 6 weeks, one location, and broadcast globally on the European Cricket Network. Certainly hope you're enjoying Finals Friday here in Group E so far. We're down to 3 in Group E. The group of excitement, I called it at the start of the week, and certainly doesn't get much more exciting than this. As Farmers of Jersey, they are 113 runs away from a date in the final with Punjab Lions Nicosia from Cyprus, who shocked Pakai Care, previously undefeated, this morning. And now this 10 overs will determine which of these 2 teams will move forward and which one will have to move aside in ECL 22. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me, former ECL winner in 2019 and current Spanish team national coach, Corey Ruckers. And Corey, we're about to see the Hitman do his thing.
Yeah, looking forward to this, Vinny. And I reckon this will be a close match. And Hitman, well, I think he's the leading wicket taker in Group E. No surprise. Here we go.
Buckle up. This one's worked away. Well, they go for a slightly dodgy run, get away with it. Sumer has been sent out to open the batting, so yeah, I have seen them opening fairly regularly with the Tribes. And now they've made a slight change here with Sumer, who they probably feel that he is their kind of best technical batter. Also, he did see them home in the previous game, so they decided to open with him with Ace of Tribes. So is that
the form? Yeah. Sometimes I don't mind that. If a batsman's in form, get him out there while the power play's on and see if he can get him off to a good start. I mean, they're right in this game.
Also, risk whoever you send out against Cameron, who's been taking wickets in the first over. I can't think of an over this week he hasn't taken a wicket in the first over.
I think there's only been one, I think.
Ace of Tribe, your turn. Yeah, digs out the Yorker. It's pretty. Oh no! Oh, that was the dodgy run. In the end, Tribe does want to dig it out, but almost digs himself into an early dismissal.
That's good fielding. That's Mohamed Yassin. He's been out with the flu the last few days, and he's back. And well, really good movement from him there. Almost forced to run out. And good fielding. So 2 singles, both batsmen off the mark. Always makes you feel a bit more comfortable. Cameron not really getting that ball to swing. It's sometimes funny, the quicker the bowler, it doesn't swing as much, whereas a medium pacer can get it to go.
Yeah, again, that's one thing that science hasn't really explained to us. Cameron, he's also got a pretty good short ball.
Oh, seed. Yeah, that's a seed. That just goes straight across him. And I tell you what, Hitman's got a face on him like he means business today. That's an absolute jaffer going across the right-hander. And I mean, if you can't swing it, just take it across him.
Yeah, that's the danger, because he can bring it back. And then this one kind of just like holds its line. And Hitman, man, a few words, but
yeah, I like that.
He's quite expressive. We saw a few words exchanged at the end of the first half of this game. This one hurries the batter. Cameron picks it up.
Moves well for a big man, doesn't he?
So what's your strategy if you're Farmers here? Are you happy just to see Cameron off without losing a wicket? Like, how many runs do you think they're hoping to get off his 2 overs?
I think you're just batting. You're batting on merit. I mean, if he bowls a perfect 2 overs, you just respect it. And if he gives you a loose ball, you still try to put it away. I don't think you're playing a loose shot. I don't think you're going for the big maximum over square leg or something like that. Just play it on merit.
Feels like, you know, they can't win the game in this first power play, this first 3 overs, but they could probably lose the game, if you know what I mean. Like, yeah, they just got to stay in it. That squeak, that's probably a wide though.
It's one of the very few times that he's got his bouncer a little bit too short. So he's signalled a wide, and that's the one bouncer for the over.
It was too high, but do you think it gives away a run? Do you think that's tactical, that it was up too high on purpose?
No.
Because I was going to say, now he gets 2 more balls to try and take a wicket.
No.
Am I just going crazy here?
Nah, you are going crazy.
It was just so high.
No, he usually gets it perfect, but as a bowler, you can't get every delivery at the right height.
Well, he goes straight at the nose. Wouldn't have hit a giraffe's nose. Shot. Yeah, really nice shot through the offside. This is for Ace of Tribe. Kind of thinking the next one would be pitched up because he'd spent the short ball. And, well, a lot of words flying from the dugout to the middle as well. Farmers get their first boundary.
Yeah, so that's what I mean by just playing it on merit. So he's over pitched there and he puts his hands through it. It's a lovely cricket shot. And 4 runs, and that's going to give them a bit of confidence going forward in this run chase.
Comeback ball. Last ball of the over. played fairly confidently. It's knocked down by Majid Hanif at points. So end of an entertaining over. I think Farmers, they'll take that. They don't lose a wicket. It's 9 for no loss after 1.
Yep, 9 for no loss. They'll be happy with that start. And, well, Bubba will probably come on with the new ball here. Cameron not really getting it to go too much in that over. I think he's bowling a little bit within himself. I know he's got a bit of a tight glute. So good start this by Farmers. You can see they're pretty pumped up in the dugout, aren't they, Vinny?
Yeah, why not? That's the thing. I think you're often more nervous when you're off the field. Because when you're on the field, you can do something about it.
Yeah.
Most of the time. And it's going to be all that training and all the hours you've put in. It's when it pays off. And so now we're going to see Mohamed Babar, his regular opening partner. Babar, how well did he bat? I mean, 75 of those 112 runs on the board were off his bat.
Well, can he take that batting form into his bowling form? Usually, all-rounders, it does go both ways. You take that confidence into the other side of your game. He's going to come in. He's had a good tournament with the ball as well.
Pushed, and we'll get one here because the long on is back. We had the poll in the chats, and thanks to everyone that took part at the halfway point. 62% thinking Pakai Care would win from this position, and 37% Farmers. What do you think?
62-37.
Yeah.
What was the other percent?
Margin of error. I think it's to do with rounding. So, you know your maths. I'm impressed.
I'm pretty impressed there.
Yeah, get the calculator out.
Yeah, A-.
Yeah, nice shot. He walks down at Babar, and he just flicks this away. Simmerat, it's a pretty good idea to get him up there as soon as possible. And he hits this one nicely for 4 over the leg side.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Sort of just shuffles down the ground and goes a little bit outside off stump so he can get it under his eye line and sort of just flicks it away over square leg. Good batting, 4 runs. And Jersey, good start here in this run chase. They need a good power play, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to help. You and I were talking in the halftime break about where we thought they'd need to be. We kind of said 30s, mid-30s, 35 to 40 after 4 overs. Oh, he's edged this. It's going to be 4. So it was a very thin edge, but just thick enough to evade the keeper, Mohamed Ihsan. Simmerat gets lucky and he gets 4.
Yeah, can't do much about that. It can be a cruel game to be a bowler in sometimes. The thin edge flies away for 4. Didn't give the keeper a chance there either. Just enough wood on it.
Yeah, it's frustrating. This would be a good view of it.
Yeah, it's a substantial edge, isn't it?
Straight to, they had a slip in there, which we saw a bit in the first half of this game.
It's a rarity though. Don't usually see too many teams operate with a slip.
That was the rebound catch as well.
Yeah.
All right, Simmerat up into double figures. Made a good start. Now, this one's in the air and it's taken. It's flicked away, and this time it was in the range of Sikandar Ali. Well, that's a good moment for him. He scored a golden in the first half of this game, but the second half starts well for him. And so it's a dangerous play against Simmerat, not just timing that the way that he wanted, and it gave Sikandar a chance, and he took it 18 for 1.
Yeah, I give a lot of credit here to Sikandar Ali because he's moved well to his right. He's got 2 hands to it, and in a pressure game, you have to take these half chances, and that's a really good snare at mid-wicket. He moved so well, and that's a big, big wicket because we know how dangerous he is. He smacks his bat into the ground, and Bubba, well, he's having an unbelievable T10 match.
Sure is. I think it's a 75 that he scored with the bat. And I know in fantasy points, the wicket's worth 25, so there's his 100 right there. Mohamed Babar. And now Zach Tribe comes in to join his brother, coming in the number 3 position.
Yeah, big wicket, big wicket. I mean, they're pretty heavily reliant on this top 3, aren't they, Vinny?
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. And I think they're the ones that have done most of the damage in this tournament for Farmers. I think their middle order isn't quite as used to what's required in these situations. I think even when they have played T10, T20, it's a much bigger field. You can score kind of your 10 and over by pushing and running hard, a lot more than just a higher boundary percentage, which is required in these conditions. Anyway, it's Zach Tribe, who will face up to Mohamed Babar. It's a little bit short. Doesn't quite time it. Just be a single.
Yep, deep third man and deep square leg the boundary rider. So just a single there. And yeah, a lot of pressure on the Tribe brothers, isn't it? You'd think one of these two needs to be there by the 7th, 8th, 9th over if they're going to go close in this chase.
Last ball this over coming up. T10 Cameron again.
Yep. Yep. I think he's a new ball bowler, and he usually has a good power play. I mean, you could hold on to him, but
It's what they normally do. Just want to get your thoughts. Just a little leg glance, but he picks out the fielder. And we'll hustle through for one. That'll be the end of 2. And the score, 20 for 1.
yeah, even though it's a preliminary final, it's a big game, I think I like teams sticking to their methods that have worked for them in all tournament. And even though they had a loss this morning, Pakai Care have won 7 and lost 1. So they're doing something well. And you see there as they scampered through for a single. So it will be cam round to continue. And the reason for that as well is if you bring in another bowler to finish the power play, what if he goes for 15, 20?
True. Just a reminder, it's our last chance to go look at your mug there for a while. Pretty sad to hear, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. Corey, it is your last game. Just a reminder, you can follow us on social media, Mr. Maximo, or @CRuckers_28.
It's been emotional.
Yeah, and don't forget, at European Cricket, that's the place you can go for all the action. There's been some good stuff put on. There's a big camera and compilation. I don't know if you saw that on the socials this morning. And here he is in the flesh. Pitched up, driven, but no run. Yeah, look, the only exception I would say to bowling Cameron 1 and 3 is we saw the Punjab Lions this morning hold a couple of their regular top order back, particularly Guri. So you did have to face him up front. I think that then I probably would just keep one over of Cameron in the back pocket for when Big Guri comes out.
But then who closes the power play?
Anybody? Got a few options. Oh, yeah. Good short ball.
That's a really good ball because he sort of went to the leg side to give himself a bit of room. He followed him, and I don't even think that's the one for the over, which is actually quite important. Just sort of about that chest up, because that means he can. And you can see the batsman asking if it is one for the over, but it's not.
Yeah, it's a line ball one, but I think my instinct would have been to say it was just below the shoulder or it wasn't above the shoulder.
Well, it means he still has one in the locker he can use.
Dot ball as well, of course. Useful. Beats him from pace. That's a try. Survives.
He's getting a bit quicker now, isn't he? That first over sort of going through the motions a bit. Now he's getting that pace up, as we know he can. 3 dot balls. And closing of the power play is also so important.
Yeah, look, let's just take a moment to appreciate the outstanding entertainment that we've got on here on the European Cricket Network. I mean, you won't find this kind of cricket anywhere else in the world. Oh, well, some of them might be yawning, but I'm not. This is pretty exciting. Get some bat on this. Cut off though.
4 dot balls, and I mean, it's so important to close your power play as well. These last 2 balls are massive. They're going to want at least 1 boundary, you'd imagine. And Mohamed Kamran, when he's not taking wickets, he's still very difficult to get away. It's good bowling. He's bowling a heavy length. Maybe a cross bat shot might be on here, because if you edge it, it'll fly anyway.
Risky shot though.
Oh, is it?
Now you've burnt 4 balls. You really don't want to lose a wicket, right?
Oh, seed. Absolute seed. Well, it's 5 dot balls. That could have easily taken the edge. Hitman, well, he feels like he probably should have had one then. Just beats the outside edge. What a ball, Vinny.
Good luck.
That flew through, didn't it?
Good luck hitting this. I don't know what shot you need to play this. It's pretty hard to drive.
Just going, he just gets a bit of purchase across. I mean, Hitman, whoa, he wanted one, didn't he? 5 dot balls. I mean, imagine if he bowls a maiden in the context of this match.
Well, here's the thing. This could be his last ball of the series if they chase this down.
True.
So he'll be straining for that extra pace this time. Last ball of the power play. Oh, well,
it's not his last ball of the series.
That was the build-up. There's 5 dot balls, though.
He's got a cheeky smile on his face. I think he just lost his footing as he hit his mark there. Can happen.
Still got a short ball up his sleeve, right?
Oh, what are you thinking? Short?
I think he's going at the stumps. I think that's his go-to.
He's going heavy length across the batsman again.
Going in swinging Yorker.
It hasn't swung, so that'd be impressive.
Yeah, he's been saving it. Last ball.
Oh, that's a maiden.
A maiden over. 6 dots. Join them. And so they burn the 3rd over, but they don't lose the wicket to Kamran, who finishes with none for 9 here in qualifier number 2. At the end of the power play, it's 20 for 1.
You know a bowler's really good when you feel like none for 9 isn't a good day? But that is phenomenal. I mean, he's bowled
T10 cricket.
Yeah, none for 9 in a T10 match, bowling a maiden to close the power play. He's a special, special bowler, and those 6 dot balls, a maiden to finish, brilliant from him.
Yeah. What do you think in the chat? Let us know. Cameron Sanders, like your comments in there as well. Keeping it humorous for us, in good fun as well. It's great entertainment. Well, there'll be a tooth missing from that bottom row. because the third over won't have any runs at all.
It's pretty rare you see a maiden, isn't it?
I mean, the third over of the first innings was pretty good as well. It was Chuggy Pershard that bowled his second on that occasion. And from memory, I think he took 2 for 1. So now we move into the middle overs. Mohamed Babar, well, he's going to do his regular thing and bowl the fourth. 5 outfielders in play now. This is hit hard into the gap. It's going to be 4. Oh, Zach Tribe only faced the one delivery. He's had a good look from the other end, but now it's his turn. He gets a boundary, which just starts Farmers moving.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good shot. Just back of a length, and he absolutely smoked it through mid-wicket. 4 runs, 1 bounce, 4.
Yeah, it's all about the placement that time. Mid-off's up in the circle. Gets a leg kind of delivery, just chips it into the leg side for 1.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see after Bubba's over. The 6 overs remaining is the key, isn't it? I mean, to Bubba and Cameron, we know what they deliver.
Yeah, but this is what makes them so dangerous. They've got good follow-up options. They've got good variety. They've got the spin of Sikandar Ali, the spin of Adil Shafkat. They've got options like Atif Muhammad, who's a left-arm pacer.
Yeah.
They've got...
I think Atif Muhammad should bowl 2 today.
You think so?
Yeah.
They've even got bowlers like Mohammad Mochim. Well, he was player of the match the other day. They've left out Hassan Ali, who's a really good bowler as well. So, sport for choice. This one's going nowhere. And, good throw on a good length as well. This may be sending a message.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. And batsman was out of his crease having a throw.
Yes, I mean, I look at some of the players left out. Asad Abbas not in the 11. He made way for Yassine, which offers him a bit more batting, but we didn't actually need to see Yassine in the end. Yeah, but Hassan Ali particularly, he's a very good bowler. Not making the team. Can't get this one, looking to pull, but...
Asa Tribe just hasn't got going as well as we know he can at the moment. He's 9 off 13.
How's that required rate going?
But but Bubba did the exact same thing, didn't he? He didn't get off to a good start. So while you're there, you've still got the chance to capitalise later on.
And we talked about them needing to be kind of 35 to 40 after 4 to be in the hunt.
Yep.
So despite having plenty of wickets in hand, they're just a little bit behind where they need to be.
He's going to go hard at this ball.
Doesn't get that opportunity. Cut away. Long chase for the man at the offside.
I think they could have gone 2 if they went straight away. There was a slight fumble, but they settled for 1.
Yeah, just the 1. And 2 Tribes. Assume they'd be able to run between the wickets well, but with brothers, it doesn't always work out that way. And a lot of teams will run hard that first one, and on any fumble they'll go.
Yeah.
It's that understanding and the lack of hesitation on the second run that'll allow it.
Last ball of the 4th.
Babar's conceded 18. Picked up 1 wicket. And yeah, doesn't give them anything to work with here. So that's the end of 4 overs. The score now is 28 for 1, so they've got it 7s through the first 4 overs. And that score, that rate now required is 14 and over. So look, that's not going to be easy. And it won't be easy either to say goodbye to this man, Corey Rutgers, because we've really loved having you. You were meant to be here just for 4 weeks. You've stuck around for a 5th. That's great. No, you can't keep the jacket. I'll need that back. But no, how's your ECL experience been? It's been great to have you.
No, it's been sensational. I'm lucky to be here all through the group stages. So I saw 30 magnificent teams. We've seen amazing cricket, some brilliant bowling, brilliant batting. It's been pretty special.
Yeah, well, next time we'll probably see you here will actually be for the ECC, which is the international tournament a bit later in the year. We had some breaking news here that this has now been released. The groups, and we have 21 countries represented in the ECC this year.
Yep.
England will automatically qualify for week 5, and we'll have 5 different countries every week. You can check that out also on our social media at European Cricket. And there's been a bit of discussion in the chat about that already. So certainly seeing that tournament growing, getting bigger and better every year.
Sikandar Ali now, Vinny. This is the key. How are they going to play the spinners? Can they get them away?
Yeah, well, they need to find something in their zone and go hard at it. We'll get something a bit short. He just misjudges the pace of this, but he still gets it good enough into the gap. Ace the Tribe gets 4. Again, it's all about the placement. Sikandar Ali probably was a little bit short. And off to the boundary, 4 carreras.
Yeah, absolutely. It was short and hits it right in that gap between mid and mid-wicket. I see the ball go here all the time. I'd love to see teams put a man there more often. But yeah, Sikandar Ali has to be careful not to get too straight. And after a good start in the first 4 overs, he needs to continue it for Pack Eye Care. Whereas Farmers, they're probably thinking this is the over they can maybe cash in.
Yeah, 14 and over required. You pretty much need 10 and over in boundaries, like a 6 and a 4. So maybe or 2 6s or, 6 and a 4 or something like that. It's hard to do it with just one boundary in the over.
Oh, that's a long hop. Gets away with it, just a wide, but Sikandar Ali is just angling it in the moment. Maybe a little bit nervous.
Yeah, be natural. It's a huge game. They're elected to chase, and that's what they're doing, Farmers. Goes for this, but doesn't quite get it. Should be an easy catch for Cameron. Well, he'll take the catch. No mess, no fuss. And so, after trying to up the ante, Zach Tribe, he's going to fall on his sword. And he'll be hoping that's not the last time that he's out in the middle in the European Cricket League. He falls for 11. Scored out 34 for 2.
Yeah, that was the most relaxed catch by Hitman out there. And Sikandar Ali, this time he gets the line and the length right, keeps it outside off stump, and he gets a wicket. So it's right up against it at the moment of Farmers. And here comes a man to the crease. He needs to play a really good innings. It's Charles Pritchard.
Yeah, Chuggy is going to come to the crease at number 4. Zach Tribe's had a pretty good week. He's caught well. Likes him applying his skills, particularly at the top of the order with the bat. And so Charles Pritchard, the Jersey national team captain, certainly a lot of experience. This will be a different sort of experience, you'd imagine. As he's going to need to go at 14.4 at the moment, 144 pace. It's a lot of runs, isn't it?
You're not out of it yet. I mean, we've got to remind ourselves, Pakai Care were 28 after 5.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And they ended up with 112, so they're ahead of what they were at this comparative stage. It is going to take something special, but they're not out of it.
I think what you need is an outstanding individual performance. To go at that kind of rate. So for sure they can do it.
That's what T10 cricket is, outstanding individual performances at the right time.
Hard to see them doing it if they keep losing wickets. That's the thing, though. You're not going to piece it together. Well, this one just gets a little tickle on it and will be cut off. They don't go for 2 in the end. Chuggy chugged along that first run. There's a tiny bit of bat.
Well, Asad Triumph's faced 15 balls at the moment for 11. He's faced 25% of the innings. He really needs to get going. He's the set batsman. We know how powerful he can be. He needs to start getting the ball away. Well bowled.
Close as well down the other end. That's a nice moment.
That's a nice bit of sportsmanship in a fiery game.
These two teams, they all end up shaking hands at the end of the game, I'm sure. And burying the hatchet. That was good, just slid onto him, beat him for pace. And this is one he has to get rid of, and he doesn't. He finds the fielder who holds on. That was a bit of an ice cream cone from Abid Mahboob, almost popped out of his hand. He does take the catch, and Tribe, his labour is over. He also goes for 11, but he's used 17 balls up, and Farmers, they're in a bit of a jam now at the end of 5 overs. They're 35 for 3.
Yeah, not a good T10 innings that. I mean, if you're going to take time to get yourself in, you then need to capitalise, and in the end he goes 11 off 17, and Pakai Care, they'll be feeling pretty confident at the moment. And nice safe hands in the end by Mahboob. He didn't move at first. I think he thought it was going a little bit further. And you can see there, he stood up. Well, you don't stand up and celebrate a 6 when it's caught. It's a little bit embarrassing, but yeah, Pakai Care, they're keeping their noses ahead at the moment.
Yeah, probably more than a nose ahead now. Unless it's Bill Laurie's nose.
That wasn't bad, well played.
But we've seen things happen.
Who in this game can get them back into it? Who do you think?
Pritchard is the national team captain.
Yeah,
right. He can bat, and he's had his moments for sure. Sometimes he's just probably played a couple of shots he'd regret. Smith, the new batter. Change of over though, so he's not on strike. Chuggy gets Shiraz Ahmed. He's current captain of Pakai Care. Mohamed Baba was the previous captain, and now this season Shiraz Ahmed taking over. And Shiraz has got a bunch of variations. Particularly I like his leg cutting slower ball. He seems to be locating pretty well in this series. Smith for the first time. Digs this out.
It's good bowling. Nice and full. Smith, he gets himself off the mark. But yeah, you sort of feel like Pritchard, he has to do something pretty special, doesn't he? He's the key.
Yeah, it's so hard because they've got two basically fresh batters at the crease. That run rate required's gone up over 16. You know, when we talk about the point of no return being 18. Now this is in the air. Well, who's going to catch it? Hangs a long time. Isan is going to take the catch. An excellent catch by the keeper, who had to go a long way. And Chuggy is going to have to go. It wasn't the best ball from Charles Ahmed. I think Isan is sucking in the big ones, and why not? I think the landing wasn't too comfortable either, but he took responsibility. He takes the catch. Farmers go from bad to worse. It's 37 for 4.
Well, he gets a short ball back of a length outside off. He tries to drag it to the leg side, goes miles in the air, and what a catch this is by Ishan. I think he took the wind out of himself a bit. I've been really impressed with his glove work all week, and that is a smart catch.
Yeah, and the key there as a keeper is you just need to hold onto the ball. You don't want your elbows to hit the ground. If it means anything else hits the ground, then that's what you have to do. So, well, Pershard will be disappointed to go for just 2. 37 for 4. Oh, tale of 2 keepers. I mean, remember, James Pershard in the first half, he got a fairly regulation one that he put down that allowed Bubba to stay at the crease. And now that one,
well, there's the
half chance. Well, there's the
Brains crew.
They're the real dream team, apparently. I know you and Andrew will call yourself the dream team.
What are you talking about?
Listen. Now you're wearing my jacket. I know what you're up to. All right, it's going to be Kinman. He's got a score to settle. He's on strike now. And he goes very first ball. This could be out as well. A catch by Cameron. Kinman's got to go. And, well, he's on his way. First ball, he hits it decently. But this is an outstanding catch by Mohamed Cameron. An all-round cricketer. And now Farmer's 37 for 5.
Yeah, what a catch. I mean, we've been so impressed with Hitman when he's got the ball in hand. But this is in the field. This is an amazing catch. He runs about 7 metres to his left, dives forward and takes an absolute snare. And, well, have a look at this. You'll appreciate this. He hits it pretty hard. First ball and Hitman. Oh, that is a snare, Vinny.
It's like almost like a slips catch, right? You know how you dive from the start and just shields the ball. Now, Farmers, they are in some serious trouble now. 37 for 5. Not just the wickets, but they're also running out of time. 17 and a half, an over required. And here comes a guy who can hit sixes. Rick Firth coming out.
Well, Kinman was a bit lippy at the end of the first innings, and cricket's a great leveler. He goes for a golden. And
you don't know what was said the other way. Let's be fair. And, look at this. Then we got Tyrone showing his skills. Hold on. You're not allowed. Players are always getting in trouble for doing that kind of stuff. He's just. Yeah, I think it's good. It's entertaining. He's a very good sportsman, Tyrone.
Oh, very good.
Cricket and rugby. All right. So
hat-trick ball.
Here's Rick. Might be a hat trick.
Oh, here comes Hitman. Oh, pick up throw. Oh, I reckon that's close. He charged in then. I tell you what, for a big man, he moves so well.
Yeah.
That would have been close, I think.
Yeah, probably just in. But yeah, Rick has been carrying 1 or 2 little injuries as well. Yeah, just makes it well judged.
What a comeback this is from Pakai Care.
Yeah. Yeah, this is why I never call games after 5 overs, Corey. You can see exactly why. And this one after 6 now in the second half. It is tough times ahead, you feel, for Farmers. They are 39, pardon me, for 5.
Well, if anyone's just tuning in, at the start of this game, Pakai Care batting first with 28 for 4 after 5 overs. They, unbelievably got themselves to 112 and have just forced their way almost into this final. And you see the figures there. Pretty good from everyone. And they're doing the job that's required.
Graham Holmes saying that you're calling Kinman a bit lippy. He says the Pakai Care batter started it. Move on, commentator. Well, Corey, you love a bit of chat. What would you like to say back to Graham then? Probably. Sorry?
No, Farmers have been a pretty lippy team all week, actually. So it happens. They started a bit out there. And
we come from a brand of cricket where, and that would actually be called pleasant. Like, certainly playing great
yeah,
cricket
absolutely.
in Anyway.
Well, I think they'll be pretty disappointed. They came here with high hopes, and they're at the moment going to go out in the prelim, and they're going to end with a record of 4 wins and 5 losses. And I think for the Jersey side that's meant to be 25th in the world, they're meant to be better than that.
It's been an experience for them, I'm sure. Subscribe to Corey's podcast. I'm sure he'll be starting it soon. Well, he's not throwing this away. They could get 2 here, but now they've missed the opportunity. So you've got to keep your eye on the game at all times. Yeah, it's your last game, Corey.
I'm going out with the bang.
Corey's leaving it all on the line. Well, you are the Hey, full disclosure, Corey is the Spanish national team coach. So
Who would have thought little old Spain would get up over little old Jersey? It's not over yet. I mean, 20 and over, maybe.
I think Corey's going to get blocked, and he's the one that's right next to me.
Shot.
Yeah, good shot by Firth. Had a lot of time for him. We saw him whack a couple of sixes earlier in the week when he came out in a very tough situation. Had hit 4 sixes in the over. Did hit 2. He's been in and out of the team with injury. But, seriously, though, it has been great to meet the Jersey guys and, of course, all their supporters who, sure they're not happy with how things are going at the moment. This is hanging in the air. This is going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, Smith, he believes they're going to need more of that. And as Asa snacks, Smith whacks 6 runs to Farmers.
That's a really good shot. I mean, he gets it in the wheelhouse and just times it enough. Kept his head still. Good batting. Oh, can he go again? They need another 6 here desperately.
Well,
that's going to be 5. That's going to be 5.
This is where that rule really is harsh on the keeper. Because I think this is, well, it's been given wides, but I think this hits the edge of the pitch. Okay, maybe it technically hits the pitch, but...
Yeah, but what is the rule there if it hits right on the edge?
If it hits the edge of the pitch, it's meant to be a no ball.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, because sometimes it hits the edge of the pitch and comes back towards the stumps.
Really?
Yeah. So I think that actually should have been no ball.
Well, that gives them a bit of a chance here. That's 11 off the last delivery, and now
this would have been a free hit, but it's not, because it's wide.
Oh, I understand what you mean.
Probably wouldn't have mattered in the end anyway, because he swings and misses. So it's the end of the over. 7 overs down. Oh, take a breath. And, all my conflict resolution skills coming in handy, as it's 52 for 5 after 7. He says, what is coming up? And of course, the winner of this game will meet Punjab Lions in the final. So that is about an hour and a half away from the first ball. Of course, I have the national anthems and all that before, which is always a wonderful moment for the players. Hopefully the weather holds off. So we'll have a bit of probably an hour and 15-minute break or so from the end of this game to the first ball of the final. So make sure you stick around. We'll find out exactly which team will join Tunbridge Wells of England, Brigade of Ireland, Brescia CC of Italy, and Albi Zalmi of Sweden in Championship Week starting on Monday morning.
Well, can they get maybe a 20 to 25 run overs in this one and give themselves a little bit of life in this match still, Vinny?
It's going to be tough. Atif Mohammed comes on, left-hander to left-hander. Swing and a miss.
I like the look of this young man. He's a really talented bowler. He's got those off-cutters that he likes to bowl as well. And I think he's only 20 years old. Tall left-arm seamer. Always good to see.
Yeah. He's a good young player. We've seen him developing for a couple of years now on the domestic circuit. Good fielder as well.
Yep, he's on my radar, that's for sure.
Decent batter as well, actually.
Yeah. That's a wide.
Could be.
Yeah, that's going to be the one bouncer for the over. So digging it in, but getting it wrong.
Yeah, I think he doesn't bat very high in this lineup just because of how strong the lineup is. But I think he could easily bat 6.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They do bat all the way down, don't they?
Yeah. We see him coming in at 10 sometimes. You know, it's a sign of the strength. Talk about Jersey though. I mean, it's been great to get to know them and the story of the Farmers Field and how that all came about. Certainly quite unique. Well, this is skewed up in the air, and this is Shiraz Ahmed who's under it. He takes the catch, and so it's the end of the road for Rick Firth, who tries to up the ante. Atif Mohammed takes the wicket. Farmers, well, I think they'd have that sinking feeling now that they know that the task has become just a little bit too difficult as they lose the 6th wicket, 53 for 6.
Yeah, wicket for the young man. He'll be happy with that. Sort of skews off the bat, goes straight up, and another one falls, and Paco Care, well, we always say championship teams always find a way to win in tough instances, and they're doing exactly that. After the first 5 overs in this game, we thought they're in so much trouble, but at the moment they could be onto a comfortable win.
Yeah, so this will bring William Pershard to the crease. A question from Keanu in the chat asking me, do I think that leg bias should be abolished because the batsman never actually hit the ball with the bat? It's an interesting question. I'm going to put it this way. Short answer is no, I would leave it the same. One of the reasons is I think if you were to, I get what's behind it, but I think it would probably encourage a lot of defensive bowling in the body. And then the other thing is that it creates another judgment call. So what if you get a little edge onto your pad? Now suddenly the umpire's under more pressure with those. At the moment, it's just a run, and you know it. I don't think it's a big deal. I think often leg buys are the result of bad bowling as well. Down the leg side, a little bit of thigh pad going for 4.
Yep.
So no, I wouldn't change the rule. It continues. And I might get a run here.
It's a good ball to a new batsman, just on a hard length.
Tell you what I would do. If I did have to change it and not allow leg buys, I would say if it hits your leg at all, you can't run. So if you nick it onto your leg, then the ball's dead.
Too confusing, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, I just think there's another circumstance. When you miss the ball and the keeper misses it, you can get runs, you know. So, yeah, I just don't think that would work very well. Here's a teeth. Steps across, goes leg side. Could be another catching opportunity. The fielder comes in, can't quite get there. Now they will come back for 2. That's pretty good running as Will Pershar gets off the mark.
Yeah, good running, and slightly misjudged there by Secunda Ali out there at deep mid-wicket. Came in hard, but sort of just couldn't get there in time. 2 runs. Farmers still trying their best. Long way away.
I'd say to Keanu's saying, but cricket is all about hitting the ball and making runs off the bat. Well, yes and no. I mean, give you my final thoughts on that in a second.
Not bold.
Swings and misses. So, the other thing is, it's just about scoring runs when the ball's in play. At first, it's about protecting your stumps, not getting caught, and then if the ball's in play, you can run. I think leg buys, not a big deal.
In the context of this game, Vinny, how amazing was Bubba's innings?
Oh, you called it the innings of the tournament. It's hard to disagree when you think about the situation that he found himself in. Of course, he opened up, loads up, skews up, and this time Yassine isn't going to be able to hunt it down. Bermuda triangle situation.
Oh, look, you can't discredit the keeper. He's got a lot of energy, and he wasn't going to get close to that, but gave it his all. Brings an end to the 8th. It's 56 for 6.
Another question from Tusnai, who's asking, do I think that batting first is an advantage in T10? It's an interesting one. The more I've seen it, the more I think it probably is slightly. I just think that, well, statistically, I think 55% of matches on ECN have been won by teams batting first. But what it is, I think that these middle to lower order, when they come out in the first innings and they're not encumbered by a target, they just bat with freedom, get as many as they can. I think in this, if you're batting second, there's always this scoreboard pressure, this chasing pressure. 57 off the last 2.
So, Vinny, in this this Group E, it's been pretty remarkable. We've seen the Cyprus team there in the final. It looks like Pac Arcare is going to join them. How do you surmise it? What's been the big shocks for you? What have been the...
Well, Cyprus, I mean, they're seeded 1 in the final. If we get a torrential downpour, they're through. You know, so Pac Arcare, they'll be really hoping the rain stays away. But that's been the real big surprise. Well, reverse is on, and he gets 4. Well, not a bad shot at all. Little highlight for Will Pershad. Well, now's the time to try the party tricks. And they can muster a smile over there as Will gets 4.
Yeah, nice shot. Inventive, trying something, and gets 4 for his troubles. Good batting.
Yeah, the big surprises for me. Yeah, maybe RBS not making the final.
Okay.
I mean, I think they... Visay, obviously, he'd be really disappointed that he couldn't kind of make scores at the back end of the week. I think they're relying on him heavily. I know that he'll be quite reflective about that. Such a talented player, though.
What about Farmers?
Yeah, Farmers, well, let's be honest. We didn't know how they would adapt to the format and the conditions. I know they played some T10 cricket, and I think they've just found themselves slightly wanting on the approach sometimes, particularly when they've lost a couple of wickets.
I think if you said that they'd go 4 and 5 for the week, though, that's a big underachievement for them.
They would agree with that, I'm sure. This time
it's not a wide as he reversed his hands, but yeah, because I think they came in thinking they'd make that final, and I mean Cyprus have stolen a spot, but yeah, it's just you wouldn't expect a team of that level to be 4 wins and 5 losses. It's a lot.
Anything can happen though, and anything will happen. I don't think you really know where you sit until you come into the bull ring and dance at the ECL. And Farmers going to fall quite short in this chase. Comes a slower ball from Shiraz Ahmed.
And how do you sum up Pac Arcare after being put right on the ropes, basically, and again coming back this strong?
I mean, look, when it comes down to it, they're going to find themselves in the final, which is where they would have planned to end up anyway. So it wasn't the route that they would have chosen, but still they are there in the big dance this afternoon. Nice shot.
Nice shot.
But I think it'll be 4 in the end. There's one bounce. And,
Well, I think they'll double check this because it looked like 4 for me. It's been signalled
the
6.
field has signalled 4 as well. I mean, it was actually a bit of a laser. We'll slow it down as much as we can for you.
Good shot.
See it bouncing around about
6.
You reckon? I reckon it's 4 still.
Oh, it's 4.
There you go.
Yep, definitely will.
Good camera work.
Very good camera work.
Look, yeah, Pakai Care, I think they'll be most nervous about the weather, not the rain. Sorry, yeah, not the actual match. Last ball, the over coming up.
Nope.
Oh, gives us time for another question from Lemmy. Well, it's directed to me, but I might handball it to you. Do you think that the Dutch teams will be disappointed with their performances in the tournament? Well, tell us what you think, Corey.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I mean, VOC brought a very young side, and RBS are very young as well. I think they probably would have liked maybe one of those teams to get to the final, but, you know, T10's a funny game, and in the end didn't make it.
Last ball, the over coming up. Now this is miles in the air, and Easton's going to swallow this, and he does. So it's the end of Smith for a dozen. He tried his hardest. Unfortunately for him, he does hit a boundary, goes to the very next ball. That leaves Farmers after 9 overs at 67 for 7.
Yeah, good catch from Ishan again because he had to contend with the stumps. And this is a remarkable comeback from Pakai Care. If they thought we were going to run away with 40-run victors in this match or around that region after being 4 for 28 after 5, they've won basically every over since then. And another wicket falls and, well, Farmers tournament coming to a pretty sad end.
Yeah, well, it is. Still, their supporters giving Smith a warm round of applause. I'm sure they'll be so disappointed that they are going to bow out of the group in 3rd place. Just one over to go then. I just wanted to give one final thank you to you, Corey Rutgers, for your company in the commentary box. I know that you'll be back with me in Portugal. That's where we'll be united.
3 weeks'
again.
time?
I think, yeah, 3 weeks' time, maybe 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, I'll just say thank you to all the viewers that have tuned in. It's been really special to be here for the Champions League end. Like, first time was as a player, this time as a commentator. I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think we all agreed. Even if your peacocking wasn't quite up to standard, we've enjoyed the commentary and insight that you've provided, particularly tactically as a high-level coach. I think that's been a really useful addition to the broadcast. And Atif Mohammed's going to close things out, and he almost misses the final as he's knocked into the next life.
If he didn't get a finger on that, that would have been trouble. Thankfully, he did.
And look, now there's a bit of spice out of this game. You can see it's a nice moment there as Will Pershard just checks if Atif Mohammed's all right. I think when it's all said and done, we had 2 teams out there. And look, Pakai Care, they can get fired up too. You know, I don't think they're completely blameless.
I think their composure's pretty good usually.
Well, until you poke the bear. 5 to come. I think it's good hard cricket in the end. I mean, I know people don't necessarily like the verbals and stuff. I suppose we've been brought up on that culture, so I'm a bit less sensitive to it than most.
I always find it funny when people give verbals and they're going at 15 and over, though. That's
Oh, no, of course.
You've got to choose your moments.
But also, I think that sometimes people watching from the outside, they don't understand as much as the people out there in the middle who give it, but then at the end of the game, you know, hang up the boots. And as we see, another reverse. They put the fielder back now.
Who are you calling for the final then, Vinny? Let's say it's not rain affected at all. Who are you calling?
It's hard to go past Pakai Care. They've been the form team all week.
Do you think the Cyprus team will be disappointed you're saying that? I mean,
I'm sure they will be. But I don't think they deserve to be favourites on the back of one performance.
Well, it's not one performance. They've won a lot this week to be there.
Pakai Care.
Okay. Or bowl.
Yeah, I'm not saying they deserve to be there. If your question is, do I think either team can win? The answer is yes. If you're asking me who is the favourite, I still think Pakai Care have to be favourites based on what we've seen this week. Disagree with me?
How many games did Nicosia lose? Maybe 2?
Many.
Pakai Care's lost.
They were 3 and 2.
I think that
they've lost 3 matches.
I think that loss today was what Pakai Care sort of needed. I think a team can't go through undefeated in T10.
So it'll be 1 out to deep square. Still 1 ball left.
They're going to win this game by 40 runs, which is a big, big margin in T10 cricket. Can you believe they did that after the first 5 overs? I mean, they've thumped them here.
I mean, after 5 overs, remember what they were? They were 28 for 4 after 5 overs. And you're right, they're going to win by 40 runs. So
it's an absolute thumping, a drumming.
Take nothing away from their performance at all. Last one. Could be another wicket to finish, or it could be 6 in the end. It's going to be out. And so Will Pershard, he does hold out after an entertaining 10. And yeah, Shiraz Ahmed, get a look at this one.
Yeah, it's a nice safe catch by the captain there. Very calm, very controlled, and he's just inside the rope. Good catch, and another wicket falls. And well, Pakai Care, they were tested in this one early. They come out the better of the two sides, and they deservedly get to the final.
Yeah, so the host nation is still in the tournament. Yeah, a lot of handshakes now. I know an hour ago or so, some tempers were fraying out there, but I think it's just a sign of how much these teams wanted to stick around. Unfortunately for Farmers of Jersey, is the end of their ECL 22 experience, but I'm sure it'll just spur them on to win the domestic championship this year in Jersey. And of course, that Farmers Field is available to touring squads. If you'd like to have a tour there, you can just look them up, Farmers CC Jersey. And I have enjoyed all of their supporters. Just wanted to say a quick shout out to all of the Jersey supporters. Thank you so much. We have really loved having you as our guests here at Cartama. But right now, we'll see them applauding off Will Pershard, good young player. And see Rico there, he's gearing up for the final. And if I could sum this one up, I could say that it was Cameron o'clock, set your watches, Pakai Care, they had the runs on the board. Yeah, well, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, the big man. And they did play him pretty well though. In the first over, they got that one away to the boundary. Babar, well, he also got a little bit of treatment in the second. But what he did do is come up with early wicket of Sumaran. He just flicks this one away. It was a good catch taken by Sikandar Ali. And that was just the start of this really annoying period for them, which included a maiden in the third, and that really put the brakes on and put Jersey on the back foot.
Yeah, they never came back from this maiden, and I mean, bowling a maiden in the power play, Hitman either takes wickets or he's just overly effective. He never goes for too many, and it was great bowling. Outside the power play, Sikandar Ali came on bowling his little off-spin darts and took a couple of wickets, and well, Mohamed Cameron can't keep him out the game at deep mid-off, and they just kept picking up wickets at the right time, and the Jersey team just couldn't get themselves in this chase.
Yeah, no, they couldn't. This one was skewed up in the air. It's a really good catch by Isan, who has a bit of a rough landing. Didn't get the landing wheels down, but still did complete the catch. And how about that one from Cameron? What a stunner that was, as he took that one diving to his left. That was the end of Kinman first ball. And from there, that rate was climbing and climbing. Firth went trying to chase the impossible rate. He just kind of knew at this stage the sting was out of the game. Jersey knew that their ECL dream was over.
Yeah, and it was over. The dream had to end eventually, and well, there was a couple more highlights right at the back end, a couple diving despairs from Pakai Care, and they really threw their body around, and well, glad he didn't get that one in the face. And overall, the spirit started to lift a little bit. It's a lot easier. There was a few reverse Malachi's, but
reverses.
Yeah, but the game, it came to a close in this last ball with the wicket to the captain. A nice catch, and it was game over, all she wrote, and Pakai Care deservedly into the final.
Yeah, so when they've been the form team all week, it would have been highly surprising for them to miss the final. They didn't get there the way they would have planned, because they did go down to the Lions this morning of Cyprus. But that is the final matchup now, and it will start in about an hour and 10 minutes time. We'll start with National Anthem, so make sure that you join us for that one. Of course, the winner of the final this afternoon will join the 4 other clubs that have already qualified for Championship Week. And a nice aerial view there of the Cartama Oval, including the fan zone, where I'll be hanging out over the next hour or so. But ultimately, you can see here that no one ever really got going. 12 from Smith was the best contribution as they fell off the pace. 10 wide, so that's a bit of a concern, probably for Pakai Care, but ultimately, I think 5 of those came in one ball. So, look, they just couldn't get going, especially that maiden in the third. If he's not taking wickets, you're right, Corey. He stops runs, and yeah, that rate climbed, and that was it. Ace of Tribe 11 off 17 kind of sums up the first half of this attempted chase.
Yeah, that's what a maiden does. It just puts pressure on everybody, and no one actually scored above 12.
Yeah.
So high score of 12. I mean, extras were the second highest scorer.
Yeah, 5 players in double figures, but no one passing 12. And with the bowling figures, plenty good performers. But just look at the top. No wickets, but 9 runs, including a maiden very good T10. And you say that's what some of his worst figures as well. So the wickets went to Shiraz Ahmed, 3 for 15. 2 for Atif Mohammed, who bowled a good couple of overs there at the end. Kandarali with a couple, the spinner. Mohammed Baba, he never bowls too badly, does he? 1 for 19. In fact, all 5 bowlers used were in single-digit economy. So it was always going to be falling short if that was the case. Well, once again, for the last time, I want to say thank you to you, Corey Rutgers, and good luck with everything you're doing. Obviously, with the Spanish national team, I know you've got some big tournaments coming up. I know that we'll see you in a couple of weeks as well for the Portugal ECS, and we'll be reunited for that. But hopefully you enjoy the final from the fan zone.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, thank you to all the viewers and everyone at the ECN crew, and Dan Weston and James Cantor for getting me in again, surprisingly. But no, it's been special. I'm looking forward to the final, and I'll see you in Portugal.
Yeah, and I would just like to also just reiterate to you that I want my jacket back. Because coming up in an hour and 15 minutes, we'll be back with more cricket. Hope you enjoyed us that. The toss is happening shortly. Check out the live chat and also our website, EuropeanCricket.com, if you want to know what happens at the Giant coin toss. But for now, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Rutgers, Rico. He'll be back for the final when we come back in about an hour and 10 minutes for more ECL action. Who will be the final qualifier? We're about to find out. This is ECN, and you're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. See you soon.
Cricket
on a Crossfit song.
What a final we had last week in Group D. We called that the Group of Death, but Group E has been the Group of Excitement. And well, surprise packets, Punjab Lions Nicosia of Cyprus. They've really performed. They won their way through to the final by beating Pack I Care this morning. But Pack I Care, they're out for revenge. And of course, only one of these two teams will take their place in Championship Week. It's all to play for. Finals time. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League Group E final, and it starts right now. Hello and welcome back for the final time here in Week 5 to the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol in Spain. It's Group E final time. 2 teams remain. Only one will have the opportunity to participate in Championship Week, which starts on Monday morning. Well, Punjab Lions Nicosia of Cyprus, they won the first qualifier this morning, beating Pack I Care, but there's a rematch here in the final. Pack I Care, they won their way through to the final after taking care of Farmers of Jersey in the previous match. So it's a giant coin toss, and well, we've got the giant coin. So Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, has the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it. BET2BALL was the call, and that's the way that the big coin did fall, and well, that means that Pack I Care, they've won the toss. But a bit of a surprise for me, they've decided they want to bat first. That might have a lot to do with the fact that in the previous game they got out of a real jam, but they were still able to put a very good score on the board. Thanks to Mohamed Baba, his 75. It was crucial. He was dropped on 6, but he made the most of the life and set up a winning total. And then they defended it really well. Of course, we always talk about Mohamed Kamran. He bowled a maiden over in that last game, which really put Jersey on the back foot. So even when he's not taking wickets, he can keep things very, very quiet. They've got a well-balanced attack. They've also got a lot of hitters. We know sometimes their batting can miss fire, but of course, this big game, they'll be hoping that's not the case. They will be batting first against Punjab Lions Nicosia. Well, they're the top seed for this game after winning this morning. A bit of weather around, hopefully it stays away, because if they can't get the 3 overs in per side, then it will actually be the Cyprus team that goes through to Championship Week as the top seed. But look, Gurpratap Singh, I think he's due to get some runs. He's certainly an exciting player to watch. Tejvinder as well. I like the way that even though things didn't really go according to plan this morning, they still played their shots. They took some gambles aggressively at the end of the innings. They paid off and were able to put a winning score on the board against Pack I Care. So it's all to play for, and it's a great time to go up into the commentary box. No, Rico Full. Well, he is raring to go. It's get ready for the first ball. Pack I Care, they've won the toss. They're batting. Let's play some cricket. It's finals time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. And welcome, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you are, to the final of Group E. Which one of these 2 teams, the champions of Cyprus, the Punjabi Lions Nicosia, or will it be the champions of Spain, Pack I Care, Badalona? Which one of the 2 will represent themselves in finals week starting on Monday? It's a massive match. You see the teams taking the field, but first they're getting ready for what will be time to stand and take pride of place as they listen to their national anthems. And well, what a moment this is for both sets of players. Would they have ever dreamt that they would be here in such a fantastic and majestic occasion? And there's the Farmers. It's time for them to enjoy, and haven't they given us plenty of joy this week? So it's time to go to the national anthems for both the teams before the start of the group final.
The final place in the Championship Week, which starts on Monday morning. And now we'd like to have your attention, ask you to rise as we will now play the national anthem of the first club in the Group D final, Punjab Lions Nicosia. So please rise for the national anthem of Cyprus. Now, please remain standing. Now, it's nice to see the host club the host country represented by a team in the Group E final. So now we would like to play the national anthem of the club from Spain, BET2BALL Badalona. Please stand for the national anthem of Spain. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks again to all of you who have chosen to spend your time here.
Lovely moments that is for both sets of players. And well, it's that time. Let's get ready for the battle of bat versus ball. And just to remind you that it is the Spanish champions, BET from Badalona, that won the Grande Coin Toss, and they decided that they are going to have a bat as we have a look at the two teams. And of course all eyes will be on the two openers, Mohamed Babar and Ishan. Mohamed Cameron, no doubt he'll play a part in this match, and I think this time for the captain as well. Well, that is what the bat versus ball wall is telling us, that it is going to be the champions from Spain, BET2BALL Badalona, playing on home soil, that will go through and win this one. And well, I think a lot of people are mixed in their opinions, because don't forget, in the earlier match between these two, which was almost like the dress rehearsal, the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, the champions from Cyprus, won that one. They did manage to dig deep and get to a score of 94 for 9, and kept BET2BALL Badalona, the Spanish champions, to 88. Will it be a repeat of that earlier match, or will this one, the one that counts, go the way of the Spanish champions? A big warm welcome to, well, so many people around the world that are tuning in for this one, and a lot of talk in the chat as well, and people wishing both teams the best of luck. It's quite a overcast day it has been, but fortunately the rain has stayed away. There was always a chance of it, there was always a forecast, still is, but at the moment the Sierra de Cartama are keeping it away as we get ready to start. Mohamed Babar is opening the batting with Mohamed Ishan, no change there, and it's going to be Tajwinder Singh to bowl the first. Mohamed Babar, after that magnificent knock, was that the innings of not just this week, but of this BET2BALL European Cricket League, 75 he scored. That took him to 250 runs in this European League so far. Here we go, first ball to Tajwinder. Oh, this is a nasty one. Oh my word, what has happened here? He holds his head, he can't believe it. That'll be a no ball to start. This has come out completely wrong. But not only was that in danger of taking out the batter, but probably in danger of taking out his own wicketkeeper as well, Roman Mazumdar. Well, this is what pressure can do. This was a terrible delivery. Completely goes wrong. And yeah, he's saying, Yara, ki kar dita main. Ki ho gaya? Don't worry about it. They're saying to him, takra hoke. Come back strong. So, well, how about that? No ball, free hit. And it still will be a no ball. It's funny what nerves can do, especially when it's a big moment like this, and that one goes a long way wide as well. So free hit stays in place. Well, what a fabulous start this is for BET2BALL. Runs on the board without having to hit the ball so far. And well, he gets the dot in eventually. So That's almost like hitting 6 on the first ball, maybe, because that is the first legitimate ball, and this 6 on the board. Without the ball touching or making contact with the bat. Well, hopefully that will help settle his nerves. Baba. Plays and misses this one. And that's a good line actually to bowl to Baba, because I think anywhere in his swing zone, we know he's so strong, especially on the leg side. What's the field like? I'll quickly tell you. Extra cover. That's Scott Austin out there, and then we've got mid-wicket Taranjit Singh. And well, Taranjit's got work to do here. Does very well, gets down, gets dirty, keeps it to 1. A lot of noise around the ground. Nice to see a rammed packed fan zone, everybody glued to the action. The noise also coming from the Pakar Battle on a bench, and the players, Cyprus champions on the field. And this time it's a swing and a miss. And the other batter, and I thought it was going to be Mohammed Ishan. That was the info I was given, but as you see out there, it is actually Sikandar Ali. So they've made a little change. Now go for a single. Single taken. I can sort of understand that. I suppose Sikandar, he's shown that he can go big. That's what he's in there for. So just making some tactical changes there. The Spanish champions. Goes through again. Well, I have to say, I mean, if he finished this over, well, he has. That was the last ball. He's done marvellously well. And the thing is, though, this is something I know that drives Mr. Maximo mad. We shall hear from him in a moment. But it's 4 for the bowler. Only 4, because with that horrible delivery start off with, that Gandhi ball, the no ball, goes down as 1 no ball and 4 byes. Well, nearly took out the wicketkeeper, Mazumdar, and then he gets 4 byes for it as well. Anyway, it's 8 without loss. Tajwinder, you have to say, he does recover well. Good Pratap Singh, the captain. Bowl the second. It's played out to the man inside the circle. But, it off. Single. Who's going to strike first? Will it be the Maximo? Will it be the wicket? Bat versus ball. The Champions League of cricket. And that's a soft dismissal if you can get it. Oh, no, 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 no. It goes over the fielder. And Vikram Verma, all he had to do here for me is just take a couple of steps back. I think he thinks it's coming to him. It isn't. It goes over his head. And, well, if there's one man you don't want to give a chance to, is Babar. He showed that in the last match when he was dropped before he got the double figures, and you know what he did. He went and punished the Farmers, and now, well, that one, I think you've got to take that. And this one's going to be a wide. Yeah, he just misjudges it, the fielder. I think if he just takes a couple of steps backwards, it would have made that, because it was dipping down. It wasn't on the up. Nice shot there of Sikandar Ali. And what a few months he's had. It wasn't that long ago that he was in hospital with all sorts of issues. He was actually in a coma as well. And now here he is, fulfilling his dreams. Magical moments for some of these players. Hit hard in the air. There's a chance. Can Austin get there? He doesn't need to, because it's the safe hands of Tajwinder Singh. What a good catch this is, and Tajwinder continues to do what he's done all the way through this week. What a catch that is. That was pressure, a pressured moment, and they've got the big wicket. Well, Babar, he does get lucky earlier on, but he's not able to make the most of it. It's the wicket. It's Guru, the captain, does the bowling, and well, is a man that, well, almost is his double in looks and in performances as well. It is Tajinder that takes the catch. First wicket down, and what a big one it is. Is the wicket of the man who showed sensational form. They were talking about that innings. Was it the best innings that we've seen in this championship? It may have been, but what happens in the past is the past. It's what happens here and now. Mohammed Baba departs, and now it will be Ishan that comes in at number 3. And what a good catch that was. That one a long way up in the air. Sensational. So Ishan, there we go. It goes a long way up. Has a lot of work to do. And look at that. He takes that by the heart, doesn't he? That's what it means to him. And doing the job for his team. Guri, a confident man, a confident team. He believes, they believe that they can win this and be back here again next week. In he comes. Oh no, this is going to be 5. And looks like Mazumdar, I thought he had this, but it goes through him. I mean, I don't know, let's see this again. Does it just dip under his gloves? You still got to try and stop him. It wasn't a good delivery, but you still got to stop this. Let's have a look at this. Oh, look, that just keeps on going, doesn't it? And valuable runs, really valuable runs. Don't forget, we've had the extras so far is quite easily the higher scorer. But that one at least will go down to 5 wide, so there's nothing that Mazumdar can do about this. Guri needs to get one in the slot to Ishan. Ishan plays this one out, takes the single, so he gets himself off the mark. The noise levels around the ground for this group final are sensational. Ooh, can the captain deliver? Can he deliver again? Shaba. And it goes right across. We've seen it. Oh, it has been given a wide. He's had to think about this. Took a bit of time to give this one. I think the question of he's got to decide here whether it does go over the stumps or not. And in the end, after some deliberation, he decides that it probably is going just wide of that leg stick. Very close call, but once again, I think for me, only the umpire standing up in the right position can give those. The camera can lie. It was called a wide, extras goes up even more. Nice shot, 4 runs. This is really well played. And well, when you can play those sort of shots, Sikandar Ali, I don't know why sometimes he tries to go funky too early. Lovely shot, nicely played. And Guri, does get the big wicket. And after that, he's let himself down a little bit. Just while that ball is being fetched from the fence, that's 13 extras, buys 4, wides 8, no ball 1. So there they've got that wicket. Score is good. Slower delivery, this time no run. And thinks about letting this go. End of the second and the score 25 for 1. And it's a good time to welcome back into the commentator's box, Mr. Maximo.
Thanks, Rico. Yeah, proud moment, of course, these two nations as they were able to stand for their national anthems. But yeah, my nerves are jangling. I think a few nerves jangling out there as well. I mean, it was a proper Steve Harmison special first ball, wasn't it? From Tejvinder. And you're right, the extras shot themselves in the foot so far. Punjab Lions Nicosia of Cyprus, but look, big wicket of Babar. That's how you take this at this stage, considering how well he batted in that previous match. So now go to the 3rd over. And Sushil Kumar is going to bowl at last over the power play.
Short, it's well played. It will be fielded by Austin.
It's funny, there's a poll in the chat. There's over 800 votes now. Who's going to win? And it slightly favours Punjab Lions Nicosia.
Well, I suppose that's based on the last meeting between the two, perhaps.
Yeah, interesting.
That's well bowled. Yeah, keeps this tidy. Kumar, I mean, has Kumar been the one that's been overshadowed perhaps by the likes of Tajwinder, Taranjit and Guri? Could he be the one that everybody's talking about after today? He's sort of been the silent partner in that lineup of the bowlers. That's up in the air a long way, and is it going to go to the boundary field? He's got to be careful. Oh no! Has he taken that catch? Oh, I can't believe this! I cannot believe this is unbelievable! Oh, how about that? How does he catch this? Look, they're both okay. Did they catch it together? Wow, that is sensational. That is out of this world. That is Sudan Chamal has taken. Well, the most bizarre, the most unbelievable cat you'll ever see. Well, this is all about love. Stronger together. How about this? That is stronger together.
Brace for impact. And look at this. And they're holding each other. And it's Jamal that never lets go of the ball.
Oh,
and
I love it. I love it.
We had Valentine's Day last month, but let's just say I've never seen a catch quite like that. I mean, to catch it in the beginning, he was running back a long way with the flight of the ball. Again, not easy conditions for catching, but that has to be one of the best catches we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network. Friday finals, bringing it, and it's going time for Skadarali, who has to depart for 6. It's 26 for 2.
Well, there may not be any sun here today, but this is sexy cricket. Look at this. And that is amazing. You would never see. And this moment here, wait for it. That tells you a story. That for me, that clip there, that for me is what all this is about. European cricket, that's what it's about. And well, this is the BET2BALL European Cricket League, the Champions League of cricket. You will not see anything like that anywhere. I've never seen anything like that. And that is in, well, almost 40 years in the game. That is sensational. What a catch.
You only see it here on ECN. Kumar with the wicket and continues now. This is Abid Mahboob that comes to the crease. Still some danger men there though. I mean, keep an eye on that current run rate. It's still above 10. But I mean, what can you say about that? I mean, that was just out of this world. I was just worried for the welfare of Sudan Chamal, who was basically going the wrong way down a one-way street, and there was a truck coming. He didn't bother him at all.
I'm amazed.
Just so focused on the ball.
I cannot believe what I've seen. And well, they're going to do it again. It could be a replay. Oh! Wow. Almost pulls off another amazing catch.
Do you think now he's worried because he knows that he might get cleaned up? Whereas the first time, he wasn't worried at all. He was just focused on the ball. A bit of a top edge. I mean, this was a chance to get Isan.
He's missing his partner. He's saying, where were you this time? I need you there, he says. I need you there.
Pound for pound, you will never see more entertaining cricket than you'll see on the European Cricket Network.
Oh.
Mahboob's turn.
That's out of the off.
That's the end of the over. It is 28 for 2. And earlier, Rico, I know that you had a word with Pakai Care skipper, Shiraz Ahmed. We'll come back to that in a second while we cue that up, but let's go back to that over. I mean, how about that catch? That was just unbelievable.
I have not seen anything like that, as you heard me say, in all the years that I've been watching and following cricket. That was unbelievable. It really was. That is something that will stay with me, and I think with everybody that's watching around the world, millions of you, come and admit it, that will stay with you forever. That was something amazing. And I said that Kumar, could he be the one that does something sensational? Well, it was off his over, I suppose. And this man here, look, Tiwari. What if I told you that Tiwari at the moment in this BET2BALL European Cricket League is right up there joint as a top wicket taker. He has taken 15 wickets.
Yeah, you mentioned he's had a really good week. Rhino was a big fan of his. This one just swings away a little bit. It will be a wide, so yeah, those extras have been the issue. It's trying to catch your breath.
Exactly.
To get 2 of those in an over. Square leg. Oh, this one almost spooned back to the bowler. Tiwari putting the brakes on. Still quite Can't quite believe that catch. Well, that'll turn up in the highlights. Jamal's caught well.
Goes for it, sort of slices this and wants to bounce on it, does very well, and then comes the throw. They've got good fielders there, haven't they? I mean, that's one thing that we've seen, and that's one thing that's really amazed me. After coming from Cyprus and seeing the teams play there, the way they performed here at the moment in the field has just been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's been very, very impressive. Change of pace is so important, isn't it? And Tuari comes in, slows things down, he slowed the run rate. I just feel that Ihsan hasn't quite got going yet. He can be really destructive. Seen that ECS level, and we saw glimpses of it this week. This is a great opportunity for him, kind of engineer him out of a jam.
Taking him on, Ihsan misses out on it. Are you surprised that we didn't see Cameron come in before Mahbub?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, short answer, yes.
I mean, maybe it's the confidence thing. He did get a duck, of course.
True, but then you want to get out there and prove yourself. Last ball of the over. There he goes for this, and it could be a chance. The fielder's coming around. He holds on to a sensational catch. Well, unbelievable work. Cyprus have pulled in 2 hangers now. This time it's Vikram Verma who takes the catch to remove Mohamed Ihsan, who never got going in the final. He goes for 4 and it's 31 for 3.
I can't believe it. Here's another great catch, and this time it's from Verma. And one of the things I was talking about is I cannot believe the improvement or just how good that team there, the champions of Cyprus, the Punjab Lions of Nicosia have been in the field. And this demonstrates it again. This is not an easy catch. He's got to be worried about the rope. He's got to be worried about his footing. And he's got to worry about his landing. Well, the landing, well, it may not have been so delicious, but the catch certainly was.
They are up and about. So that's 4 overs down. It's 31 for 3. Disappointment for Ihsan. He has to depart. So both openers back in the shed. And well, I think now we have the footage, Rico. And as Cameron comes to the crease, I'll let you stay tuned and we'll show you that interview, Rico full, with PAC skipper Shiraz Ahmed.
Thanks, Vinny. And I've got Shiraz here with me. Shiraz, first of all, मैं पूछना सी एक बारी तो ਤੁਹਾਡਾ मैच हो गया ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ नहीं गया ਤੁਸੀਂ हार गए ਸੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਹਾਰੇ ਉਹ ਹਾਰ ਕੇ ਕੀ feeling ਹੋਈ? Just asking, you've played this once before, you lost that match. How does it feel when you lost that only match in the group?
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम। सब तो पहले तो मैं सब दोस्तों का सब ਜਿਹੜੇ भाई मैच देख रहे हैं सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਅਦਾ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। दूसरी गल तो ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਅੰਸ ਸੀ फाइनल तो पहलों साडा एक फाइनल होया हार तो सबक सीखिया वे तो असा अच्छा कम बैक किया वे तो इंशाल्लाह असी कोशिश करांगे इस कम बैक ने कैरी ऑन करके असी फाइनल भी विन करिए।
Wants to thank everybody for their support. He'd say, yeah, okay, we lost that one. It was an important game. It felt like a final, but it wasn't the final. We did lose, but we have come back strong, and we're hoping to go all the way this time. ਇਹ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਟੀਮ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਦੀ ਅੱਛੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਬਾਬਰ ਦੀ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛੀ ਹੈ, ਕੈਮਰਨ ਦੀ ਬੋਲਿੰਗ ਅੱਛੀ ਕੀਤੀ, ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਫੋਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਪਰ ਕੀ ਪਲੇਅਰ ਕੌਣ ਆ? Just asking, who would be the key players that would have to perform in this final for them?
की प्लेयर एहसान बाबर आबिद सिकंदर कामरान ते ओहदे बाद बाकी सारे आने बाकी सारे की प्लेयर आ अलहमदुलिल्लाह बहुत अच्छी टीम आ सब दा कॉम्बिनेशन बहुत अच्छा वा ते सारी अपना 100% दे रहे हैं। सब तो अच्छी गल है कि साडी टीम फील्डिंग बहुत अच्छी हुई है सारे बैक कर रहे हैं एक दूसरे कर रहे हैं तो यही कहूँगा बस।
Well, he's saying that really if you look at the team, they're all big players, key players. Every one of them can play a big part. And one thing he mentioned there, which I think I'm very pleased he's mentioned, he said that our fielding has got better. If we field well, and then we're doing well in all of the key elements of this match. तो मैं ये पूछना सी ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ खेलते भी स्पेन ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ was following both ਹੈਗੇ स्पेन ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ pressure ਪਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ perform ਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ? Just asking that obviously they are playing here in Spain, they're the host club. Are they getting any extra pressure to perform well in this one?
जी बिल्कुल प्रेशर है वे बड़ा बड़ा इवेंट है तो प्रेशर तो बिल्कुल होना। मैं ECS खेली है लेकिन ECS और ECL बहुत डिफरेंट गेम ने तो लड़के बहुत सारे लड़के टीम के ऐसे जो फर्स्ट टाइम बार्सिलोना तो बाहर आए खेले उन्हें तो प्रेशर भी सी लेकिन जो सीनियर प्लेयर ने उन्हें हौसला दिता वे उन्हें क्या तुसी अपना हौसला दे के उन्हें क्या तुसी अपना जेड़ा जो तुसी कर सकते हो तुसी करो अपना 100% दियो तो इंशाल्लाह टूर्नामेंट विन करांगे।
Just saying yes, there is pressure when they play the ECC here as well. ECL is a different kind of pressure, but it's all about look, give you 100% and you will be able to get that result. Well look, it's great talking to you and I'm sure ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਵੀ performance ਬਹੁਤ ਤਕੜੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ final ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ best ਹਾਲੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ final ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖੂਗੇ। I'm just saying I'm sure the captain's performance is going to be good as well. I haven't seen the best of it, maybe it's going to be in the final. Back to you, Vinny.
Well, exciting times. And Shiraz Ahmed, he's still with Rico. He's also out there in the middle now. It's Kamran facing up. Just pushes away. And this time will just be one. Yeah, so you heard what he was saying there. The captain saying it's a slightly different type of pressure. Well, maybe so. It's the same kind of a situation as the last game. As Pakaikai had a horrendous start last time. They were 28 for 4 after 5 overs. They're in almost the same position this time. And last ball of the over. So it's driven away. Well, this should just be one. Well, stone cold. Little fumble. Allows a second. That'll annoy him, but still he took a very good catch that over, didn't he, to get rid of Ahmed Mahboob. So that's the halfway point. And the score now 34 for 4 is welcome. Rico back into the commentary position. And, well, what can you say about this start? I mean, actually, you think if you take the extras out of this total, I mean, it's looking pretty dire. But what we would say is that we saw Pakaikai get out of a jam, a similar kind of a jam in the last game against Farmers of Jersey. Can they do it? And you think someone has to go large. Well, maybe it's Mohammed Kamran who's out there. Yeah,
Mohammed Kamran, or as you heard in the interview, I was saying, well, maybe this is going to be the one for the captain, Shiraz Ahmed. Well, one of those two has to. They're in a bit of a pickle. While we were chatting, you saw that Mahboob also was out to a good catch from Austin. So they need something to happen here. And the thing is, though, I mean, they have got strength and depth in their lineup. Pakaikai battle on the Spanish champions, but one of these two you feel has to go big. And that's a nice looking shot, but again the fielding has been really good. It's been sensational.
Defensive pressure, isn't it? I mean, you get a catch like that from Sudden Shamal earlier on, just sparks everyone. He always pulled off a second one.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, Sudden, he is absolutely fired up. He's just run all the way over to back that up, and that's the sort of energy that you need to see. That's the sort of dynamics that they need to provide in the field. Well, this is going to be really close, and the game for the review. It's a close, good, clean pickup, good throw.
I've got a feeling about this live. It doesn't seem close, but I actually think it is.
Really?
And I actually think it could be in a bit of trouble here.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm a long way away. He does get the bails off pretty quickly. Look, it's close. Oh, does he get that bat down?
Oh.
I think,
I don't think he does.
I think that could be just out because it was a block. I think that bat's in the air. If we freeze it, that frame stop. I don't think that bat's landed yet. The bails are off. I think he could be gone here, honestly. And he's gone. He's been given. So Shiraz Ahmed, he runs himself out. He can't quite slide. There was millimetres in it, but I think you can see the frame there. Excellent work by our team at Spring Productions, but, well, it's the worst possible result for Shiraz Ahmed. It just goes fractionally. Yeah, live, I just thought, that bat's come down late, and the bails were already off. I thought it was really quick work by the bowler to whip him off, and so now Pakaikai lose a fifth. They lose their captain 36 for 5.
I've got to give it to you. You got a good eye on those ones. I heard you call one in the match before, and he was spot on, and this one as well. On that occasion, you said he's in. This time you said he's out, and you're right. I mean, it doesn't get any closer than that. So more pressure, so it's not going to be Shiraz Ahmed that's going to provide the vital innings that is required here for Pakaikai Badalona. Who is going to do it? Well, Cameron is running out of partners. You just get the feeling here that he's actually going to have to start going big. Well, what about this man, Mohammed Yassin? Well, he hasn't really had... Let's see this delivery first. Well, this is absolutely blasted, and that does go all the way. Balle, Kidna Sona, Kidna Bedda Shaka. And that is a big hit from Mohammed Cameron. He's absolutely smashed this. Yeah, Yassin, look, we know all about him. We know he's a class act. He's coming in here. This might suit him.
Yeah, I mean, you still got to attack. And that's what we've learned this morning when teams have been in trouble. Takes a bit of a risk, but he gets it pretty good. He gets it real good. 4 runs to Kamran, who was on the charge. And then he takes a risky stroke, this basically a horizontal bat stroke. The cut shot, if he misses it, he's gone. He doesn't miss it, he gets 4.
Beautiful shot. Uses his feet well, but he keeps his shape, doesn't he? Doesn't let his head go up in the air. He knows that this is now turning out to be a vital knot for him. He's got to perform here.
Last ball, the over. What's Cameron want to do? Well, we'll see a wide. You're seeing, he's missed a bit of cricket. Yeah, he hasn't been too well. He's been cleared, and he's in the team for the final. He's sitting on strikers end at the moment. He's a player with 40 first-class match experience. Well, a lot of pressure out there. This is muscled and it's going to be into the gap. It's going to be 4. Well, perfectly picks the gap between deep mid-wicket and deep long on. It's 4 to finish the over. It brings up the 50 for Pakai Care. Well, it's a pretty ugly 50, but still they've got there with 6 overs to go. 2-a-ball still gets them to 99. So, very, very interesting point in this match. 6 overs down. It's 51 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of boundaries there for Mohammed Cameron. Takes him to 16. I think he feels that there's no point hanging around. There's no point being too defensive and worrying about what's happened. He's just going to be positive and playing a positive mindset.
I saw 66 almost defended last week in the Group D final. It's a good time to tell you that I used to make a handy second income when I was playing betting with my teammates on third umpire dismissals. Because sometimes they'd all say, there's no way that's how that's it. Oh, yeah. It's cheeky tenor. It's great work by the officials. And that one spot on. Here's Guri.
That's a good pick up from the man there at third. Gets the edge, but doesn't let it go past him. It's little things like this that can make a difference. I mean, that could go anywhere. Could go either side. And it ends up being the boundary. Yasin gets off the mark with his first delivery. But now all eyes on Cameron, but not with the ball in hand, with bat in hand.
Cameron's changing this little by little. 16 off 6. Faces Guri Singh.
Oh, that's a delightful shot. It's clever cricket. He knows that man is inside the circle, hitting it over the top. And, well, they were very nervous. But now they're starting to see a bit of light as Mohammed Cameron gets himself into the 20s.
Well, Cameron, the hitman, he was player of the series in the Spanish Championship weekend back the 30th and 31st of October. He is a big game player. Pressure just seems to bring out the best in him. You can't get much more pressure than out there in the middle right now. He's on 20.
A delivery from Guri, and they'll get the single. He won't be too worried about who's at the strikers, and he has to have faith in Yasin.
Yeah, I mean, Yasin's played 40 first-class matches in Pakistan, and Yasin is a class batter. You'll often see him opening the batting. He's a real wild card in this batting lineup because we haven't really seen too much from this week, but I know how good he is. Left-hander on strike now.
Well, that was a wild hoik. That wasn't the best side of him. And you can see Mohammed Cameron just having a chat with saying to him, look, play each ball on merit. That needs to be playing to that side of the field. Guri just taking time to compose himself. He gets a dot ball in there. Dot balls at the moment are so important.
6th and 7th overs has actually been the highest scoring overs for Pakai Care during this tournament. Funnily enough, this hasn't been the first couple of the last couple. This is when they do their work.
That's gone high up in the air. Is it going to be taken? It is indeed, and another one goes, and it's a swinging wild was Yasin, and he didn't take the advice of Mohammed Cameron. Cameron stands at that end for a minute, but he can admire the view because he's, well, unless it's the over, which I don't think it is, he's going to have to walk back because he can't be on strike. And not sure what's going on here. They're just waiting on something here for a moment. And,
not quite sure.
Well, it's are they checking perhaps no ball or something? I mean, catch is being taken. I think he's got that under control. Oh, it's a no ball.
No ball given. It must be for outside the circle. Too many fielders outside the circle.
This is unbelievable.
Drama.
What a turning point.
Well, you know, they've got a left-hand, right-hand combination out there, right? So what often means is there's field changes in between balls. And what must have been that there were 6 outfielders. So now it'll be basically no ball plus 1, and Cameron's going to be on strike. And I don't know if that is that fielder down at fine leg. I mean, there, the foot's obviously called fine on the field, but that must have been what it was for. All right, here we go, free hit.
And he nails this, it's big. Well, that's going to hurt you. What they thought was a wicket, they thought it was delight. It ends up being a nightmare because no ball was called, and the free hit has been dispatched for 6. What a turning point this could be.
You talk about a swing of momentum. Doesn't get much more than that. Over the giant ice cube. They ran off it as well. So Cameron's 27 off 9, going at 300 strike rate. And last ball, the 7th over coming up, and you've seen, well, he gets a reprieve. But it will be Cameron to face the last ball of the 7th.
Laid out towards mid-wicket. He'd be quite happy just to take the single because it means that he'll go back on strike. Yeah, I mean, that's a massive moment in the match. And no ball was called. It wasn't called straight away, though. That was the thing that got me. The catch was taken, and then it looked like the third umpire came into play.
Because they're watching the field at all times, right? So they could say, look, I need you to call that. This is what's coming up, and how exciting is it? We're only 2.5 days away from Championship Week, and look at these teams coming back. We've got Tunbridge Wells from England against Brigade of Ireland. We've got Precious EC of Italy against Albies Army of Sweden. And you see the 5th team, we don't know yet. It'll be either Punjab Lions or it'll be Pakai Care. They'll be playing 3rd and 5th. So they don't get too much time to rest, but they will get a couple of days. And they'll get the Monday morning off at least, so a bit of extra rest. But join us on Monday. You don't want to miss it. Championship Week. 5 champion teams will return at 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. 1:30 p.m. in India. 66 off 7 then. And this looks like Taranjit Singh who's going to come back.
Yeah, they've got to put that behind them and then get back up here. Oh, well, talk about getting up. This is going up. It's going up a long way. Shaka, Lagia.
Now he has risen from the ashes of a disastrous start, and it's almost the same start that they had in the previous match. They were 4 down and way behind the 8 ball after the halfway mark. And now Kamran, he gets one that really was just too short, but it was all about the footwork there. He gets inside it and makes that shot a lot easier. A bit of light rain, looks like it's falling out there in the middle. That's not good news for the Pakai Care players.
It's not good news. I mean, the thing is, Vinny, I mean, you can talk about good players. You can talk about, you've got to watch this guy, but it's all about what they do, their performances. Mohammed Cameron is showing just why he's a good player. Misses out on this one. Taranjit gets that one through.
Do you think that maybe if there's a little bit of rain around, obviously it might be a bit slippery, does that neutralise his bowling to some degree? The fact that he might not have full confidence landing?
Yeah, for sure. And certainly will be the same for some of the bowlers of the Punjabi Lions Nicosia that we're looking to come back into the attack as well. Thumped. And fielder needs to get to, oh, well, he does get a hand onto it. Will they think about the second? Tajwinder's done well. I mean, maybe they should have taken 2 there. Mohammed Cameron is a little disappointed that Yasin didn't react earlier to his call, and he's saying, look, come on, you've got to take 2 there, and I think he's absolutely right.
I'm not so sure. I mean, hindsight's 20/20. You don't want a wicket at this stage because you've lost 5 already. I think it's easy once he sees the throw coming into the middle of the pitch.
I think he picked it from the way he knew that Tajinder had a lot to do to try and get that and get the throw in.
I'm not saying he wasn't there. I just think you're seeing he wasn't certain. If he's hesitated, then you've got to kind of just take your medicine and settle for 1. Just very light rain falling at the moment. I'd hate for that to be a factor.
That's well hit, but the fielder is there. Oh! Puts the catch down.
Whoa.
And could he be run out?
He's out, I reckon.
I think he may be out here. They're going upstairs. Well, it's Tajinder that puts the catch down, who's normally so safe. We saw him needing the second helping in the last match to take a crucial catch in the boundary. He drops the catch, but he does get the throw in quickly. Have a look.
It's bad cricket. He ball watches for way too long, and by the time he gets going, he's run out here.
He's out. Oh, is he? Yeah, I think that, yeah.
We'll probably get a better look.
I think he may be
here.
just
We'll slow this
gone.
down. I think there. He's gone.
Yeah,
he's gone here. Really great camera work there. I'm getting the second angle, which confirms to me that he's gone. And so you're seeing, he knows he's already walking off. And so, yeah, see almost blocking the camera angle, but I think he has been given. And so, yeah, it's just basics. I mean, I think he was expecting that's either caught or it's going to be 6. But as it was, it actually doesn't cost him anything at all, except it does change the strike. As you've seen, has run out for 2. The score now is 73 for 6.
Yeah, I think that's all about Mohammed Cameron giving him the message and saying, look, you got to run. If it means I'm getting to this end, well, look, maybe it's going to be close. Maybe what's happened there may happen. You get run out, but I've got to stay in strike.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, it's a run. You know, it's a run. He just doesn't run straight away. It wasn't like it was a dodgy run. He just never took off. Well bowled. They'll sneak in. But, yeah, it's basic, especially this stage. You've seen already had a life. You're putting a lot of pressure on the bottom order now. I say bottom order, but Majid Hanif handles the bat really well. But it's just more that now wickets are starting to panic you a little bit. Called a wide, gets a bit too much of the line. It's a 50-50 call, Joe Foster says. It is a wide.
Yeah, he goes for it. I mean, do you gamble saying to the keeper to come up? I mean, knowing what Mohammed Cameron is doing, he's charging down the wicket, he's coming out of his crease. Does Mazumdar try and come up? Well, as we talk about it, maybe he's going to.
It also becomes risky because with that slippery ball, if one gets away, maybe slips down the leg side a bit wide, then you could give away a boundary behind the wicket. So, high drama, expect nothing less. Here's the last ball of the 8th.
Yeah, he doesn't time this well. Opportunity taken. And Mohammed Cameron does depart. And the keeper standing up, does that do the job? Does it mean he just stays inside his crease, has to play a different shot? Maybe. But the key thing here is that it's another catch taken, another good one from Verma, and that's an important wicket. Taranjit Singh strikes.
It really is. It's only a slight miss hit from Cameron, and it probably is going for 6, except the fielder. Now he is dancing his way to another wicket. And so Majid Hanif says, oh, that was pretty good. I might take that bat off you, but he will continue without Cameron as he's dismissed off the last ball of the 8th over. But still, what a contribution from him. 35 or 15. Well, he turned things around. In fact, still, none of his teammates have hit double figures. But he departs with 12 balls remaining at 74 for 7.
Yeah, look, that was they needed that over, didn't they? I mean, when you think the last 2 overs, if you think the last one from Tiwari went for 16, and Guri's over went for 15. He was unlucky, of course, with that no ball incident happening there. But Taranjit gets a good one in, only 8 off it, and 2 wickets as well. The run out and that catch taken by Verma. So, but, I mean, do you think, I mean, look, all right, we've got 12 balls to go. I think Pakai Care Batalona, they'll be thinking, look, maybe if we get another 15 to 20 runs here, that's enough. We've done it. We've done our bit.
But if you go large, you can still sometimes kind of fluke that many. That's Garamans. He's improvising an umbrella. 9th overtime. It all happens in the 9th.
Edge. And is it going to go 4 runs? And sometimes you don't always get the rub of the green. He swung hard, gets the edge. And with the 3rd man in the circle, that goes all the way in the region of the giant European cricket ball. 4 runs.
Yeah. Well, you need some luck. I think you're going to win this final. And Majid Hanif gets a fair slice of it straight off the bat, or straight off the edge of the bat. This is Taranjit Singh, so I've got a good bowler coming back here. Tejvinder Singh, I should say. Taranjit finished with a wicket, but here we are now in the 9th.
Still drizzling out there. It's not particularly heavy. Short, and well, Tejvinder goes down. So it is starting to get slippery. And here comes a good throw, and once again could be close. And
bowls it in there.
Tejvinder goes down, he picks himself up now. And well, let's hope he's not hurt himself too much. A bit of a hobble back. Just watch this.
It's a step after he bowls, and he just kind of slips and slides. It wasn't a very good throw. It was bowled in by Sushil Kumar. It allowed him to get back for 2. Well, hopefully it hasn't hurt Tejvinder too much, because he's also a very key part of their batting makeup. Yeah, so 10 balls to go. I mean, what are we heading for? I mean, they bat well. Pakai Care right now, if you offered them 95, they'd probably take it.
Yeah, just, well, just look at everybody in the fan zone there. They're all cramming in under the shelter. All sort of move from outside into the bar area, watching from wherever they can, all on their feet. So they'll be hoping that this rain does not spoil what promises to be a fantastic final. This is well struck, but to the fielder. And well, Guri thinks about this throw, decides against it. He knows that Tejvinder isn't back there. The 2 men on the boundary are pretty deep. If he throws and misses, it's going to be overthrows.
I'm probably throwing that. I think the value of a wicket here is pretty significant, because, I mean, maybe he's, 50-50 at best to hit, but still, if you can, get the new batters in. Just getting a bit concerned about getting bowled out. It's very similar, actually, to the first innings today when Cyprus were batting.
Well, if he hits, he's out, and it bounces over the stumps. And that's going to be a bye. Good running from the Spanish champions, they need to get as many runs they can on the board. That gets a score to 82. Well bowled as well.
Yeah.
Tajwinda is disappointed, and that's just unfortunate, I think, from Mazumdar. I think the throw, as in terms of the accuracy, was right.
Yeah.
It was the bounce.
Yeah, bounced it over. Hanif on strike.
Well bowled.
Hey, but it does remind me of that innings this morning. Do you remember that Punjab Lions Nicosia in the first innings of the day? They lost 9 wickets on the way to 94, but it turned out to be enough. It's pretty similar. I mean, they were 75 for 9 at the end of the ninth, but then those 3 big sixes in the 10th over got them up to score in the 90s. So maybe Pakai Care can kind of flip the script and do something similar themselves.
Up in the air, should be taken, has been taken, so it's another wicket, and also importantly is another dot, and that means that another new batter is going to come in for the last over. 6 balls to go, and both batters will yet to have received a delivery.
Yeah, but there's silver lining to this one. Because it was caught, the batters go back to the original ends, but in fact, because it's over, then the established batter will be on strike.
When you say established, as I said, haven't faced the ball, so...
But he's faced one. So, look, I think it's a good result. Atif Mohammed is probably the man you want on strike in this situation. He's been joined out there by Mohammed Mochim. Majid Hanif, he goes for just 7. Sam Houghton in the chat, hello to you. He's just saying, that's what we always taught, to aim at the base of the stumps when you're trying to hit them. It avoids a situation where it bounces over the stumps, but yeah, I think you have to be brave here. This is what I said this morning after 9 overs. Do you remember? I said you're still, I think, trying to get boundaries. Pakai Care, even what they've got on the board right now, they fancy themselves to defend it. 10th overtime.
He's hit this out in the direction of Verma. They'll take 1. They're looking for 2.
No.
And, well, he's going to be out here by a long way. Well, the 2 batters haven't communicated well here at all, and that's losing the 9th wicket. They're in danger of not batting the full quota of the innings here.
That's just needless. It's needless, okay? This is why you need to chat about what's going on, because it's one thing if you sacrifice a wicket to get Atif Mohammed back on strike, and even then I'd say it's probably not wise with 8 out, but in this situation, you see Mochim's coming. Atif hadn't even finished the first run, and now you've sacrificed a wicket, and you've got the number 11 who's going to have to come out and face Adil Shafkat. Will be on strike, and wow, high drama. We've seen some wickets fall in the finals, haven't we, over the last couple of weeks? So Mochim goes without facing the ball. His score now is 83 for 9.
83 for 9, so yeah, so out without facing.
It's a bad communication from both batters, really. You've got to be switched on. If I'm Atif Mohammed, I'm yelling out a big no and putting my hand up saying no and yelling. It's just something that I think in some parts of the world, the running between the wickets is just an area that could be improved a lot. And Mochim, he turned and just went and didn't even realise. He would have realised if he had looked at his partner, that his partner hadn't even finished the first run. So you've got to use your eyes. 9 out now. They're in danger of being bowled out.
Short. It's clever. Now, they can't afford to make any mistakes with the running now, because it's the last peering in. 84 now.
What's your strategy now if you're Atif Mohammed? You've got 4 to come. You're on strike. 9 out.
Hit big. Hit 6s.
Think go for it?
Yeah, he's going to go for it.
He tries. And this one is going to go the journey. Rico said it. And Atif Mohammed does it. Maximal 6 takes them up to that 90.
Yeah, look, that's key in the 90s. And I think that would have been what they would be looking for, a score between 90 and 110. They've got the 90 up there. And now they'll be thinking, yeah, OK, any runs here now are bonus runs. They'll want him to just do the same. Got a good bat on this as well. Take 1.
You can't run 2.
Oh, a bit of a fumble, but not enough to allow the batters to take 2. So, okay, what? Now this is the question. What do you do here?
I think
do you take a single or do you go for it?
Yeah, I think you score. So I think you've got to get bat on ball. I'm probably just taking the 1 here and leaving it to Atif. Get that way.
The 1.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. But they have batted out the overs now. Geez, this is so similar to this morning's game. Guess we'll just have to find out if Pakai Care can defend as well as Punjab Lions Nicosia can.
Well, so here we go. Last delivery. 92 on the board. There'll be 1 in to go big here. And into the pads. They'll keep running for sure, will they?
I think they'll bother.
There was only going to be one there. So 93 for 9. That's what we finish on here. And just once again, have a look at the halfway score. Well, they were in all sorts of trouble, weren't they, once more? 35 was on the board, 4 wickets down. But then Mohammed Cameron, I think he played a superb cameo knock, hitting the ball to all parts of the ground. And then he fell and somebody else had to take over. Well, there was a little bit of bad communication. And somebody had to get them into the 90s. And it was Atif Mohammed. He played a big shot. He played his role. I mean, though he was involved in that crazy run out, the key thing was for me, he stayed on strike.
Yeah, look, they still squeezed 19 out of the last 2 overs. But before the match, proud moment for both these two teams. Well, there's a fair few cries of Viva España around the ground, as you can imagine. The Spanish representative on home turf. And that was an old throwback Steve Harmison special. And I don't think Tejvinder could believe what he'd done. That cost him 5, but then it was all about holding their catches, and they did. That was a key one, wasn't it? Tejvinder himself holds on to Mohammed Baba, who's been batting really well today. And then this one, well, what can you say about it, Rico?
Oh, I just couldn't believe it. I was worried about the collision, and next thing I know is a hand pops up in the air from nowhere with the ball in it, and I thought, there's no way he's caught it, but he did catch it.
Well, that's showing that social distancing was a thing of the past, and we almost had a second. He almost palmed it back. And Taranjit and Sadun Shamal getting in a tangle there on the leg side boundary. And then this was a good one, wasn't it? Verma, well, he gets that one. And Punjab Lions, you can see they said it all week that we believe we can do that. They're 10 overs away. And of course, at the other end, there was this wicket. And I know that Stone Cold Scott Austin, well, he was so happy to hold that one, get rid of Mahbub. And then a couple of close calls. That's Shiraz Ahmed getting run out. Again, not running on the pitch, not really able to slide his bat. There was Cameron really that held it together.
Yeah.
Without him, this innings was in dire straits.
Yeah, I mean, that was a start. Dances down, first cuts one, then comes and hits one big. And all of a sudden, a team that were pretty quiet found their voice again. This drop, well, there was a drop, but then the throw results in the run out. It wasn't the best of running, you have to say. So that wasn't too expensive, I suppose. Cameron was still going strong, but then it was Verma who takes another catch, and then he does a little dance as well. But, I mean, those are important runs from Cameron. But certainly, one thing is for sure, he is going to be fired up when he comes steaming in. Let's just hope that this rain doesn't get any heavier. Just looking at it from our little cubby hole here, it seems to be okay. Well, that was a crucial bit of, well, miscommunication.
Yeah, I mean,
this was important.
This, they get away. This at least gets them up in the 90s. Atif Mohammed trying his best. And again, it's so similar to this morning, but the teams have flipped. Okay, this morning was Punjab Lions Nicosia that got 94 for 9. This time it's 93 for 9. And it was a pretty scrappy innings is the way I'd call it. And just have a look at this. I mean, nobody reaches double figures with the exception of 35 from Cameron, but the 19 extras, look, 18 of them are avoidables as well. And just thinking that if it wasn't for those, they'd probably be chasing something around the 80 mark or maybe even the higher 70s as the light rain falls. We're very, very hopeful we'll get back on in about 10 minutes. But that's another factor, because remember, if Pakai can't get out and bowl 3 overs, Punjab Lions, on account of winning this morning, they actually would qualify from Group E.
Well, does that mean that the Punjabis of the Lions are doing a little bit of a rain dance? Well, I don't know, but you know what? I'm going to say no, because I think they want to earn being here next week if they can, and they'll want to go out there and do it the way they want to do it, and that's in style. They want to go out there and knock these runs off they can. It won't be easy, of course. I think it's going to be conditions that both sets of teams will have to contend with. I mean, you said it. How would Mohammed Cameron be running in here? You saw that Tejvinder Singh, as you look at the bowling figures, he slipped a couple of times. So, you know, it's not going to be easy. It won't be easy for the batters as well, depending on the direction of the rain. The fielding as well becomes an element. But look, all the bowlers did well. They all took wickets.
2 for 7 to Sushil Kumar. He often said he goes under the radar, but he bowled really well in this one. Wickets to all the bowlers, actually. The rest picking up 1. Well, Pakai Care, it could be a hurricane out there. They'll be going out to bowl their 3 overs, because if they don't get on, they're going to be going home. And so Pakai Care, Badalona, they will be defending when we return. And it'll be Punjab Lions Nicosia. They'll need 94 for a place in Championship Week starting on Monday. Incredible drama. You'll only see it here on ECN. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Don't go too far. Join us in just a few minutes. We'll be back, hopefully, with some more cricket. You're watching ECN Group E final action in the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol in Spain. Well, some nice pictures there from the air, but right now, slightly different story in the middle because we have had the rain pick up a little bit, and during the innings break, we have seen the covers go on. So we're not going to start as we were planning to in a couple of minutes. We do have a bit of a window, of course, to complete this game. If we cannot complete at least 3 overs for the Punjab Lions Nicosia, then it will actually be the Cyprus team, Punjab Lions, that will go through after they won this morning. We do have a bit of time, though, before the cut-off, probably around about half an hour, just over, to at least be able to get in a 3-over game. It's all dependent on whether this rain slows down. Well, it's probably a good time to, we're just waiting for a bit more of a decision to throw down to Rico, because earlier on he had a word with Punjab Lions Nicosia, the captain of their team from Cyprus, as Gurpratap Singh, and he was speaking to Rico Fall.
Thanks, Maxi. Guru, कभी final ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਿਆ ਕਦੀ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਕਿ final ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਜਾਊਗੇ? I'm just asking Guru. He's reached the final. Did he ever think he would get to the final?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਭਾਜੀ, ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਈਪਰਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਸੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਉਣਾ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਤਿਆਰੀਆਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਤੋਂ ਚੱਲਦੀਆਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਜਿੱਤਣਾ ਆ ਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਟੂਰਨਾਮੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਜਿੱਤਣਾ ਆ। ਹੋਪ ਹਾਰਡ ਵਰਕ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਖੇਡਾਂਗੇ, ਖੇਡਿਆ ਵੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਵੀ ਖੇਡਾਂਗੇ, ਜਿੱਤਾਂਗੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ।
Yeah, Guru, just saying when they became the champions of Cyprus, they did believe in themselves. They said if we can play the way that we did here, the way we became champions here in Cyprus, that there's no reason why we can't go to Spain and be champions there as well. Our match the ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ key player ਕੌਣ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ performance necessary ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ ਜਿੱਤਣ ਨੂੰ? Just asking who would be the key players that would have to perform in this final.
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਜੇ ਬੋਲਿੰਗ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਬੋਲਿੰਗ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਓਪਨਿੰਗ ਪੇਅਰ ਮੈਂ ਔਰ ਤੇਜਵਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਆ ਕਿ ਵਧੀਆ ਛੇਤੀ ਜੋ ਓਪਨਿੰਗ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿਕਟ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਜਲਦੀ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਤੇ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ ਵਿੱਚ ਓਪਨਰ ਓਬਵੀਅਸਲੀ ਮੈਂ ਰਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਏ ਥੋੜੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੋਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ। ਰੋਮਨ ਆ, ਸਕੌਟ ਆ, ਤੇਜਵਿੰਦਰ ਆ, ਸੇਮ ਹਾਰਡ ਵਰਕ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇਖੋ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ।
Just saying there that obviously with the bowling himself and Tajwinder are key. And with the batting, got loads of options, though he hasn't always performed. He's hoping that he will be able to in this one. ਜਦੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਮੈਚ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿੱਤ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ confidence ਆਪਣੀ ਲਈ ਆ। ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ? Saying you won once already, can you do it again? Have you got the confidence to do it again?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਭਾਜੀ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2 ਮੈਚ ਹੋਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਤੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਮੀ ਰਹਿ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਐਤਕੀ ਉਹ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਸੀ। 95 ਟਾਰਗੇਟ ਮੰਨ ਕੇ ਚੱਲੇ ਸੀ। ਥੋੜੀ ਬੋਲਿੰਗ ਠੀਕ ਆ ਤੇ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਤੇ ਹੋਪ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਉਹੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਘੱਟ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟ ਸਕੋਰ ਰੋਕ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿੱਤਾਂਗੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ।
Yeah, just saying that. They got the runs on the board first time. If they bat well, they can do it again. They will win. Well, confidence from yourself. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you, Vinny.
Yes, well, we are back, and you can see just light rain, but pretty persistent rain at the moment falling. It has delayed the second half of this Group E final. Crucial clash. Now, just been running a few numbers, so don't quote me on these. If we were to get a 3-over match, for example, I believe the target would be 32 or something like that. Maybe that's past score, 32 or 33. Of course, we'll give you the specific numbers when we know what's going on. And that is the scene at the moment. Vinny Sandu here now. Rico joining me back in the box. Well, Rico, certainly it's disappointing whenever rain intervenes, but especially at this juncture with so much on the line, I'm sure that everyone will be super disappointed at the moment that we're not out there playing some cricket.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, it is disappointing, and you know that both captains were up for it. I think, like you said, I think this match is evenly poised. I think Pakakea, Barcelona will feel that, even though it's not a big score, it's one that they can defend. And I think at the same time, I think the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia will believe that it's a score that they can chase. So it's not like, I don't think that this rain is favouring any team. I really don't. I think it's in the balance, and well, it doesn't. It's not heavy, is it? Not heavy rain.
It's not heavy.
It's not thunderous rain. It's just consistent. We just need it to just ease off.
It's persistent. So really, this is where it's down to particularly the opinion of the umpires and the officials about if it's safe to play, and they'll have to just take out the fact that this is a final and the situational nature of it. I think they just need to treat the situation on its merits. Look, we're at the ECL right now. This is the Champions League of European cricket, but one thing that we have coming up and we're looking forward to going back to is the European Cricket Series, of course, because at the end of next week. It's hard to believe, but in a week we'll know exactly who wins this ECL. But the schedule for the ECS has been released for the first part of it anyway. And look, it does start with a week here in Cartama before we head to Cartama in Portugal for a 2-week series. That's going to be great to be back at that ground, which is in Paulo Bichimaza's back garden. And then Capella in the Netherlands before we head to Bulgaria. It'll be great to be back there for a week as well. Prakash Mishra and co, they'll be waiting for us. And then Romania, we'll chance to see Pavel Florin back on the park in the ECS.
Yeah, certainly would be. And I think it's going to be another supersonic exciting year of European cricket. It's going to be great to go back to a lot of places we've been to already. It's going to be great. What is going to be good for me is also to see some players that we've seen playing in the European Cricket Championship. We maybe talk about that a little bit later.
Yeah, no, we can.
Also the European Cricket League, because those players have seen what it's all about. They've played there, they're going back, and they're I mean, educate maybe is not the right word, but they're going back and they're coaching, educating the players to get better, to get stronger, because they know what it's all about now. There are things there now for these European cricketers trying to achieve.
Yeah.
And coming out here is one of them.
Oh, it's a massive carrot, isn't it? I mean, these marquee tournaments, the ECL, and you mentioned the ECC there.
What do you mean massive carrot? Are you taking it
massive
personally?
Some subliminal there. But, well, I'm having a great time here. And look, we'll be so sad to say goodbye to Cartama in a couple of weeks, because we are here for the ECS first week after ECL finishes. But later in the year, and this is breaking news today, we had the draws released for the European Cricket Championship. And we'll check these out. I haven't even had a chance to have a really good look at these yet, but we've got some new countries in that weren't represented last time. We've got Ireland in there. We've got Scotland in there.
Yep.
We've got Switzerland in there as well, down in the bottom right-hand corner. And yeah, we've also got France in there. So and Malta. I think Malta didn't have a team last time either. So I think they're the ones that I've picked out. But yeah, let's have a look at some of these matchups. Group A with
España. Vamos España. Not going to be easy.
Once again, Spain and Portugal drawn in the same group as well. So we'll get to see that kind of a battle. We'll probably see the beast, won't we, from the Czech Republic, Sadeshwar Kramasekara and Arun Ashokan. So there's some of the players we'll get to see. And also Austria. I mean, Austria are pretty impressive in last year's tournament. They did get to the championship week, but they just couldn't quite put it together towards the end. And look, Spain, don't forget, they made it all the way to finals day in the ECC last year.
That's going to be interesting. And I know that one man that's normally on the chat quite a lot, BET2BALL. What do you think of that? That'll be interesting. But yeah, that is quite a spicy group. Now look, tell us, do we know about the form? Because one thing a lot of people will say, looking at that, say, where's England? Where's England? Now tell them about England.
They're there. See, England's down there, and how this will work is that each of the groups will, a bit like this, they'll have 1 week that they will play, but only the winner of each group is going to go through to the championship week.
So that's the change.
England, as the reigning holders of the trophy, they automatically qualify for week 5, and then the winners of Group A, B, C, and D, they will join them. So it's kind of similar, but a little bit different. So 21 nations represented in the ECC in 2022. Now look, moving to Group D, we've got the Netherlands in there. Remember, they didn't quite make the final last time, but we know that they'll be really impressive. Denmark and Sweden and Finland, so it's a bit of a northern feel about it. And Hungary, well, the Royal Tigers, they impressed us, didn't they? They're in Group B this time in the ECL, Royal Tigers, and they'll be in Group B in the ECC later in the year.
Yeah, we'll see some players returning there, some big names like BET2BALL, of course, who's been, well, he was a sensational player when we saw him in the ECL. We saw him also play for Hungary in their national team in the T10 competition here. Just all very exciting. And, well, what's also exciting is Group C. It's nice to see that. We have Scotland joining us as well. But what a group that's going to be, because, look, you've got Scotland, Belgium. France is there as well. Malta, we know about Malta. And, of course, we welcome back Luxembourg.
So, exactly. 3 of those teams are new to the ECC. Scotland, France, and Malta. Okay, and Belgium, we know how good they were. Let's see what kind of team they bring. And France, well, we know how they approach it at the club level. And we'll have to see who's eligible to play for the national team. We know that they'll be explosive. And then Group D, well, Italy and Germany, they seem to get drawn together as well. They'll be in Group D. And I think they'll have Norway with them, they're a pretty tough team as well. They had a bit of a slow start, but they looked very dangerous at times. Romania, of course, they've got plenty of experience as well in their lineup. And Switzerland, it'll be great to welcome the Swiss. And I certainly think, remember Alton that we had playing for, representing Switzerland in this tournament? You know, they certainly showed that they loved the challenge of T10 cricket here at Cartama. And of course, only 4 of those countries above the line, they will join England in the championship week.
Yeah, and of course the amazing news about this, of course, is like last time and like this tournament, it's sanctioned by the ICC as well. So that's a huge, huge plus. And that means that criteria you said about players that will be eligible to play, obviously we've got to then go by what the ICC criteria is. And maybe we can just dwell on that a little bit.
Yeah, it is an ICC sanctioned tournament. So I don't pretend to be an expert with regards to what you need, but there is a residency or a citizenship requirement, and normally the residency is about a certain period of time that's required.
Usually it's 3 years that you've been in the country, and you've obviously been resident in that country. Also, you need to be playing cricket for a club, and so it's one of those. And I like that ruling. It just means that you eliminate countries and all clubs as well. Yeah. If it's an ICC tournament of just getting players in that really haven't been in that country, they haven't supported that country, when I say supported, they haven't helped develop cricket in that country. That's very important.
And that's what it's all about as well, trying to improve. Obviously, at the ECL, we're dealing with a club setup here. It's a bottom-up kind of approach. It's trying to give clubs something to play for, the domestic championship, and putting an extra kind of layer to that, the fact they can play at the Champions League. But also the ECC, it's a top-down approach kind of. It's the elite level of cricket, international cricket, and so the fact we can play it in the T10 format, I think, is really special. So no good news out in the middle at the moment. The umpires are inspecting, but that rain, it's pretty much been persistent. It's not super heavy, so I think if it does stop or get a lot lighter, I think we will get a start. But I mean, Pakai, they'll be out of their skins to get out there, because now we've got around about 22 minutes, I think, until the cut-off time for 3 overs. We've already lost overs.
Yep.
And I think there'd be a few nervous boys in the Pakai Care camp at the moment.
Yeah, certainly is. And the question is, I mean, if we're not playing now, that basically means that unless the rain changes, we're not going to play later. So it's got to stop, or it's got to get lighter, because otherwise they'd be out there already. And putting an umpire's hat on at the moment, and the tournament referee Rob Cummins, it's a very, very difficult position that they're in, because obviously they've got the captains in the air, in their ear. Their captains probably want to play out there, but they've got to look at the safety element of things. It's very important. Remember, the umpires are responsible for the welfare of all the players, and if they decide to play, if anything nasty happens, they have to take responsibility for it.
Of course. I mean, what we do know is that the players will be pretty proactive, especially the fielding team, which is normally the team which has issues if there's a bit of rain around. I think that they'll be saying, yeah, we're good to go, can we get on? But yeah, I was saying earlier before you returned that the umpires have to take the kind of game situation and tournament situation out of it, and they just have to kind of judge the situation on their merits. But while we see those pictures, which are a little bit depressing, I'm going to take a more positive beat and tell you about what's coming up on Monday. Yeah. And we already had a glimpse at the fixtures. These are the teams that will be represented. Tunbridge Wells of England, and this is how they'll actually fit in on day one. Tunbridge Wells versus Brigade, and then we've got Precious EC versus Alavis Army. So that's England, Ireland, Italy and Sweden represented there, and they'll be joined by either Punjab Lions, Nicosia or Pakai Care. And one of the little benefits, I suppose, whoever wins this group, obviously they've been working hard all week. They won't have to play until the third match of the day, so they get a little bit of a lie-in on Monday. But I certainly would say, I mean, this week we said there's no easy matches. There's really not going to be any easy matches on Championship Week. 5 championship teams returning.
Yeah, I mean, look, what's your view on the fact that whoever wins here today will have the weekend to sort of regroup and maybe have a bit of physio and some aches and pains and be back again? Do you think it's a plus to come straight back, or do you think it's going to be a downer?
Yeah, it's so funny, isn't it? Because I think there's pros and cons. I think you're in the mode of it if you've already been playing. So the week 5 team, they'll take some sort of momentum into finals week, whereas the other teams, although they would have been training pretty hard, I'm sure they'll be a little bit rustier. But if you did play in the first week, you had all that time to sort those injuries out. So I think it depends on what your injury situation is. I mean, I remember Belgium in the ECC, they were really banged up. They were in Group A. They had a couple of weeks off to kind of get those things right. Players like Aziz Mohammed, and he returned and performed well for them in the finals week. So I think it's a bit of both. I think it depends on how good you're feeling. I think maybe the best situation is maybe to be second last week or something. So someone like Sweden, who they've been playing, they've been able to gather themselves for a whole week, and they will travel back. But there's that double travel element as well.
Yes, I mean, Alba's Army, we know that quite one or two of their players, it seemed like they were being held together by duct tape by the end of that week, and certainly by that final. They had all sorts of trouble, didn't they? At one point, we had, busted fingers and cuts and bruises, etc. But one thing I do know, I can tell you this, I can share this with you now. Farmers, if Farmers were to have won this week, they would have had big problems, because a lot of their players, as we know, under 19s, they're either at university or school. They were having to go back. And I know, speaking to one or two of some of the senior players there, they said, it would have been interesting to see who would have got in, and they doubt that their team would have been any stronger or any better than what they've got here today. So really, it just goes to show that sometimes it can also have a negative negative effect as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is just really sad scene at the moment. And just give you an update, still persistent rain. I wouldn't say it's heavy rain, but it's persistent. And there's about 17 minutes to go before the cutoff. Pakai Care will be desperate to get back on. Been a great day with Fan Zone as well. And know that a lot of you out there are being very patient. We appreciate that. Obviously, it's frustrating for us. Just going to a couple of questions in the chat, but most of the questions are about what's happening out in the middle. I can tell you, we don't have any play at the moment. The covers are on. And let us see, what do you think about the ECC as well? Steve mentioning a team that's not there. I'm sure I'd love to see them represented at some point. Again, it's growing piece by piece. Come from 16 countries last year to 21. Sure, we'd like to eventually get even more than that. But it's a very interesting concept. The European Cricket League, of course, first. We had a tournament in 2019. And sometimes, I actually was at Molly Malone's last night. And you know what they had on? I was having my Maximo burger.
I know what you had there. What did they have on?
They were showing the last innings of the day, so I popped over there for last innings of the day. And then we had a look at the final from last week. The Albies Army versus MSC Frankfurt final. And then we popped on the ECL 2019 final, the game where VOC Rotterdam scored 222.
What a game that was, And of course that was held at La Manga, also in Spain, of course. The first one. But look, I mean, you're talking about that 2019 final, but I know that there's been some unfortunate things the last couple of years, let's just say that, which has meant a lot of sport, including cricket and including the European Cricket League, hasn't happened. But the growth from 2019 to now, isn't that incredible?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, when I think that was the first kind of serious cricket that we showed on the European Cricket Network back then, it's just 17 matches. The fact that between then and now, we've done over 2,000 matches. So it's the start of something very, very special, and we certainly appreciate all our viewers for your involvement and your support of what we're doing. It's right now, no good news to report from the ground. We will keep you up to date with what's going on. But Rico, a few people asking, would we have a reserve date? I believe for the final we do have a reserve date next week. But the reason we can't have reserve days for the groups is because logistically teams come in and out. They have to be moved in, they have to be moved out on Saturdays and Sundays, and there's a very short window to do that. So it's just not easy to organise that kind of travel, especially with the world like it is at the moment. So that's why, that's why we actually said this morning's game was a very, very important game, and it was Punjab Lions Nicosia that snuck over the line by 5 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sometimes the way it goes. One of the things, maybe the teams from Cyprus, maybe they have a way to have the weather or the luck of the weather to be on their side. I remember when we were in Cyprus, it was again the rain that came in time for the final. And on that occasion, at the European Cricket Series, there was the Black Caps that ended up winning because of the final. And still remember that day. I mean, everything was a washout. And then about an hour later, the sun came out and we had the most impressive rainbow that you've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, the world's a funny place. I mean, I don't think Pakai Care will be laughing if this gets washed out. But I think of some of those guys in Cyprus, the rain cost them a final. in that series. We were there late last year, but then it could actually benefit Cyprus here if they can't get the 3 overs in. Now, I'm told there'll be a ground inspection in about 1 minute. In fact, I see the umpires, they're heading out there right now. But I think the issue is there's been no real change in conditions. And so that is the problem at the moment. So I can see the umpires and the tournament referee. So Rob Kemming there, left of your screen. You see them sneaking in to have a look. I think maybe it might have eased up slightly, but it is still raining, and that's what you would say at the moment.
Yeah, it's still raining. I mean, if it has eased slightly, they may consider perhaps thinking about moving the covers. Be interesting to see what their observations are. And of course, one of the things they will also do when they're out there is one of the umpires will probably have a little, what we call like a boundary inspection, go along the boundary and just check that all parts of the ground are okay. One thing I will say about this ground, and we've seen that during, well, this is coming up to the end of the 5th week. We've seen that it does absorb the water really well. So I don't think there's going to be any real issues with any part. And with this rain as well, there's going to be no issues with any sort of surface water out there, that is for sure. It's just all about whether it's going to be safe enough for the likes of not just the bowlers running into bowl, but batters running in between the wickets as well. Well, if you're not a cricketer, this is probably a good sign with this part of Spain. Because we keep being told that there is a severe drought here. But, well, why couldn't it wait until later tonight? That's what I say. In the ideal world, it will rain in the evenings and be lovely and sunny during the day.
Yeah, that's true. Well, ask us anything you like in the live chat at the moment. As you can see, it's a couple of the boys going out, and let's just see, because look, it has eased up slightly. I would say it still is sprinkling, but I'm seeing a bit of movement. So this could be a good sign. Now, so there has been a slight change. There's still rain floating around, but I can see people going out there right now, and I think all I can guess is from that inspection is that they are planning to get the ground ready for play, and we've got about another 10 minutes where they could do that. But I can tell by the fact that everyone's running around like crazy to get the covers off. Yeah, this is a very good sign, Rico.
It's a very good positive sign. So, and once again, it's nice to see the farmers out there. And of course, the farmers will know all about how to work on the field. Well, you say that as one of them almost slips over as they start to undress the pitch. So like a grand revelation, isn't it? When you're revealing something, you pull the covers off and go, da-na! And well, there is a little bit of da-na, or certainly will be if we're able to get this match on. See, even Corey Ruckers is out there helping out as well. And yeah, these are good positive signs. There is, I mean, the rain has, it has eased off. That is why the umpires have taken this decision. Though there's still a little drizzle there. But they probably would have spoken, I'm guessing, Vinny, to both the captains as well. And receive information from them as well. So good signs, positive signs. Covers are coming off. And we'll update you on what, as soon as we know.
Yeah, so I mean, if we were to start in 10 minutes, that's pretty much the cut-off time, then it would be 3 over match. What I would say, there's a kind of rain now, it's similar to what they played in at the end of the first innings. Okay, there's a little bit of rain around. Remember the 8th, 9th, 10th over. Yeah. So, yeah, I think in the break it did get a bit heavier, but it's really hard because you're having to make a judgment call. But I would say these are the kind of conditions typically we would play in. And people say things like, you can't start in rain, but I don't know if that's ever actually written anywhere or just one of those things that people say. You know, like, what do you think?
I mean, again, just looking at it from an umpire's point of view, I think as long as, and it comes back to that same thing again, it's the player's safety. As long as you think that the ground is not unsafe and that the conditions are not unsafe, and obviously you would have had a little bit of input from both the captains as well. You would have spoken to the captains. The pitch inspection would have been done. So if you believe that the conditions are okay and safe to play in, then yeah, you do go and play. I mean, again, you're looking at this the rain. I mean, there's a bit of drizzle. It's not lashing down. So I think that's what the decision is. And, of course, there will be updates coming your way, and we'll bring them your way, of course, on what the situation is and how many overs there will be bowled and what the target is, etc., etc. You see there, the umpires are out. They're just checking that there's no issues, and there seems to be a little bit of a nod of approval there from Joe Foster.
Yeah.
And look, let's mention the umpires, because I think they've been absolutely brilliant this week. I mean, got Joe Foster out there with Stephen Gooch and the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemin. All the umpires have been brilliant, and we've also got or had this week Asad Ali, who's done a fantastic job, and some of the other umpires that we've had in the week as well. Nilkesh Patel from Barcelona, Charles Croucher, who we will see again, Tyrone Peters, who's out here this week as well, Anand Shub, and of course Harrison Ward as well.
Yeah.
All done a fantastic job. It's not an easy job, and we've seen that already. It's not just about giving the decisions at the bowler's end or at the square leg. It's about seeing things like the no ball, picking up on the no ball, and how critical those little things can be. You know, it's you've got to be on alert all the time, and then on situations like this, you've got to be able to deal with difficult situations. When the rain comes, you have to make decisions and have to make calls. You have to try and keep everybody happy, and more importantly, you have to try and make sure we can get the game that we love in. And well, this is even better side. The stumps are coming out, so the stumps will be going back in, and it does also, you probably see just looking at your own screens, it does look like it's getting brighter out there as well.
Well, look, it's subtle, but I still think this is about the conditions towards the end of the first innings. So if it's good enough for one team, it's good enough for the other. And so, yeah, it's it's about as high stakes as it gets, because winner and loser of this game will have very different experiences next week. One will be involved, one will be watching. So, yeah, I think the umpires just having one last look, but I do think we're likely to see some play here. I haven't heard anything official. So, it looks like we still don't have an official word, but it certainly looks to me like we could have a game, and it might just be coming through now.
Yeah, I think it's a case of, right, get everything ready, and then when a decision is made, it's like go. There's nothing worse than making a decision and then starting to get things ready, i.e. the covers off the stumps, and then say, right, oh no, we're going to change that. I think they just want to get everything ready and say, right, okay, that's what we're doing.
Here we go. I've got the official word now that it will be a 3-over chase starting in about 6 minutes. So we'll stay with you. And Cyprus, Punjab Lions and Casilla, they'll need 32 of 3 overs if they're going to go through. 1 over per bowler and 1 over power play. So look, to me, I mean, obviously the Duckworth-Lewis Stern system, it's meant to keep the scales pretty much the same. I think, yeah, they're going to need, what's that, 10.67 and over, as opposed to the 9.4 they would have needed if it was a 10-over game. One big thing, though, is now, because it's a 3-over game, Mohamed Kamran, he's going to get to bowl a third of the innings, right, instead of the 20% that he would have bowled.
Yeah.
So that's pretty significant, but really, it's a toss-up, and really you wouldn't expect anything less. Look, you might say that it's a bit unlucky for the Lions if they were to go out this way, but you'd also could flip it and say it's unlucky for the Packard Care team, because they all week have dominated. They just lose one game by 5 runs. They find themselves in a real precarious position here in the final.
It could go, look, it's one of those, isn't it? It's I'm not going to say it's almost a lottery, but it can go either way, because you know the big hitters that Punjab Lions and Nicosia have. I mean, the likes of Guri, the likes of Chajwinder, Charanjit, they can hit the ball very big. So if one of them get going, anything can happen. But also, I mean, they're probably thinking, look, how many expensive overs has Mohamed Kamran bowled?
Yeah,
so
true.
That's going to be really key. He's been so tight and so economic.
He's going to have to land. He's going to get accurate. Slight correction, 32 was the pass score, so 33 will be the target. It'll be 33. So 32 for a golden ball. Can you imagine a golden ball? Oh, please. So, yeah, it'll be 33 to win in the 3-over game. Now, here's the thing. You've got an over from Cameron, probably, an over from Babar, an over from someone else. Who would someone else beat for Packard Care? And do you bowl them last? I suppose you probably do.
Yeah,
Spinners, bit risky, wrist spinners?
Depends what, I mean, the luxury of that decision is they can make that decision after 2 overs.
Yeah.
You know? But, yeah, it's going to be But the other thing is you've got to keep your nerve. And is it easier to keep your nerve if you're a batter or if you're a bowler? And it comes down to experience as well.
Yeah, so we're not too far away from the start. Just updating you that you do have confirmation now. It'll be a 3-over chase. It'll be 33 for Cyprus to get through to Championship Week. Well, that's good news that we are going to get a conclusion. And of course, it'll be heartbreaking for one of these two teams that will have to bow out of the tournament in just about 15 minutes' time.
Well, we had, so we just have a look at the screens there. That's Corey Ruckman's there again. And he's probably explaining to one or two people what's happening. And the teams, the good news is, are starting to make their way out. So once again, just to recap on the information that Vinny Sandhu was sharing with you, 33 required from 3 overs. And, well, look, like IKEA, they're charging out there. I can understand why they're charging out there, because they are the team that need to play this. They're the team that want to be out there, and they're the team that know that by being out there and having this reduced match or this reduced innings where 33 is the target, they have a chance, because if they weren't going out there, then they were going out. So they've got a chance, and they've got to bowl well. And the Punjab Lions of Nicosia, they've got to bat well, bat strong. And I'm pretty sure that they're going to have to go with maybe Guri and Tajwinder. That's what I would be thinking, but I'm wrong. I'm absolutely wrong. They've actually, for the first time, well, in the short version of the match, they're going with Scott Austin.
Wow.
Saying I'd like to see him open, and the reason I was saying I'd like to see him open, because I said he's one man that I think can bat all the way through the 10 overs and give you a good score. I didn't think it was because he could score big hits in the power play, but they reckon he can. This is a big surprise for me.
Yeah, well, it is. I think he's wanted to open, but now he does get his moment in the hot seat. And now, look, I'm going to tell you about DLS. The question in there about how come it's more than 10 over required, whereas it was less than 10 over. 10 over was to do with if it was a whole 10 over. The whole reason is you can be more aggressive. Right? I know you're probably going to be aggressive anyway, but now essentially you can see the last 3 overs first. So that's why typically when a team has 10 wickets in hand, if the game gets shorter, the kind of runs per over will go up slightly. So it's gone from 9.4 to 11, but again, they only need to do it for 3 overs. So 33 is the target, and we're going to get Kamran in, but how confident will he be in these conditions? Well, he has to pull it out. Here we go, 3 over smash, 33 to win.
I can't believe he's left this.
He thinks it might be a wide. He thinks it might be going over his head.
No, you've got to swing at this. You've got to swing at it. Vinny, you've got to swing at it.
But what if you get out? I mean,
it don't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't afford a dot ball.
He thinks it's a wide over his head, and so if he hits it, then it can't be a wide. That's your answer.
Well, here we go.
A lot of attention
a dot.
here.
Can you believe a dot?
Another week, another bit of tension. Guri going out helmetless again to Kamran.
This is almost like the repeat of the first ball that he faced from Cameron several days ago. Hits him on the shoulder.
1 over power play, don't forget. Stone Cold Steve Austin, his turn to face the music. And we're seeing a bit of emotion out of Kamran, which you don't see very often, but it's all on the line here.
Well, drama here.
Yeah. But I would say these are the conditions that we finished the first innings in. This is the same sort of conditions. Here's Austin.
What's been called here?
It's going to be a no ball. It's a second one over the shoulder. And I think the first one was, he didn't offer, and now Austin gets one. I think this is a good call. Oh, now I've looked at it. Maybe it wasn't, but he gambles, thinking he might get the call. It's a tough one. And Cameron doesn't like it. He's going to have a free hit to deal with. He needs to keep his cool as well.
So it's a run on the board as well now as a free hit. And he gets away with it. It's another dot. This is the thing. This is what I was saying. No team up until now has managed to take too many runs off Mohammed Khan. I think the only one probably was Harvey S. crying out when I think it was Tobias. Probably got 16, but then did lose wicket to him. Got to run.
I mean, if they can keep no boundaries here, the game just moves so quick in these 3 over matches. If they can keep no boundaries, then suddenly you need, what's that, like 27? You need like 14 and over. You've got Babar coming up, looking very healthy there in the fan zone. We've got Julian DeMay rocking the Cluj outfit from Romania. He's having a good laugh with Chuggy. Back to the action.
Swinging a miss, and Mohamed Cameron doing what he does best. I mean, look, quickly, what are your thoughts? Austin up there, I think you would surely have to go with one of your big hitters.
Yeah, because you might as well swing away to Cameron, and just if you lose wickets, who cares? You know, but I mean, we're a long way from the finish of this. But still, it's been very good from Cameron. It's only conceded 3 so far. Last ball, the over.
And this has been hit hard. He's going to go all the way. Balle, balle. Ginna sona shaka lagya. And I can see Guri there. He's having a look at the umpire saying, come on, was that not a bit too high? Well, the only thing I would say is if you're bowling at that pace, you shouldn't be bowling those. But it does go the distance, 6 runs.
In my opinion, it was just okay. It's hard to judge at that pace. That's the end of the power play. Now, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico, full high drama. Another week in the ECL, another thriller we've got in our hands. Well, by definition now, this is a close game. That 6 just getting the Lions back in it.
Desperate, needed a boundary, and they got one here. It's going to be Mohamed Baba. He's been very good as well.
Yeah,
there's tension around this ground. In comes Baba to Austin. Austin, he slices this, he's racing away. He's going to get 4 runs from it. He is, and there's a massive roar coming from the camp of the Punjab Legacy Lions. And well, Rhino and Andrew there as well. Oh, everybody huddled together.
How the game can change in 2 balls. There were 3 off 5 balls, and now they're 13 off 7. Oh my word, this is tense stuff.
13, remember, 33 the target, 20 required. Babar composes himself when he comes. Big swing, and it's a dot. Bit of pressure here on Austin, and well, Guri, he's just walking and saying, I know what he's thinking to himself. Have I made the right decision? Have I made the right decision?
The other thing is, if it happened to rain again now, it's pretty much it, right?
Yeah. If it gets any heavier, you mean? Yeah, you're right. If this well will be a single. So, takes the captain, Guri, back on strike. He'll give his bat a little kiss. That's been his trademark. I saw that from him when we were in Cyprus. Gives it a little kiss and says, come on, my baby, perform for me. Give me a shaka.
That's my last over. Happy Shiraz Ahmed. I'm nervous. I was nervous last week. I'm nervous this week. 19 off 9 required.
Gone. Bowled him. Good delivery. Pitched up and knocks the stump back. And the Spanish champions get Guri. And he goes after hitting 1 big 6 with the ball before. That means that Tejwinder will come out.
Yeah,
it's a fair swap, but they're running out of balls.
It's more to do with the fact it's a dot ball. I think he gets a little inside edge on this. Have a look. See, if that gets past the leg stump and it's a bit thicker edge, it's probably 4. But instead, Babar gets the wicket. But yeah, the most important thing, that is a ball that they don't score off.
Yep.
And they lose their captain at 14 for 1. Still 19 required off the last 8. You just need a boundary straight off the bat here to get that down to 15 or less in the last over.
It is Tejwinder that comes out now. I mean, this man, if he gets a sniff of it, if he gets bad onto it, it stays hit. And I would have opened with the 2 of them, to be fair.
Yeah.
But he's there now. And he's got to club it. Oh, he's gone, first ball. It's a good delivery from Babar. It's what he's done consistently all the way through this week. He's been up there full straight. The radar is spot on, and he's knocked him over. Fatte Chagdate, Zabardasti bowling from Mohamed Babar.
Yeah, disappointment for Tejwinder, who tries to horn this one across the line. It's always going to be tough to come out there and swing from the bootlaces from ball one. And Baba is right on target as he just says, give me the ball back. Well, he's 2/3 of the way to a hat trick. He'll get to bowl at Taranjit Singh, another big hitter. But I guess in the context of the game, it's another ball that isn't scored off. Now the Lions are 14 for 2.
Oh, he's been so good. Mohamed Baba, 11 wickets up until now, and those 2 there takes him up to 13. It's been exceptional bowling from him.
Well, both these teams will consider themselves quite unlucky if they're knocked out. Let's see what we've got now.
It's up in the air, but this is catchable. Takes his time and takes the catch. It's a hat-trick. Unbelievable. A hat-trick taken, and what a time to take it. A hat-trick when you're trying to get your team into next week's finals week, and they don't come any better or any sweeter than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he had to go. He couldn't be defensive at all, and it just hung up in the air. It was a nice catch taken down there by Skandar Ali. And Mohamed Baba, well, he'll be so thrilled to take a hat-trick in the ECL. I think the most important thing was that none of those last 3 balls in the over was scored off after such a fortunate start to the over with the boundary for the Cyprus team. They do finish in the worst possible way. It's 14 for 3. Last over coming up. 19 will be required, and it will be Shiraz Ahmed, the captain, that tries to close this out.
Well, Ahmed, the captain,
will be able to fill in that blank at the end of this over. Who will be joining us on Monday morning, 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. Let's get back out there to the middle. Here's the last over of the week. 19 to win.
got to run. No, they've got to run. And they do. And he's probably going to be out here, but they still decide to keep running until the decision is given. He's
gone here.
I reckon he is out, so you're probably fine. Look, they had to do that because it means that Anwar will be on strike. And remember how many he scored off the last game.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think they have to run. Terrible throw initially. Yeah, I think he's gone. We'll slow it down for you as much as we can here. Yeah, it's gone. So, saves the run, basically. So that's 4 wickets in 4 balls. It's utter chaos. You wouldn't expect anything less. As Austin, he did contribute that boundary, but then he sacrifices himself. Does get the big hitting Kasim Anwar on strike, and he did strike 3 boundaries in a row this morning in the last over. He needs to do it again here. Otherwise, the team from Cyprus, they're in grave danger of ending their ECL.
Anwar, what must be going through his mind? I mean, he gets himself to the other end as Austin departs. Can he produce something that will be absolutely incredible? 5 deliveries left.
Well, Sushil Kumar, he'll come out into the middle. And they're pretty keen to get going. So let's go. 19 off 5.
It's pretty well. That's going to be a boundary. That's going to be 4 of them. And, well, it's not over yet. It is not over yet. Anwar hits his first ball for 4. Good hit. And remember, the power play was only 1 over, so they can put a fielder there.
Yeah.
Here we go. So the captain under attack. Keep an eye on the 15 and out of 4 deliveries. That is a massive, massive delivery, a massive dot. Now every one of these have to go to the boundary.
Well, here's the thing. Single's no good to you now. You need to score at least 2 off this ball to at least stay in the game, barring an extra being bowled. Shiraz Ahmed will probably bowl that slower ball again. It's been working for him all week. 15 off 3 required.
And they don't run at all, so it looks like Barcelona, the Spanish champions, are booking their place into finals week. And what a way to do it.
And I know this is so disappointing for the Punjab Lions, but still, they can be so proud of their efforts this week. This one's going nowhere. I think it'll probably be out. It is, and so Anwar goes. They can celebrate now. It's 18 for 5. Kazimamwa does hit a boundary, but the Spanish flag is flying. Oh, it was Sweden this time last week. And look, on the whole, I mean, no matter how this week has ended, it's certainly not the way that anyone wanted it to end, but you would say that they are very deserving of that spot given the way that they've played their cricket this week.
Yeah, I mean, you have to say that, but you have to be a little bit sad and sorry also for the Punjab Lions of Nicosia. There have been Lions, haven't they? They performed so well. You've got to admire what they've done this week. You've got to admire the way they've fielded, the catches they've taken. They've left us some outstanding memories as the new batter comes out. And
Jamal. He's the one that took that unbelievable catch. One of the best catches we've ever seen.
Yeah.
What a highlight for him, but he has a long, sad walk out to the middle because after this ball, we'll know that Pakai Care, they will be through to Championship Week starting Monday. I'll make sure you join us for that. You don't want to be anywhere else. Here's the last ball of Group E, the group of excitement.
And he just defends this, and well, that's what it means to the captain. They have done it, and you'll see them scampering through now down the steps to celebrate. Pakai Care Barcelona have done it, and well, the Spanish flag runs onto the field of play as well, held by their coach Malik. Sensational scenes. Pakai Care Barcelona, the champions of Spain, the team from Barcelona. They are going to stay here. They're going to stay put. They're going to stay in Malaga because they have made it into finals weekend. Well, you got to feel for the Punjab Lions of Nicosia. They've been outstanding. They really have. They've had a fantastic week, and no, it just didn't go their way in the final. But one thing they can say, and they can be proud of this, that they were the only team, weren't they? The only team to beat Pakai Care. They beat them this morning in an incredible match. What a match that was from them. And well, it's going to hurt, but what they've achieved this week, and well, I tell you what, not just what they've achieved, but they've made friends all around the world because they produce some outstanding cricket. And you look at some of the highlights we've seen here this week, a lot of the Punjab Lions Nicosia players were part of that.
Well, if you could sum it up in a word, I think Pakai Care, they are feeling relief. They are feeling relief because they almost messed this up. They played such a good week of cricket, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, even into Super Thursday, and they had the top seed this morning. They lost it just due to an off-run chase. And how about Mohamed Babar, about the way that he came to the crease? Oh, actually was at the crease, but just turned it around. And well, he's a big reason that they're standing there right now with the
¡Olé, olé, olé! Así me gusta. Vamos, chicos de España. Campeones de este Grupo E, and they've done it. And what a way to do it. Look, I always say, don't they, when it comes to big matches, your big men have to perform. There's no point having these names in your team if they don't perform. And the two big men have always been for Pakai Care Barcelona have been Mohamed Cameron. He had to produce a performance, a match-winning performance. He did with the bat. Those runs he scored were absolutely crucial because they made a difference of keeping the required score of 33 or maybe in the region of, I don't know, 20. But that was what he did. And then with the ball, the man who's been consistent all the way through, that man there who's waving that flag at the moment, Mohamed Baba, took a hat-trick in this final. That was a massive achievement.
Yeah, it sure was. I mean, they will just be so thrilled. And now you can see that they have joined Tunbridge Wells of England, Brigade of Ireland, Brescia CC of Italy, and MSC, that'll not be MSC Frankfurt, it'll be Albies Army actually. We'll get that fixed for you. Yeah, MSC Frankfurt on the count back.
Where did that come from? Oh, well.
I tell you what, it's a fantastic achievement though, isn't it? That they will be there in Championship Week, which only starts on Monday, so take the weekend off, but then join us. Well, cue the highlights music, it won't be long because this was a pretty quick innings and a quick finish to the week. As we have a look at this card, we won't really able to get anything going. We go to the highlights though, and well, we were trying to wait to see what was going on, and in the end, we knew what was going on, and it was a 3-over match. After the rain cleared, it was time for some fireworks, and Cameron, well, he was going to open up, and you knew he was going to make things difficult from the men from Cyprus.
Yeah, I mean, it was a difficult start. I mean, they went for Austin, but that hit off the 6th ball that went for 6, that was important because that meant that was 9. And then, well, look, the first ball sliced away to a boundary. 14 was the score at that point, but then it was this. This is what happened. Mohamed Barbar saying, rain or no rain, when that ball is in my hand, it's going to one place and one place only. That's onto the stump. He gets Guri, and then he gets the big one off Tajwinder. Tajwinder trying to do what he's done so well. And Barbar says, just give me the ball, because there's more to come. And the worst, this catch was taken. That completed a hat-trick. And it was Sekunda Ali. What a good moment that is from him. And Malik there, the coach, he was delighted with the performance of his team. This was, this was the run out. And what that did do, it got to Anwar on a strike. He did hit one beautiful shot here. Gets the 4 here, just kept their hopes alive. But then after that, the next delivery being the dot. And then this one was skied up in the air. Really good catch again from that man, Mohamed Ishan. Well, what a good week he's had as well behind the stumps and with the bat. And then it was all over. And delight there, Abbas. He didn't play this one because of an injury to his hand. It was a fantastic day for the Spanish champions. Didn't start that well, did it? Because they had to do it the hard way. They couldn't go straight through into the final. They lost to the Lions earlier today. They had to then take care of the Farmers, and they did. And they are there to fly the flag for the Spanish champions in finals week, starting on Monday.
MSC Frankfurt, they must have been hacking into our systems because they thought they'd score in Group D, but that is correct now. We've got Albi Zalmi from Sweden in Group D and Pak Ikea from España. I think the 5 teams we'll be seeing. And, well, what a final we had. Look, it was sad there had to be a loser, really. Punjab Lions, well, they had to put themselves in the box seat. Ultimately, it was a bit of a lottery, let's be honest. But I mean, the Duckworth is designed to keep the contest fairly the same. I think they would have had to work really hard to. They had to work really hard to get those 95 runs if they were going to get that. I think it was 94 actually they needed, and they would have had to bat well and have a bit of luck to get those 33. Unfortunately, they fell just short in the end.
Yeah, I mean they did, and we see that scorecard. Well, remember, I mean. You're going to look at that and say, well, that don't look too good, but it was a reduced match, so it was down to just 18 deliveries to try and get 33, so you knew what the batters had to try and do, and Guri there, the captain, once again, what a great tournament he's had. He scored 6, and that was one hitting shot off Mohamed Cameron. What a big hit that was. It just kept him in it with 9 of the first. Scott Austin, well, he was required to do a lot. He did get a boundary off the first ball from Babar, and then he was out. And then Babar just took control. Look at those figures there. 3 wickets, 3 on the spin. He gets a hat-trick. So, well, the hat-trick goes to 4 now. 4 hat-tricks we've had in this BET2BALL European Cricket League. And, well, it's probably not as sensational as the one that we saw yesterday from Kidman. But the importance of that one is massive because he's bowling, well, has meant that it's Pak Ikea Barcelona that have booked their place in the final. You've seen the lineup, you've seen the 5 teams that will be coming back and starting here on Monday the 14th of March. What an incredible week that's going to be. All those stars coming back. But, well, they've done, the host, the Spanish champions have done themselves and their country proud here this week at the magical Cartama Oval.
Well, it has been magical, and we call Group D the group of death, Group E the group of excitement, no doubt about it. It went all the way down to essentially the last over. And look, you've got to feel for Cyprus, of course, but you know, just looking at all you can do is execute your skills. It's a 3-over game. You have to execute your skills better in that 3 overs. And of the 18 deliveries or 19 deliveries, because there was a no ball in there, but we had 12 dot balls, including the wickets. 12 balls weren't scored off. Yeah. And I suppose, you know, when it comes down to it, the contest was there. I mean, they needed 11 and over. So if they batted well, if they could maybe get kind of 8 to 10 off Cameron's over it, and then Mohamed Babar's, it's meant to replicate what would have been required to chase that 94 off the 10. So I think that's why the target is the target. But ultimately, it was just Pak Ikea. Well, kind of like they did most of the week. They executed their skills really well, and just didn't give Punjab Lions and Nick much to go after at all.
Look, it was always going to be a hard task. I'll tell you why. I mean, this group or this week,
was all about the strength of bowling and fielding, and the bowling and fielding has been exceptional. There's been very few high scores. I think it was Pakai Care Badalona themselves that put 142, the highest score of the week, on the board against HBS crying out. But other than that, there were very few high scores, and so it was always going to be difficult, I think, for Punjab Lions of Nicosia to try and get those 33 runs, but they had the firepower to do it. I still think there was a little technical error there in their selection of the batting order. I mean, Scotty Austin, he's a good bat. I think I believe he should have been opening for them earlier in the week, probably opening all the time, but not in a match when you only got 18 balls and you need big hitters to hit the ball.
But the issue was how they're going to handle the 6 balls from Cameron. I think they were confident that Guru and Tajminda could really get after Cameron, so that they went another way. But look, I got to say credit to Punjab Lions Nicosia. They were the real surprise packets of the week. And they were expertly coached by Richard Cox. They were well led by Gurpreet Singh. Thank you to all of those guys, and not just them, but everyone else that we lost out of the tournament today. Of course, HBS Cryinhout, they were knocked out, and then Farmers of Jersey as well. So they've all provided a lot of entertainment. Even the teams that didn't make it to this finals day in Group E, they provided tremendous excitement, and they certainly wish to see them go well in their domestic seasons. And who knows, we might even see them back again. We'll see Marlow again probably in a couple of weeks in Portugal, and also yet Corfu. We'd love to see them again on ECN in 2022. So look, let's have a look at what's coming up Monday, because now we can fill in the gaps, can't we? And we're going to have 5 T10 matches to start off Championship week, and we're going to see Tunbridge Wells versus Brigade. With the Irish, they'll be here, and actually Thursday next week, St Patrick's Day, so it could be very festive here, and I'm sure they'll be bringing a lot of fans. A lot of people asking, well, Chris Williams, will he have a new bat phone? He said he's been charging it up, so we'll get to see him in match 1. That's basically Group A versus Group B. And then we've got Group C versus Group D in match 2. We'll see Pakai Care join the party in match 3 and match 5 against Brescia CC. I mean, look at that last match of the day. I mean, Pakai Care Badalona versus Brescia CC. I mean, we're going to see some fireworks, aren't we, in Championship week?
There's going to be fireworks all around. I mean, Tunbridge Wells, we know what they bought in their Group A, Brigade as well. There's so many. I mean, you just look at that, and so many good cricketers, and comes to mind here that there's just going to be so many feisty battles going on there between bat versus ball, and that's what this European cricket is all about. It's about the battle of bat versus ball.
Yeah, and all these teams, they've had to go through so many trials to even get to the ECL. I mean, mentioned there, Brigade from Londonderry in Northern Ireland, they had to basically do an all-Ireland playoff to even get here. I think about the fact that Pakai Care that we just saw, they had to win the Spanish Championship weekend to qualify, which was a hotly contested series as well.
You know.
Each one of these teams has a story, but only 5 teams, their story has continued into Championship week. The top 5 European cricket clubs, they will be going head-to-head next week, so make sure you join us for that. 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 1:30 p.m. in India. Just before we go, and we're running out of light as well, thanks to all the crew, the ground staff, to the ECN Blue crew as well. Our production crew, Spring Productions, couldn't do it without you. Happy birthday, Martins, again. Hope you're having a great birthday. We started enjoying it a little bit early on. Also, happy birthday to ECN founder Daniel Weston. What a prize he got today, because we had 3 out of the 4 really close games. You wouldn't expect anything less in this group of excitement. But thanks to all of you guys, really. Thanks for sticking with us. I know it was a bit frustrating in the final, but well, we're trying to control as many things as we can, but we still can't control the weather. So that's just one of those things. But we do appreciate everyone that piped into the live chat as well.
Yeah.
And wishing you all the best. Hopefully you do join us from Monday morning, 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. Lock that in. Okay, set your alarm. Do whatever you have to do, because there's only 5 more days of ECL action, and then we're heading to the European Cricket Series after that. So there's going to be plenty more cricket on ECN, but there's nothing quite like an ECL. And this will be our first ever ECL Championship week, Rico. It's going to be massive.
It's going to be absolutely awesome. I can't believe, where's the time gone? Where is the time gone? This is the end of the 5th week, 1 more left, and by the time we get to that final, it's going to be 144 matches.
It's going to be incredible.
Absolutely unbelievable.
But for now, we hope you have a happy and safe weekend on behalf of the European Cricket Network, European Cricket family, from myself and Rico, of course, Andrew, Ryan, and Corey. Well, Corey, have a great couple of weeks off. We'll see you again shortly in Portugal. I'm sure he'll be pleased
that some of his Spanish players, potential Spanish players, he can have another look at them in Championship Week. From all of us here at the European Cricket Network, hope you have a wonderful weekend. Well, counting down the hours now to Championship Week. It's coming on Monday, and it's going to be massive. We'll see you then for more BET2BALL European Cricket League. We'll leave you with some highlights of the day. Good night. Bye.